Coming off a third straight negative showing for the NASDAQ and tech shares specifically. Stocks under pressure here once again to kick things off on a holiday shortened Tuesday morning. Welcome back in. We'll get a number of key earnings reports coming up once again this week, including some from the retail side of things. We'll hear from Walmart. We'll talk about that. Fed minutes on the way. We'll get a better look at the thought process here, I think, of the Fed going into the remainder of the first half of 2026 and ahead of the big swap with Warsh to take over coming up in May as far as the Fed is concerned. We'll also get PCE data coming up on Friday to go along with that narrative. But otherwise, pretty light on the economic calendar as of today and tomorrow. Anyways, not a heck of a lot to have a look at this morning. That is how the S&P 500 is setting up here so far this morning, off a little bit of a bounce going into the weekend. We are downside here once again. The NASDAQ faring a little bit worse. Overall, a little bit of a gap on that after that sell-off heading into the weekend as well. Dara is beside me this morning. Sharif will be in a little bit later. For the midday, how was your weekend? Good to see you.
My weekend was good, thank you, Brendan. How was yours?
Very, very good. Long, a little bit long, but restful, so it was nice.
That's always good. I mean, yeah, long weekend means shorter week, but as you mentioned, there's still going to be a lot of excitement here in the market. I do want to mention crypto here as well, because cryptos are, Bitcoin specifically, on track for its fifth straight losing week. Coinbase and MSTR getting price target cuts from our friends at Mizuho this morning. Now, I also want to mention a couple of different themes that we have. We've got both NCLA, so it'll be Norwegian Cruise Line, and Pfizer with reported activist investor involvement. Then on the other side of things, we have a bit of a buyout theme as well, with Massimo reportedly, as of the last I saw, being acquired by Danaher. Then you've got Zim Integrated Shipping confirmed to be getting an acquisition from Hapag-Lloyd. So acquisitions, activist investment, and then later down the line this week, earnings should be another busy one. Yeah,
it's MASI 180, so we're almost there right now. $180 cash for that one, MASI. I was reading that NCLH note this morning, and it's, a group that we haven't really talked about in the past little while, but a huge move here this morning for NCLH shares on that activist investor note. We are coming back in a little bit, but back to the top end of the range. So, these have been beaten down over the past couple of weeks, more so than I think the rest of the travel group has. So if they're looking for opportunities, good place to be.
Yeah, and I think it's an interesting one, too, because it looks like specifically Elliott is comparing them, again, according to this report in their notes, to the other cruise lines like RCL and CCL, saying that they can kind of hopefully help these companies right this company right the ship, as it were, in comparison to what the other two are doing, right, to get them closer to those other two companies. But I actually think the more interesting activist investment note, at least from my opinion, might be the one on Pfizer, because they actually reportedly like what the CEO is doing, which is pretty rare in these activist investment cases, especially with a relatively new CEO. So it'll be interesting to get a sense of, again, if this report is confirmed, to see what JANA Partners intends to do with our friends at FISV.
Yeah, so maybe some action in travel to keep an eye on coming up not only today, but next couple of days here. This one, as far as tech is concerned, Apple coming off two back-to-back down days, sharp down days going into the weekend. A lot of people, there's a few, two or three different analysts talking about the CapEx side of things once again, and how it's basically everyone but Apple going to be spending money over the next 11 months, 10 months, 11 months per se for the remainder of this year. But Apple getting sold off pretty heavily into the weekend. Overall, the AI narrative this morning seems a little bit negative.
Yeah, and not super shocking that our friends at Wedbush are saying, oh, okay, this is just a brief sell-off, we'll continue. Yeah. We know there's a lot of tech bullishness, but it's funny because both Wedbush, but then also an individual with the name of, I believe, Daniel Nicholson, who was talking about Amazon, they both made the point specifically that ServiceNow and CRM could be getting hit a bit too hard. So those particular tickers, again, well mentioned in a more general context, could be worth looking at specifically with that in mind. And I also want to mention another theme entirely, if I may, Brendan, because you talked about some of these consumer names with Walmart reporting earnings later in the week. GIS is on watch. We actually have the CAGNY conference going on in the consumer space. I believe the Consumer Analyst Group of New York conference. That's kicking off today. General Mills is going to be attending, and ahead of that, they actually cut their guidance for fiscal 2026. So GIS and Watch, some of these other companies are going to be attending. You can always check out who's attending on X at TTV Research with my daily calendars.
Not too many people buying cereal, I guess, these days, unfortunately.
I guess not.
But yeah, no, that's an ugly weekly chart, too, if you zoom out on a higher time frame for GIS. So some Fed speak to deal with coming up over the next couple of days. We get PCE coming up on Friday. We'll hear from Walmart, as Darrow was mentioning, on the earnings front. A few things to look forward to this morning, guys. Good morning.
Good morning. A lot to look forward to. A lot to look forward to, everybody. Obviously, some Olympics action that will be happening as well that we'll be looking forward to as Canadians. But look, at the end of the day, there weren't a lot of pure catalysts this morning. So you're looking through, do not forget, we had a wealth of names that reported at the end of last week that were movers. We're talking about Pinterest, we're talking about Rivian, Coinbase, those types of names are going to be back into play. Rivian managed to get above $18 on Friday with a pretty solid rally off of the lows. Surprising to some. It wasn't like it was a complete blowout quarter, but we talked about in the aftermarket show how they had very, very strong improvement in some of their metrics. Maybe not profitable yet, but by the time they get profitable, it'll look pretty. You'll probably be a little bit late. Bitcoin's still looking weak, under 68K. ETH, I don't know, they just can't do anything with the 2,000 level. It continues to be beneath that. So there's plenty to watch, but some of these themes will be similar to what we're looking at on Thursday and Friday. And definitely going to be watching a little bit of Palantir as well. Double bottom at that 126. It was able to charge off of that low on Friday. Can it do it again? Would be the question. But the other question is, how was the tournament? Or how were the games this weekend?
Yeah. So the tournament, they were 1-3 in the tournament. That wasn't great, but they won their first playoff game Sunday night, which was really nice. And then she had a 3-on-3 tournament, which was fun yesterday. 4 games, not much to win there. That was just for fun. But yeah, thanks for asking. We still haven't made a decision about where she's going next year, so that's weighing on us right now. What's weighing on this market, though? Like Microsoft down again, like down another 0.7 right here, Microsoft. Hope everyone else had a great weekend out there this time around. It's plus 5 degrees. It's like gorgeous outside right now. Yeah, but Microsoft, like multiple moves to the downside here, and really looks like to me it looks like it's oversold. But I mean, that continues to make moves lower here as we continue to worry about the software side of their business, I guess, and where OpenAI stands as far as funding and financing. And then I've been saying Amazon was a stay away for a while, and now it seems like, like if it didn't work last year, I wasn't sure if it was going to work this year, although I don't hate the stock. I think it's probably near a buy at this point. I mean, I really like Amazon. It's just, oh man, I don't know, that CapEx number just, although I've explained, I think we've all explained why we think CapEx is fine right now because the spend is real. But then you look at a stock like NVIDIA and you think like, okay, they're not really getting, sort of the push through on the CapEx spend right now either. I mean, NVIDIA's been as sideways as can be here for 6 months, just straight sideways. And we even said it when it was up here. I was like, oh, probably time to fade. Now it's coming right back down into here again. And that seems to be what NVIDIA wants to do today. So yeah, a couple good stories out there. Bitcoin, 68,000. I think that'll be okay down here. 68, we'll talk about that. We'll talk about the VIX is at 21 or something. It's pretty high right there. And yeah, we're just going to look around, and maybe banks got hit on Friday as well. JP Morgan down to 303. Now, so that's not great. I mean, they had a huge move back to the upside over the last week, and then the last couple of days faded again. So where to hide other than industrials? I mean, there's some good energy plays as well. I saw Randy walking around there. He's still looking at his XOM trade, and that's still pretty good, hovering near that 150 marker. Danaher and MASI wrap up today, so that's going to be a good one. Massimo here. The name Massimo is familiar to many because of Apple and stuff like that. They had the sensors in the watches, if you remember there. So DHR down 7% on this kind of a buyout, which is part of, this is what happens, right? Whenever you get the acquirer, downside. So we've seen that with Penn. Yeah, and a lot of these names have been, again, like, this is, you thought that maybe health might be a safe space to hang out in, but it's still fine, right? I mean, a lot of these names are sideways, man. for the last little while. So, you know, unless you're looking at your portfolio and you're in like a PayPal or something that continues to get beat up like every day, like most of them are kind of hovering around, like PayPal down to $40. Actually, didn't even realize they had a decent day on Friday there, PayPal, potentially at this low level. I wonder how long it'll stay here for, you know, around this 38 to 40 range before someone either thinks about buying them or they continue to go lower because the business seems to be broken. But yeah, there's a lot of negativity out there today. And then Netflix gets a surprise today that, you know, Warner Brothers is going to be looking at Paramount again all of a sudden. So they're going to be opening up that discussion. So you see Netflix back and forth a bit here. And on the daily, this is pretty negative today. I wonder if it's almost like it's too negative. All these stories, I wonder if it means that there's going to be a bounce back.
But there isn't even, so
Nasdaq's at 1%.
This morning there isn't really a story that makes us negative, I don't think. Like the Nasdaq's down a point, but I can't really point to anything that happened over the weekend or a particular story that's getting you all up in arms. There's still like you can't go on X or go anywhere without reading something about further like AI disruption. Like it's just like that's all anyone's passing around. So it just seems like a continuation of the theme more than anything else at this particular point. And the way that this has been playing out is you got things like energy, which are strong to sort of temper some of the weakness in the chip. But to the Danaher, just to go back to this Danaher and healthcare thing, I think when you start to think about different sectors of the economy, healthcare being one where if your client and your largest client effectively or one of them is going to be the US government, you start to realize that if you start to get a situation where you have to compete on price, it gets a little bit dicey. Like if you look at what happened with SNAP, the SNAP program and junk food, it's like the second they're like, you can't buy junk food with SNAP. Suddenly Pepsi had to drop prices on a lot of their. That wasn't just candy; it was also like Frito-Lay. And you think about it, like that's a good floor. The government providing a floor for you is a big deal. And if that's something which is also going to be taken away, you worry about some of these healthcare stocks if you can't prop up prices that way.
Gone.
No bananas, apparently.
No, that's bananas.
Oh well, these things are like.
That's bananas.
Actually, this one looks good.
This one doesn't. No bananas. Okay, well, what was for lunch on Friday? Do you remember?
Dude, what did we have on Friday? I don't. It was like a pasta.
Oh, was it? Okay.
No, it was a Mexican. No, it was a Mexican. That's what I had passed the last night. No, but
Mexican pasta.
No, but what was the actual dish, though? I'd have to look it up.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's right. But it wasn't really chili.
Okay.
No, like when they do chili, it's not actually. It's like it was ground beef. It was hearty. It was filling, if I remember.
Yeah,
but to call it chili would mean that there would actually be chili seasoning in it, which there was not. So it was kind of like a ground
bland-ish.
Very bland, but also very filling. Like it was actually a good amount of food. I was quite full.
Okay, good. All right, it's a little bit of talk from us. We should have Luis all lined up here today. I saw on the calendar. Hopefully he'll be able to make it today. And then we'll talk a little bit about some small caps. What is it? OBAI. TG17. Yeah, so this name, to find out what I think, was this the one that was in our, there's a couple of them that are in our watch list. Yeah, OBAI is in our watch list here. Corporate name change, of course, making it move up 100% here. We'll change its name to Our Bond. The stock has a float of 1.8 million shares and a market cap of a whopping 32 million shares. So name change all the way to the upside right there. That's what we have in our note. There's probably something else about this, but there it goes. OBAI. I know there's a lot of you guys looking at this one. And was this a recent IPO? I'm going to have to double check what our charts are saying right here, because nice move higher, nice move lower, down to $3, now in the middle here. So a name, this is a good one. If we do get Luis here today, this might be a good one to ask him about, because there's not too much memory with this one. Maybe open for 10 days, OBAI. We're going to have to figure out what's going on with that one. But there's another name starting to go upside there today, up just 102%. So should be exciting there. But anyways, OBAI, just another one to go through. So OBAI, right. I kept saying OB, and I know OB's name is OBI. I was like, OBAI? Okay, good. All right, there's another one, Dara. You wrote on the note here, just name change. I wonder if there's anything else. Okay, yeah, all right, that's it.
That's all it takes, apparently.
All it takes, yeah. And on that note, we're changing our name to Trader TV Always Live, and then we should get 100% more
There you go.
viewers. Yeah, anyways, up at 104% here.
Baby.
OBAI. All right, let's go back over the desk. What do you guys think about OBAI?
Not much to think about it, I think. Comes to market, goes straight down for a couple of weeks, and then they change their name. So that wasn't planned too well, I think, right from the beginning as far as that IPO goes. But yeah, we'll touch on that with Luis coming up. Maybe he's looking at it this morning, who knows. I want to mention this Alibaba story. It was kind of interesting. A new version of Qwen coming out, 3.5. It seems every week there's almost a new model at this point, specifically from some of these Chinese tech companies. I spent some time on the weekend playing around with OpenClaw.
Yeah, I heard about OpenClaw. How is that?
And then I read on Sunday that OpenAI hired the guy who created OpenClaw. So it looks like that might just get rolled into ChatGPT. Who knows? But it's, I don't even know if I have the proper words to use to describe the efficiency that you can give this thing basically any task, any mundane, repeatable task that you do on a computer.
Really?
It will be able to do it for you. The one complaint I have, and I know I shouldn't be complaining about something doing my work for me, but if you end the session, so like if you close your laptop, walk away, or disconnect the internet, whatever, forgets everything. We have to start all over again.
So it has a very short-term memory.
Like on YouTube or whatever, if you watch videos on this thing, all these people are telling you to use a MacBook Mini or a Mac Mini or a virtual server on the internet that is always on. Like you have to have it running as a server, essentially, not an individual unit. But unbelievable, just unbelievable. The rate at which these technologies are advancing is just amazing to me. It was like you can set it up to call you when it's done a task and tell you that it's completed a task. It'll message you on any messaging platform that you prefer. It's really amazing. So yeah, OpenAI acquiring, I guess, the guy who created OpenClaw, they hired him, which means I'm sure that's just going to get rolled into ChatGPT.
So they're pulling a Meta, basically. That's the extent to which I had heard of OpenClaw, was the OpenAI possible connection.
Yeah.
But in terms of Alibaba here, BABA, it's interesting because you mentioned, Brendan, they keep announcing these new, slightly different versions of Qwen. I think the market seems to care less and less each time. It used to be this would gap up 4 or 5% each time they make an announcement. I think I had this as like up 0.78% on the watch list today. Now it's actually dropped from when I made that. So not too much here. Apparently the difference here is, I guess they're going to be having advanced capabilities that rival leading systems from OpenAI and Google DeepMind. We've heard that before. Just part of China's, again, continuing growing a dominance, or attempt at dominance rather, in this AI space. So we'll have to see, again, how the market continues to react to this today. But as of right now, it's interesting how little it seems to care compared to prior Qwen announcement.
The other takeaway, or other major takeaway from that OpenClaw experience, was exactly that: the cost of a token for processing, because you're connecting it to a ChatGPT or to a Grok or whatever LLM you want to actually use. You have to do that through an API.
Really?
So in order for it to be able to take on big tasks, it's using a lot of processing tokens. So the cost does, get quite expensive very quickly. But, as one of the notes with Qwen, the new version of Qwen, is they really reduced the processing cost per token on this version. So I think that will eventually come down. But this technology, guys, is just out of control at this point.
I actually was talking with Adara if you've seen some of like some of the content creation that's happening. There's like there's movie creators that we've been able to see out there. I saw a trailer over the weekend, which is like an AI created trailer. I don't know, like I thought it was only okay, but it's the amount of disruption that's going to come in is going to be completely insane. And while some people would freak out about it, I was saying to Adara, I'm like, well, a story writer, like somebody who understands what they want and wants to create a story, like that's going to be the new gold, because the tools to turn that into something visual are right in front of us to do it quickly. Like production costs are going to go way down. People are like, oh, everything's going to be fake AI. Well, maybe, But is it the death of Netflix, or is it going to be something which drives their costs down? Like, how much content on a Netflix is considered the super high quality stuff? Like, there's a bunch of, like, probably 60, 70, 80% of content on there is probably of that nature where you can cut costs dramatically by using AI. Now, I don't know how it's going to work for actor rights, whether you actually, like, recreate the actors or just have fake ones, but there's so much disruption going on right now. It's going to be intense. That said, for Alibaba specifically, we just jump back to Baba and Quen for a second. Baba did a serious about face on Friday. The only thing that didn't look good was how it sold in the afternoon to not hold those gains, because everything else about this looked like a wipeout, sort of liquidity grab bottom underneath 158. They get a prior support level. There's a liquidity grab. By midday, you were sort of sitting here with your rebound into 158. Then it wasn't able to hold on to those gains at the end of the day. So it did most of the job of that bounce, but it needs to get through that 158 again. Otherwise, it's hard to call it a liquidity grab if we're still sitting underneath that 158 support. So I do have the eyeballs on that for Alibaba. But we also have our eyes on Joey Options for some options plays.
Good morning, everyone, and happy Tuesday. Hope everyone had a solid, long weekend. Let's hop into the options world here, guys, and see what we got going on. A lot of activity, as usual, also running into OpX this Friday. So we're going to see some activity on the 20th expiration cycle, in which we have been as of late. Let's take a look at this name. It's been on a run for the past couple of sessions, guys. I've just been trying to pull up the contract here, which I'm going to do, and we'll take a look at it momentarily. But first, let's get through some of the metrics, and that's going to be the open interest in the volume. You're going to see an increase in this, and you have to take into consideration this name has only been on a run for the past couple of days. So what we're seeing from an options standpoint, an increase in activity, hence why we are looking at it. All right, so open interest sitting around 6,000 there, guys, and then volume around 11,500. And once again, that is going to be at that $20 strike price expiring this Friday. Now, as for the bid and the ask, we're looking at a $5 spread there, guys, not too bad. In the 32 delta, and then you're looking at an 11 gamma there, and then 113.7% at the money IV. That's obvious because there's going to be an increase in activity. So let's take a look at this chart, guys, for the past couple of sessions in which we've seen the increase in volume and activity within the options world. So you go 12, it's around $12 there, or $9 roughly. We'll mark it down at 4, and that's a substantial return, right? But again, hindsight 2020, you have to be involved in this name earlier, but there was a couple opportunities to get involved. But from this specific contract, we can see, even though you have a substantial return, if you look at the daily and compare the past couple of days, sometimes it's just smarter to go the shares route opposed to the options contract, because you have a lot of volatility. Your risk is very, very subdued, essentially. It's not very much if we take that into consideration. You can only lose $26 or wherever you get involved with around $10, and you can lose substantially more on the shares. So you have to kind of take into consideration, when I tell you there's a time and a place and when you're going to buy options or shares, you have to kind of weigh out a bunch of the worst case scenarios and what can potentially happen. So in this one, looking back, not too bad of an option, no pun intended. All right, guys, moving forward, we're going to take a look at a name that continues to climb a little bit higher, and that's going to be Walmart. Open interest sitting around 7,330, and then volume relatively light in this staples name. We're going to be at that $135 mark, and that is going to be expiring this Friday. And you can see we're sitting on a $15 spread and at that 47 delta, with gamma sitting around that 0.042. At the money, IV slightly increased. If that cools off, then I'm going to be looking for Walmart to continue. The options contract continuing to climb higher here as well too, guys. Going to be expiring this Friday. Now we're going to go one more call. I know we usually switch it up and throw a couple of puts on here, but what I want to really look at is this name, okay? Very interesting, and what we have at that $200 mark is a substantial amount of supply. I mean, leading into earnings as well too, we might see this increase. And in order for us to break through, and I like what Brent from Spot Gamma would probably say, this is a scenario where if you have all this positive gamma at that $200 strike and you happen to break through that with momentum and that move is sustained, that's when you can really get a squeeze. But what we've experienced, and we've documented this if you've been following me for quite some time now, is that when we see this concentration through the 200 strike prices, it's going to be really difficult to break and to hold that, all right? Because you might have pressure pushing things down. The hedgie's pushing price below that specific area, okay? So you can see the bid and the ask is almost worth nothing, and then you have almost no delta and gamma exposure as well, too. You're sitting on that 4 delta and that 0.01 gamma, and then the increase in at the money IB. It's relatively cool, 41.2%, guys. We'll be back momentarily with some upgrades and downgrades.
We can't wait to see some upgrades and downgrades. You always want there to be a little bit of a catalyst in the market. So it was just a headline. Iran-U.S. talks expected to continue in the near future, for what it's worth. And obviously, one of the strong places in the market has been the energy space. Let's be real. So, if you're trading and looking at, S3, this is the right. And we're pulling back. We're only up 1% here. On oil futures, just double checking on how some of that strength is going. CVX, still a rocket ship, up 1 point, not doing a heck of a lot on that headline, but slight moves. And you're going to want to watch, obviously, any disruption, in Iran and supply is going to move the markets there. But just jumping back to some of the upgrades, some of these options plays. Yeah, NVIDIA 200, I don't know how much we got to worry about that in the super short term. It just seems like once again, and it's feeling like a broken record, this thing gets above 190 bucks and then the sellers just win. Cannot push through. It was like that last week again, like it pressed into it multiple days, and when we finally lost it, then Thursday and Friday ended up with big reversals. The only question I think with regards to this level, because if it gets back up there, I think it's a fade till it's not, is how far this pullback goes. Like, does this pullback get us into the 170? Or are we making like one of these higher lows? And the 178 would be the first place to look at today. But it's hard not to think continuation. You have the Friday afternoon resistance, 185, and then you got the double bottom here, 182.5, which is around where we close. So I'm thinking fade until it shows us this bottom on NVIDIA, but it's wild. Like, it just gets into the 90s, keep waiting for 94 to break out, and it just doesn't happen. So it doesn't seem to matter. We get their report next week. On the 25th on Wednesday, and maybe that's the catalyst that will be needed to push us through. Who knows? But one person who we're locked and loaded, ready to get to, Sean teased that we had Luis coming on this morning. Some of the stocks that are moving are small cappers, and they don't always need a rhyme or reason to go. And with that, we'll talk to Luis about some.
Yeah, not a huge list to deal with this morning, but let's bring him in. Luis Barbado joining us from the Real Trading Office over in Barcelona, Spain. Happy shortened holiday week, Luis. Good to see you. Happy Tuesday.
Good to see you too.
Let's jump right into things here. A lot of people talking about this OBAI. This one's come back a long way already from its highs, but starting to go here a little bit right now, back to the upside. Seems pretty active.
Yeah, and it's a ticker and a kind of structure and a kind of setup that we have talked about. It's one of our favorite setup. We call it VWAP rejection. I'm going to go here. I have it here, I think. I'm going to show you screen. No matter the dark pools, the late fills, don't take into account these fills are wrong. But this is one setup we look for. The stock has popped up a lot, around 50% almost, already down, and we are waiting for this bounce to short the VWAP here against the 8 round number. VWAP was a very, very nice short to right. And when it was here, what are we waiting for? This, another VWAP pop. We're shorting this against VWAP, against previous resistance. So it's very, very interesting stock to short when it pops up and we don't see a lot of volume and a lot of momentum coming in.
We have a pretty solid line. It's a long, long way away, down at $3. It looks like past couple of days we've been sitting here around $3, $4, $3.50, $4 even. A bit of congestion here. I mean, that's almost 100% away. But is this something that, because the range is so big, you might look at holding a little bit longer?
Yeah, that's true. No matter how much has gone already down, some people just doesn't take the trade because they think, okay, it has already go down $2. It's not gonna go. Listen, it comes from 3, so there is a lot of space to go down yet. So, if it's better to be late in the trade, but at the right price than being too early.
On a day like today, when we come back from holiday Monday, things a little bit quiet, not a lot of headlines, not a lot of news to deal with. It's harder to, I guess, temper your expectations with the amount of opportunities that we might get. Something like,
it's difficult to temper your feelings, your emotions, because you didn't trade for 3 days, and even if you're experienced, sometimes you really want to trade, you want to get involved again in the market. But about opportunities, it's not the case. We have a lot of opportunities here, and I'm going to show you something really unbelievable. We are yet shaking in the office for what happened, and I'm going to show you something that I'm very, very proud. Look at this trade of one of our traders who really deserved this trade because he worked his ass out every day. And we have a Chinese recent IPO today with low volume. Good news, but recent IPO, we didn't have overhead resistance, low volume, so the stock was a bomb about to explode. And take a look to this. I had to share the WhatsApp. He sent me through mobile the picture. He was shaking and yelling and everything. He bought several times $4, $3.50, $5, and suddenly 11-second trade. The stock went up from $4 to $70.
What?
He closed in $64 per share. Profit of $60 per share. Unbelievable.
What was the ticker?
Very, very rarely happens. But listen, if you want to be in the right side, check. It's a Chinese stock. It's a new recent IPO with news with low volume. It was PLYX. Oh, here we have.
PLYX.
Yeah, the chart is just doesn't show properly, but it's this. He was buying all these support 354 until it happened. It very rarely happens. It's a black swan, but I am very happy that he was on the right side of the black swan today.
And talk maybe a little bit about the structure that's happening in the background there, because as you said, that's not something you see, very regularly. This is a liquidity event more than anything else.
Yes. Yeah, it's not something that you have to look for like every day. It happens like once every month. 2 months, 3 months, 10 months, it depends. But at least you never short a Chinese recent APO with no overhead resistance, low volume, and very, very thin level 2. And it looked, I was not here in the office yet, but he told me the level 2 looked very, very tricky, like something was going on, something was going to happen. In Chinese insider institutional ownership, very low float with no overhead resistance, all this structured together, it might tell you maybe it happens. As I say, it's not one strategy that you don't want to eat your bread with this strategy because it happens very, very rarely, but he was there taking $60 per share.
Crazy. Crazy, crazy. Congratulations to him. Crazy trade. Anything else catching your eye here this morning?
Yeah, we're checking also RIME, RIME. This stock, well, again, misprints here, don't take into account, but this is a very interesting stock. It's the second day running. We have a resistance of Friday. So it's a very nice setup to short here, looking for the VWAP to break. We were shorting against this 5 round number with this consolidation area, what we have here. You can short this. It's a second day, it's not the first day, so probably all the shorts are squeezed out already. So we're looking for a fade during the day. Of course, be aware if the volume comes in, if the attention doesn't shift to another stocks and the volume appears, you have to stop out. If it's $4.80, $5, just stop out the trade.
Just a very good lesson, Luisa, in doesn't matter what day it is, doesn't matter what kind of market we're in, there's always opportunities in the small cap world.
Absolutely. There's always 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tickers that we are very interested in. So that's why we trade the small caps, because you just have to search in the 10,000 tickers available, or 20 or whatever, I don't know how many are in the market, you have to find 1, 2, or 3 that match your criteria, your playbook, or whatever.
As we, because of your time zone versus where the actual market is, you have the ability to, take advantage of some of these moves that are happening in the pre-market. Is there, would you say, a majority of the trades that the office is taking happening in the pre-market versus waiting for the open?
It's not the majority, but every week there are more trades pre-market, even earlier than pre-market. So at 4 in the morning in New York City time, let's say. Even every day there are more and more. So this is going to change with the 23, 24-hour market soon coming this year probably. So it's going to change because a lot of volume is trading in that period pre-market in a small caps. Also, you have to take into account there is no halt structure, halt rules during pre-market. Very, very rarely we have a halt if there is some particular news or press release waiting for, but most of the time we don't have halts on the pre-market. So that's very important. Your risk is more limited on how it cannot halt and open $100 above the price.
Yeah, typically only if a company actually requests that their shares are halted in the pre-market on some sort of news. Great stuff as always. Luis Barbato, we'll see you again tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Brendan.
Absolutely looking forward to more conversation Wednesday at 1 p.m. So make sure you guys come check out the midday show as well. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of these analyst actions. We're going to kick things off with some downgrades here, guys, and we're going to start it off with DraftKings as well, too. Getting its price target lowered from $52 to $35 by Needham. Slightly positive here this morning as well, too. Rivian last week going from an upgrade, but a downgrade by D.A. Davidson here. You're down almost 3%, guys. Going from a neutral to an underperform. And I was so, I shouldn't say that, but hey, Air Canada on the downgrades list here, guys, going from a neutral to market perform. Yeah, there it is, Katina, man, down 1 3/4 there by Raymond James, getting the downgrade there as well, too, guys. Workday also getting the downgrade, lowering its price target from $285 to $204 by BMO Capital. Moving forward, we're going to take a look at some of the upgrades now. Chevron at the top of the list. Slightly negative here this morning, but going from a hold to a buy with a price target of $205. And then we have Yeti by Roth Capital as well. We're positive 1% here this morning. Going from a neutral to buy with a price target of $60. And then MU continuing on the upgrade side of things, getting a price target raised from $380 to $450. Never mind this here, guys. And then Shopify also getting the nod as well, too. Getting an upgrade going from $110 to $150. Slightly negative here this morning, down 0.5%.
Yeah, we're always talking about like relative strength, and I'm glad. Thank you, Joe, for always doing the upgrades and the downgrades, because as people sit there looking at weak stocks or tech looking bad, there's just all kinds of like negativity going on there. But there's always fantastic companies with really good-looking charts that might be catching an upgrade.
Randy?
Whose products keep your coffee nice and warm and delicious. They also make very good. No, Yeti, holla at me. We absolutely love. Look, I won't even lie. Like I use the products all the time, and we, like, at the end of the day, there's a wealth. There are a wealth of stocks, whether it's small cap, large cap, mid cap, that are close to or breaking 52-week highs. That maybe is not something that is on your radar. That they sell a fantastic product, they got a great service, whatever it might be. Like you look at something like a Yeti, like this is hugging the 50 period. All of the weakness that we saw last week, it doesn't even touch the stock. And so when we see like rotation over the things that you can hold in your hands that you're going to buy and you're going to use, talk to anybody that goes camping or outdoors. The coolers that these guys have are unbelievable. Like we go camping at least once a year, and you put all of your it lasts the whole week. It's unbelievable. So I love their products, but I mean it goes to show, and really the only reason I'm bringing this one up in particular is because as everyone is all doom and gloom or feeling negative because there's a lot of stocks that have pulled back 50%, 70%, whatever it might be. And there are a lot of very more stable, you can hold it in your hand types of companies out there that you can be, hiding is the wrong word. People always say like hiding in. I think that's usually the wrong way to look at it. It's rotating into. Not to say that you got to own a Yeti. I don't even own the stock, I just use the products. But I do love that looking, it's a great looking chart at the end of the day. And it's not all about tech all the time.
No, I mean, that's why last week I was sitting right here, and that's when we sort of came up with that thing of, and I was saying if you can hold it in your hand and you could understand the business, then it's probably something that's been working. So I do like Yeti, a business that I can't understand or hold in my hand is Fastly. But this one right here, as Joe had talked about, I haven't spoken since forever. So I wanted to talk to Joe, not talk to Joe, but he mentioned this on his options, not the upgrades and downgrades. But this was one of the best quarters, man, and it's breaking out and looks like it wants to get a lot higher. This was this 2025 high, right? Right there, $12, $12.50 or so, and we've broken out through it. So if you're still in Fastly, I still really like this name. I think it continues to go higher here, FSLY. Just another name here that doesn't necessarily fit the exact criteria of, is it an AI play or not? And if so, then yes, this is. And it is starting to go back up to the upside right there, FSLY. So I really do like that break area right there. And then a stock that I think, the sticky note's out right now, it doesn't have Fastly on it. I was looking at Rivian too today and thinking like, you know what, like we had some big moves up there in Rivian. And I know I wasn't here on Friday, but I was like on Thursday, this name's probably gonna be pumping into that $17 range. And that's exactly what it did, but it went not only to 17, it went to 18 and change. Yeah, 18.5 right there. So it really got going near the end of the day. It end to mid and then everything sort of faded near the end. But see, this is earnings, right back in, made a base and goes. So let me just see what happens today around this I think it's gonna get into this area here today, 1660 to 1670. We'll see if we can buy, and I actually didn't put this on the note today, but I'm thinking about buying some Rivian into this area, 1660 to 1670. So let's wait to see if Rivian on a day 2 play, I guess, there for RIVN. Let's wait to see if there's some buyers coming in on Rivian. All right, 841, just had some small cap talk right there. That was interesting. Always nice to see Luis kicking around there. And congratulations to his one trader that hit it there. Hope he had some size on that, but for $60 a share, you don't need to have much to make it a decent day to start with. So congratulations, Luis, and all your traders over there. And let's go back over to the desk with Brendan and Adara.
We were discussing some of these retail names earlier this morning, just seeing a couple of notes coming across on Target as well. Not a lot of volume here this morning. We'll hear from, again, if you're just joining, Walmart earnings coming up later in this week. Target had a pretty good day going into the weekend back on Friday. So maybe a little bit of strength here in some of these retail stocks to come this week.
Yeah, and I think, as I mentioned here as well, this consumer analyst conference here in New York for the retail space, I think that's certainly not something to scoff at either. That's going to be kicking off today with comments from one retail name that's quite weak, and that is the aforementioned General Mills. I want to talk about this again because I think it is worth noting. Now, they said they're actually going to be providing a business update at this conference, so if I can get a sense of what time they're going to be doing that, I'll let you know. I'm just reading through their release today, not seeing a time for when they're going to be making that announcement, but I will talk about the guidance differences. So now they're expecting a 16 to 20% decline in adjusted operating profit and adjusted EPS for fiscal 2026. That's a larger decline than their prior expected drop here of 10 to 15%. Now, furthermore, they're now expecting a 1.5% to 2% year-over-year decline in organic net sales. Prior, they were actually expecting a possible 1% increase in net sales to a 1% decline. So this is an look. Right now, net sales increase not forecast by GIS.
And it was notable during the CPI release, going back to last week, it was actually food that slowed the most on the increase, the actual inflationary increase. Energy still was the highest to the upside. I think it was automotive, both new and used cars were both negative in that print. So that kind of offset the overall inflation rate. But PCE coming up this week as well. Walmart, guys, Sean, to your point, Walmart, one of those stocks, probably, I mean, they could almost benefit from AI, let alone not being affected by it.
I mean, yeah, thanks, Brendan. That's exactly the whole point about where this AI trade is going, right? We all thought, let's get involved in the picks and shovels, let's get involved in GPUs and everything like that. But there are so many companies. We looked at a FedEx. We looked at a Walmart here hitting that 1 trillion. We looked at a Target, the name that I'm in, at a decent level. I don't want to call it because it's a .NY. Now the Nasdaq, this is a Nasdaq name now, so which is why we don't have the turnover in the symbol. But TGT, another mover today, up to 116 here, looking to break out again over some of their weekly highs, and I guess it's a daily high right now as well, trying to go through. So some of these retail names are really starting to benefit from being more efficient, understanding what the customers want, understanding the shipping, how to get logistics. These guys were already logistical monsters. I mean, this is what the game they're in. So you see that you have freight and sort of these names, FedEx, UPS, really starting to, take off to the upside here as they continue to, again, schedule more efficiently, understand anything about logistics there, the packaging of products, or just getting things out the door faster, order taking even quicker, giving the end customer a better experience overall, faster times, lower wait times, a big beneficiary of all this. We saw McDonald's just talking about retail again, and this is a consumer name, obviously. McDonald's hitting all-time highs on their report as well, and really starting to go back up to the upside. So what a difference of a couple markets here. Procter & Gamble upside as well. Like, there's so many names that are going to continue to benefit from the use of AI and how they're using them in production, how they're using them in advertising, rather than everyone trying to I guess cut off their arm to spite their leg or whatever to get something like AI into their portfolio. These guys are actually using it to try to benefit it. We talked about a name like J&J, and there's so many. We can just go on. And then you see pure play names like a Palantir or Microsoft or OpenAI if they had a stock, or C3 AI. So many of these names just continue to get beat up because they're at the forefront of AI. These are the ones that are producing, all of the foundries and all of the ways to use that data, but at the same time, maybe they're not charging enough, and the beneficiaries of this are the consumers at the end of the day. And they tend to be United States government for Palantir's sake, and a lot of these other businesses like we just talked about that are continuously benefiting from this uptick in AI. Meanwhile, some of these mega spenders and the creators of said AI seem to be heading to the downside. So I think we're just in a little bit of a wait and see moment to see who eventually is going to be the winners. And this is a drawdown on a lot of big names right now and a lot of good success rates. Costco's really bounced back up to the upside as well. Retail continues to work.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. I think in Walmart's particular case, and we'll see the numbers on Thursday after they report, and that should be obviously one of the, if not the most important earnings name it's going to be reporting this week. Inside of sectors, you see the differentiation. It's not about this sector is going to win and this sector is going to lose. It's well, who in this sector is going to dominate utilizing AI? And as you said, it comes down to the fact that Walmart was already a juggernaut when it comes to logistics, and they've been the ones first to implement, and that's why they're getting this benefit. Now, it's getting a little bit outstretched here. You just put in, we just had a week on Walmart where that's the biggest, it's only had 2 weeks of that nature. You have to go back to the tariff tantrum. So it is a little bit extended going into earnings. I don't wonder if there isn't going to be some kind of a consolidation pullback that needs to be due for them, but they're absolutely winning. And we do get a super chat. Thank you, Andre. Let's throw that one up here. We've got Golf Franchise.
Ooh, I like golf.
You're getting close here. Liking Dollar General. Saying Dollar General, you like the long. Right. We're literally just talking about retailers, obviously. This is you could call it a bull flag. I mean, I don't really care what name you give it. Consolidating higher, breakout, trending higher. Whoops. There we go. Actually, I have to click it to end. So you've got this little bull flag, could be breaking 155 this week to make a fresh high, but it's really just about there's an earnings bounce on volume and first available pullback, trend line, holding this trend all the way up. Well, the last time I checked, if you have an ascending trend line into a flat top, there's only 2 ways to resolve itself. Either we're breaking out or we're breaking that trend line. And Dollar General is a great example of a retailer that looks like it is pushing through. I don't know what catalyst is going to get it there today. It's actually down a point. So at least for now, I think you got a good one. Just like the trend line that I see on this daily chart, puts it at about 147, 148. That would be the support on said trend line. So many names to watch. here this week. The only thing that's kind of quiet this week is there aren't a lot of IPOs.
No.
So there was supposed to be a big one on Friday that didn't actually come out. But yeah, I think the next thing for the IPO market, obviously everyone's going to be interested in seeing the biggest names, and that'll be, look, SpaceX is probably like the biggest one out there for sure. But it has been a relatively, I'd say, busy start to the year when it comes to new names. So we want to see that uptick come back in, just a ridiculous number of SPACs as well that are out there, which I don't think is a very good sign overall for the market. I think when we get super frothy with SPACs, it seems to me speculative stocks head to the downside, and it's actually been true. Like the NASDAQ has been weak, but no massive IPOs this week. Although, of course, I still think it's a very good year for IPOs.
Yeah, it should be. I just wanted to show you like just what's working in our stock picking contest. We picked 36 names, you know, all of us, including the chat, everything like that. I mean, and right here, out of 36 names, only 13 are green, and the top 3 are all shorts. Right, so Sidhu, Circle, and Oracle. So the 3 shorts, obviously in this market, we picked these, you know, near enough to the beginning of the year, all bad rate, all good, sorry, on the short side. And then look what's been working, right? We got Randy here. I don't know why there's an asterisk beside Randy, but we got Randy, we got Obi, we got Fabian, all with XOM. I'm not sure anybody knows what BW is. AG there, Silver Play, right? Walmart right there. Northrop Grumman, so that's up 11%. Great pick there by Sharif. FCX there, Neil with Copper coming through. Starbucks and a little construction name right there. And then some Boeing action. And then Randy again right there with Volkswagen. And look what really isn't working, man. It's NVIDIA, CRISPR. I'm surprised Dollar Tree. Marvell, that's my guy over there. Alibaba, JP Morgan not working. Tesla not working. Broadcom. Anyways, as we go down CEG, it's really strange actually to see some power names also to the downside there. IREN down. Like they're all getting smoked right now. ASTS, Uber, Thermo Fisher down, right? So there's a lot of names, AVAV, BBAI, Bitcoin getting crushed. So, you know, a lot of the tech names right there getting to the hit to the downside, and a lot of the names, you know, again, can you hold a Starbucks in your hand? Answer is yes. Can you hold copper? So, you know, can you buy, like, you know, there's Walmart, there's Boeing. Can't really hold a plane in your hands, but, you know, you can try. Depends if you're Sharif or not, but there you go. All of these names, you know, again, working to the upside. So that's going to be fun to keep watching our portfolio tracker as we continue to go. But just another example there. If you're long stuff this year, we know which areas to be long, and it's not in the tech space yet. I still think there'll be a nice little rebound at some point. Look at the NASDAQ right now. Hooty-hoo. NASDAQ go boom right here. Okay. Not sure if there's any news related to this, but there goes the market. Up again to see if we get to 25,000. That'd be huge if we got there today. 24/7 right now. But wow, nice little bump up there. I wonder what is causing this. I had written down some longs for Google down at here at 300. That's gone right now. Upside. But yeah, nice little bump there. Potentially stories, but
yeah, it looks like more Iran comments. Iran Foreign Ministry reached understanding on main principles with the U.S.
Yeah,
so that just hit the wires. So it looks like an understanding is reached on main principles with the United States. Obviously, that's pretty late on details, but deals getting made.
Trump is solving a lot of situations.
There were some deals made in the last couple of weeks. We haven't even been, because everyone's been focused on AI. There really hasn't been much talk about some progress on trade deals in Asia as well. So, you know, more good news here. That's actually halfway to green on the Qs. The ES even closer. ES could go green. I'll just pull up the SPY here a little faster. ES could go green on these headlines. So all of a sudden, we start to see a little bit of strength come into the market, just as we were talking more doom and gloom, everybody. We'll keep our ear to the ground, I'm sure. I can already see Adara making sure she keeps her ear to the ground for more news. But so far, so good, Brendan. We actually might.
This is actually perfect because I'm trying to go short. So this is perfect. So let's let this continue to go higher, and then we can short all these names. This doesn't solve anything in the market, everybody.
Oil matters.
Yeah, oil downside, obviously. So oil down to session lows right now. We can check that as CL / I'm going to go with March contract right there, 62.55. So there you go, oil with a nice move to the downside right there into 62.50 on hopefully some, as we said there, a little bit of a discussion there with Iran and the United States. So we'll see where that goes from here. So yeah, so far so good today. As there goes oil, there goes up the market. We've seen these moves happen before, just get faded. I hope the market can stay up here so we could go short, but for right now, oil downside, down 1% right there. So there we go. Everybody right now waiting to see what the next play is going to be. I'm still long XLE. I don't have any plans of selling anything here in this space. So let's see if this continues to work as well. Wouldn't be surprised. There it is. If we get a downside tick right here as well. Fed's Goolsbee talking now. Several rate cuts ahead if inflation continues to go lower. Obviously, we get that 2.4 print on Friday as opposed to 2.7. So that was a really good print there as well. I'm sure the trading was outstanding on Friday. We'll see if we can do it again here today. Let's go back over to the desk. It's 8:55. We almost ready for our rundown.
Speaking of Randy, he was at the Canadian International Car Show on the weekend and ran into this guy. I guess they had it roped off, but Optimus was in the building. My observation, just very quickly from this picture, and I don't know what this says about Tesla or Optimus any. Look at all these people. Everyone in the back, all of these people, everyone in the background is far more concerned and looking at McLaren in the background versus Tesla and Optimus. It's obviously just an angle, but yeah, maybe we should talk to Randy at some point today about the auto show.
I think that'd be a great idea because he was there like in person. He can tell us what people were looking at, right?
Yeah.
So I think, yeah, I mean, I think with Optimus too, we've seen a lot of photos of it. We've seen a lot of videos of it. There have already been some people speculating that, hey, could there be a person in the Optimus? Now, obviously, we don't know. We don't have any idea, but I think like Optimus, we've seen so many photos of the literal merch of it. I think maybe some of the excitement has worn off. I don't think that means by any means that the product is not awesome or won't be helpful or anything. I really don't have an opinion on it either way, but I think that is interesting that people seem way more interested in that McLaren, again, as you mentioned, at least in one photo, in one angle.
Just saying.
Interesting observation.
Might be absolutely nothing, but anyway. Just a quick rundown here of the economic calendar of what is to come this week, so everyone is on the same page. We got this morning, the ADP employment change. That's a weekly number, 10.2 thousand versus what happened last time was 7.75. So that's a positive number, so good if it's upside. Fed's bar coming up at 12:45. There's a couple of Fed speakers today. Goolsbee right now, daily supposed to be later as well in the day, so keep that in mind. Some housing data tomorrow. Really, we also get FOMC minutes tomorrow at 2 p.m. Mark that one down. Really not much to worry about then until Friday. So we get an early look on GDP. That's a Q4 GDP print advanced. PCE, both on the quarterly side, advanced, and then the actual PCE number coming up. 10 o'clock, we get that Michigan consumer sentiment number coming up on Friday as well. So some Fed speak sprinkled through the week. The big day, though, on the economic calendar going to be coming up on Friday, guys. Randy was just telling me that Optimus was not even plugged in, let alone turned on, which was kind of disappointing, but you would think they'd have it roaming around the floor there.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't surprise me that people are looking elsewhere. We know what Optimus looks like. If it wasn't doing stuff, I mean, I wouldn't be that, like, nobody would be that interested. Like, my daughter would be like, so what? It's just standing there. And it is a car show, too, like, at the end of the day. But
Oh, did Randy send it?
look, let's be real for a second. If that thing was, walking around making people cocktails or doing whatever it can do, obviously it would be a little bit more interesting. At the end of just one note, because as we just saw with the market, with a little bit of a bounce out of Iran headline, I'm just going to point out maybe a 15 minutes not going to do it. A 3-minute probably makes this point a little bit better. This little mini spike that you can't even see is what IBIT did. So suffice to say that on that little Iran headline, Bitcoin didn't move an ounce, or an inch, I should say. Don't want people to get confused. It didn't move. And when you're not bouncing with the market, I'm not changing the mind. We didn't actually get to 39.5 on Friday up top there. We're short a couple times, one scalp off the open, and then later on in the session when you made this like triple, quadruple top, whatever you want to call it. But that level might be hard to get to if we're not going to even bounce with the overall market. So we might have to think about something a little bit lower, like even where, I know close doesn't really matter to 24-hour market, but it did close at 39. Bitcoin can't seem to get past 70K. And as long as that's the case, it's hard to feel bullish about almost anything that I see. Like I throw up this daily on Bitcoin. Let me zoom out a little bit. There we go. It's hard to feel that good. We had one bounce, and since then, look at the little bit of resistance. Every time we bounced over 70K, just instant rejection and feeling like we could just roll right back over. So I'm gonna continue to look for the shorts underneath that 70K level on BTC and throw in the fact that, again, like I said, we just had, whether you call it positive catalyst or not, we had a positive headline that spiked the Qs and spiked the market, and as usual, Bitcoin didn't do much of anything. So I'm not changing my mind there.
Yeah, I mean, I did not get the wish that I had hoped. As soon as that market went up, I was like, keep going, because we want to short it. It's not at the short level yet. And then this is exactly what happened, like as if the market like hurt us. I was literally saying, as we were breaking higher, saying like, we're almost at this level. And then it completely dropped on that. So, and I said that this deal with Iran is not going to do anything with this market. This has nothing to do with why the market's all the way down. And then there it goes, downside right back in. So, hey, look, man, I mean, a better deal. I mean, any kind of a, calming of the, waves is better for the market. I mean, you don't want uncertainty. The market definitely does not like uncertainty, and maybe we can get a little more certain. One of the shorts that I have written on here, and by the way, we're out right now with our list. The only long I have is Google off that 300, but Amazon with 9 straight down days. I think that this is going to be a short in this area here, and we got right to it. I mean, I wrote down on the board right here 199.50. On the sticky note. So 199.50 came to 199.50 right there and completely stopped. Where's my, right there on a dime, literally at 99.50. I'm not sure now where we're gonna go from here. Obviously we write these things down when we're down here, but that's a nice move. So let's watch that level. We have silver short, we have Google long. I have the NASDAQ short. Maybe starting it at 47.50 was early, but if we got going, I liked 48.50. So right there on the TQQs, as we'll see if we can go back to the futures here today. Go find this. I can put this in the chat, my sticky note, and you guys can look at it if you want, or look back at it and see if there's anything good. These notes are up all the time, but there's 47.50 came right into play and then downside. But this is why it was an early level right there, watching out for the 200 period. I wrote down 48.50, sort of Friday's close. Right there, 48.50. So we'll see if we can short back into that level as well. Also a 200 period there on a 5-minute chart. So yeah, man, so far so good here, as the market is pretty much doing exactly as we had thought. It's only 9:02 right now. Should be a very, very exciting open. And on that note, we have a jam-packed watch list for you. So make sure you go grab that watch list with the link in description. Sign up, grab that, free, delivered right to your inbox, and discussed by us every day at 9 a.m. And it's 9:01. So back to the desk with Adair and Brendan.
Great job, Sean. Great job. We'll just skip all of that and just jump right into what we're talking about. JFB here, a little bit of an uptick up to $35. There was an Eric Trump related headline I saw just come across here. There's absolutely no volume behind this, but anyone who was wondering, yeah, let's talk about crypto to kick things off. Pretty good day going into Friday. That's the IBIT. Downside here again today overall. This thing still chopping around.
Yeah, I want to talk specifically about 2 analyst notes from the same analyst on Coinbase and MSTR, both of which I mentioned earlier. Mizuho adjusting some price targets on both stocks. We'll start with Coinbase. I think maybe the more interesting of these 2 notes. Coinbase, you have Dan Dolev, this Mizuho analyst, maintaining its neutral rating on the shares, but cutting its price target from 280 all the way down to 170. They said that this company could get hit here by the crypto winter, though they did say they think Robinhood is better positioned than Coinbase. MSTR, meanwhile, same analyst Dan Dolev at Mizuho, saying that he thinks even though the company is going to be hit here by the reduction in Bitcoin prices with Bitcoin continuing to get weaker, he thinks their reserve money that they have for dividends positions them relatively well compared to some of these other names. So MSTR actually getting a buy rating maintained, well, neutral over here. Sorry, Coinbase over here with that neutral rating maintained. So COIN looking a little bit worse here with these Mizuho headline than our friend MSTR.
Yeah, a little bit on the downside here. I was going to grab this headline once again. I lost it though. Tom Lee, it was 3.2%, I think, or 3.5%. Tom Lee now owns 3.5% of Ethereum, essentially, which is kind of crazy when you think about it. But IBIT guys trying to hold on to some key levels here as well.
Yeah, I was just seeing if I actually liked BMNR more than IBIT today. Not really. I don't necessarily like the levels as much. We're just sort of going over IBIT. Like it couldn't do anything with this 39 level on Friday. It was sort of like multiple times up the top. You could get that short, but it didn't really follow through. Like it effectively gave you like a 1% move on a rebound day, really, because Friday was a rebound day, and we've lost those gains almost entirely from the morning on Friday morning. So look at that short the pop. It's going to be the 39 area first, 'cause I don't know if we'll get to 39 and a half. I'm going to be liking IBIT. It's disappointing for Coinbase because, I really did think if the weekend goes a little bit better, this was very well primed for a breakout over 168. And, I don't want stocks to go down, but we did say this last week that if we don't get through 68 and close above, all we've accomplished, all the stock has accomplished is consolidating off a triple bottom. Like you just managed to hold the low and stave off disaster. Let's just put it that way. But we're still close enough. We're $6 away from the level, so it's about 3.5 points. It would have to go red to green today. I don't have it on the list for a breakout trade, but it's not impossible. If we get a very strong day and Coinbase can close above 168 on a 15-minute, then that is still a potential breakout trade. But I'm not looking that way today. I'm looking Bitcoin short, so very unlikely we see that for Coinbase today. Disappointing, because I think how strong this was on Friday did lend itself to a potential following gap fill through 68. It's just not going to happen, I don't think, this early. So I'll stick with shorting Bitcoin into 39 even.
All right, so I chose. We can talk about silver. So I I like Bitcoin. I want to be short. I want to be short everything today. We'll see if we change our mind. Obviously, if we can break out. We talked about some of the levels that we looked at before. I wrote down silver 69.50, which is Friday's close. Again, that move just happened, right? And so can't predict this thing going to 65.50, but if it does go $2 to the upside the other way, then that's when I sort of want to sit there and short. Look, the tide might be turning, and maybe this market does get green today, that for sure. But with silver was already down heading into this morning, so I was like, and again, I write this down when it's at $68. So I write down 69.50, Friday's close. It's just a name that, or just a space that we're underneath. So we're underneath a big level. We've broken through the downside there. Nothing was going off this morning. And, if it stays that way, I feel like, a drift higher or even explosive move higher into 69.50 is worth a short for me. And we can get out of the way if it breaks through $70. I mean, I think that would make sense. We'd be above then the 50 period, above the 200 period moving average, and we can get away from it. So, yeah, I really, really like this short, man. 69.50 for SLV. I think it continues to work. The fact that it's down 4% doesn't really change anything for me. I mean, if it was flat, I might even be looking long. I like the fact that we're starting lower on the space. Even gold's lower here right now. As everybody wonders, what asset is the right one to hold for the next little while. It doesn't look like gold or silver trying to catch a bump here. So gold to me is not a long until we break above this 470. And silver's a little choppier than gold, on the daily. Oh, no, maybe not really. Above this $80 mark or so, for me. But as long as we still keep on testing this lower band right there of 60, I mean, this could be a great break of 64.50 to the downside as well, right there on silver. So I think there's a lot of possibilities here looking short with an easy out to the upside if we're wrong. So those are the kind of trades that I like. You can't push size and just think about a trade. It has to be one that you really do like. So I'm going to have to wait and be a little more specific and patient if we can get to 69.50 on SLV. Or now that I see that low break there, that's also something pretty interesting to me right now, 64.60. If we can break that one, so I would really, really appreciate that to happen as well. And thank you so much, Assy Dane there. Very good analysis. Okay, well, thank you for that one. There, we do appreciate that. And Rhyme, yeah, that's right. Aura Alpha mentioned. I think it was Rhyme even last week. So that looks like a good call. What a beast. By you, Aura Alpha. They're holding that today. And if there's no Rhyme, there may be no reason. But right now, that is a nice move. Up 27% right there. Another low float name and big runner there, Rhyme. Let's go back over.
Well, before we do, there is a reason for Service Now to be up 4%. Just moving. CEO and CFO terminate stock trading plan, but announce intent to purchase 3 million shares in a filing. So while they may have terminated the stock trading plan, if you're going to be insider buying 3 million shares by the CEO, up 4.5%. Yet another, oh, yeah, it's not going to be split adjusted, but another software name, which is absolutely smoked recently, has made a distinct bottom at, guess it, $100, and now breaking out. So this is another name that basically held on to the lows last week and is actually showing signs of a breakout of next level, filling in some gaps. Can the next name on the list do something similar, Palantir?
I was just reading a note here from JP Morgan. I guess it was last week. This is kind of interesting. Josh Brown actually took credit, I guess, last week for this halo term, which goes back to what we were talking about earlier this morning. He said he was coining the term halo last week, which is heavy asset, low obsolescence. So essentially what we were talking about with if you can touch it, if you can feel it, AI can't disrupt it, more or less. That's the thought process. But it seems like JP Morgan just straight out coming up, taking that from him this morning with this whole note on quote unquote halo market and the halo market that we're going to be in going forward here. So I thought that was kind of funny. Palantir, back to Friday's lows, or bounced off it early on this morning from the pre-market back on Friday and then Thursday as well. We were down around that 128, 127. As you and I were just saying, kind of strange headlines on this morning.
Yeah, it's Palantir. It's going to be strange headlines sometimes. I want to mention here, they have an expansion of their contract with Airbus. You can find a little bit more about that here on our morning note with Trader TV Live. But I want to mention here this Michael Burry post from yesterday. I'm not going to read the whole thing because certain terms, I'm not sure how those will fly here on YouTube. But basically, he posted this old article from 2024, a report suggesting that Palantir hired a marketing agency for an influencer campaign to counter criticism of the company's business practice, specifically with regards to the National Health Service in the United Kingdom. So he's saying that anyone who has real evidence that Palantir has continued these smear campaigns should contact him. So he believes these smear campaigns are apparently still happening. We know previously he shared that chart suggesting that he thinks there could be a more than 50% decline in the stock. So it looks like he's got the technical catalyst and he's trying to continue to build a fundamental case against Palantir as well.
We're still, well off the highs. If that is the case, another, 50% more on top of this, you're talking a pretty ugly looking daily chart at that point, guys. This, however, still, theoretically can be constructive at some point.
Yeah, let's just stay away from whatever. Like that, the Burry headline, that is what it is. And certainly if people are interested in that, they can dig as deep as they would like. But Palantir, I wanted to go to, let me go back from a weekly to the daily chart for a quick little second there. I talked about, can it actually do what we just saw with ServiceNow, where you held the low and then broke out? Well, there isn't an indication yet on Palantir. Like on the daily, you did lose this support. It's only theoretical support. Like you only bounced one time off 129, let's be real. So it's not like it's a gigantic level, but we did effectively triple bottom underneath here. There was like a late afternoon dump if you go back to the beginning of the month on the 5th, but then double bottom here at 126, Thursday and Friday. And on heavy selling, I might add to you on Thursday. The problem here is you're not breaking out above 134. Prior support, dump, resistance. And you're pretty far away from it too. So you've got a bit of a flat bottom break engaging here in Palantir. Now 26 would have to go for that to be the case. Like obviously we're $3 ahead of it. It hasn't really gone anywhere down there this morning. But if you lose 126, close under on a 15-minute, this looks like a bit of a flat bottom short. And it doesn't really matter what Michael Burry thinks. Support is support. And when it is gone, now I can actually go to the weekly chart to get a better idea. And when and if it is actually gone, you do have on the weekly $120. That's a pretty solid and important level here on PLTR. So if we lose that 126 today, this week, I think the 120 level is some implicit support. I like resistance turning into support. I think that's where it could get to if we lose that level.
The contracts or anything like that doesn't really matter for Palantir right now. As we mentioned last week, JP Morgan's mentioning it, Josh Brown's mentioning it there, that halo effect. And honestly, like, that's what I believe as well. I mean, this is why I was literally talking about this last Tuesday, Wednesday, about these names that continue to work and names that don't. Palantir's not a buy for forever. It needs to start to turn around. It's not going to do that right now, I don't think. I don't think there is a bottom. I think this is the pocket that you're looking for, man, $90. Between $90 and $100. I still think there's at least 30% more drawdown in this name. I mean, until this market turns itself around, Palantir's not going to get going. You can announce as many contracts as you want. Right now, it's not in the right space and continues to go lower. I'll probably buy. Probably. I mean, I don't know what I'll do, but if we come down into 90 or $100, I think that's sort of the pocket right here. Look, I mean, many names are below or at their tariff levels. We're not even close to that. So there is a lot of froth still in this name with a PE of over 200. Not great. Palantir continues to not work, and I don't think it's going to work for a minute. So just let it settle, man. I mean, there's still downside. Obviously, you had a nice couple days there on a rebound, maybe one day, and now it's just right back down and looking to break through 125. And I think it gets worse, man, before it gets any better. So yeah, for me, Palantir down here to a 90 or $100. You got to see Microsoft turn around, man. And until Microsoft stays down here, all of these names are going to continue to get crushed. Microsoft needs to start to battle back. A name like, Meta has battled back a little bit, but until Microsoft, and I don't even necessarily want to throw Amazon in there because that's kind of a recent addition to the tank. But yeah, like, people aren't buying right now. Anything that has to do with software. We've seen the IGV continue to get beat up as well, right? This is the tech software basket, and that's just been horrible. So, you're going to have to see, and yeah, Palantir got to bounce as well, but you're going to have to wait for this to sort of really start to settle down before any of these names get going. So I'd rather buy on the way up than catch on the way down. So for me, all these names, and Palantir, front of the line, and I'm a huge Palantir bull, but this one is for sure working through some things right now. So congratulations to the shorts and patience to the longs. I have patient hands, and I thought it was bad to get out of some at 175, but now it's looking like it was a decent call for sure. So Palantir downside for a little bit longer, I would think.
All right, let's continue along here. Energy stocks continue to outperform pretty much everything else, or a lot of the rest of the market here. A huge breakout. This is just the ETF XLE. You can bring up any of these individual names. They're going to look very similar. CVX, almost identical. XOM, a little bit of a pullback right now, the past 2 days here in a row. Back to the downside. This thing has a long room to go back to the downside, however, but got to go where the strength is in this market right now. It's these.
Yeah, I want to talk here, though, about some of the Iran stuff, I think, is relevant here. We did have comments roughly 20 minutes ago now from an individual with Iran. That would be Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, basically saying that Tehran and Washington have reached an understanding on some core principles during their Geneva talks, saying that, quote, they had serious constructive talks with the U.S. We also heard Wall Street Journal reporting probably around 7 a.m. today that there is some kind of, I guess, nuclear consensus or willingness here from Iran. It just might not be what Trump necessarily wants. Keep an eye as well here potentially as we have these oil and energy plays on watch. Some of these cruise lines and airlines as well, because we know sometimes as we get ebbs and flows in the oil and energy names, these companies that rely on oil and energy will kind of move in kind. Rather than opposite.
A couple things just real quick. Figma, downside in a huge way since the IPO, getting absolutely crushed. Announcing a deal with Anthropic to turn AI-generated code into editable designs. So maybe something for Figma. This thing's been a disaster. Another one that's gotten hit on the software side of things. Now, back higher here this morning as well. ServiceNow executives canceling a planned stock sale. According to CEO, the CEO plans to buy $3 million worth of shares as well. So a couple things trying to move back higher here, but now has just been absolutely crushed in the past couple of months, guys.
Yeah, Figma, yuck. There's probably a few charts like this, but I almost feel like Figma exemplifies the top for the more than any individual name. But when it's this bad, I wish there was more volume on this, because when it's this bad, if you look at how well it's held the line down here at like $21, there is a place, there's no question there's a lot of room for it to go. Even like a small gap fill off this higher low could get you 10% into 25. But like, not a lot of fall through volume there, unfortunately, for Figma on that headline. You like those partnerships, but man, that's just such a bad beat for anyone that got caught on that IPO high. The thing about IPOs, you have to remember that historically, a lot of these names, like the best time to buy it isn't on their first birthday. Like famously, like Facebook couldn't even hold it on the first day, or barely held it on the first day, and it was like shortly, I think within like probably even the second day, and for the first week it was trading in the red and famously made some lows. But sometimes that's just how it is for IPOs as they mature. When it comes back to energy for a second, CVX here, I would tend to think some of these headlines that we're getting out of Iran, I don't know if we're gonna get anything which is groundbreaking and more than framework this and speculation that. But if we do get a pullback or a sharp pullback in oil or any of the energy names, I think that's an opportunity. Like I look at CVX, and ever since the Venezuela headline, like this pop was Venezuela, and it pulled back in, and there's your higher low, and supporting that trend. You break this trend, instead of thinking short, I almost think that's a buying opportunity. So if CVX breaks the trend, I think it's an add into the low 170s. I'm not saying this headline's going to get us there, or the weakness in oil this morning is reflective of that, but that's where my head is at with some of the energy plays. I don't think this is done being a good year for them. And if there is a dip, that's a dip that I look to buy. I mean, I own CVX. I'm just throwing that one out there. But the trend line is intact. That would hold 181 today if it were to test it.
Yeah, look, for me, I mean, we just recently bought some more XLE, and we talked about it breaking through this $50 mark. So, this is just a weekly chart. So you have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like great extensions here on the weekly chart. So this one, this XLE holds CVX, XOM, like all the major U.S. producers and everybody involved in energy, not everybody, but most of the large holders or large players involved with XLE. So also pays a dividend. So for me, this gets you them all, and has been an absolute darling of a trade. And I think obviously today, as oil is starting to come a little bit to the downside, we could see some XLE pressure. So I would look short today for oil on the back of this Iran news, but I don't really think it's a huge market mover at all. But the Nasdaq's trying to hold out here as well. So as oil makes a move down, Nasdaq makes a little bit of a move up. So let's wait to see if there's some plays coming through. And XOM, of course, at that 150 mark. So if you're going to do anything, shorting 150 is an easy area, and you can get out of it if it breaks higher. So into the imbalances today, we can have a quick little look to see if there is anything. Both of these names are obviously U.S. Listed and New York listed. So there's J&J with a quick sell off today. If this goes down significantly, or even if this can pull back 10%, I'm a buyer of J&J like crazy. It's not even close to doing that right now. Look at this, boom. Huge move up. Love some Johnson & Johnson. Have that in the account as well. But yeah, nothing on here. Just Uber with a small little buy. And I don't see any major energy name right here as I just sort of scan down. There's silver with a small sell as well off the open. But I don't see much in the way of energy here now. So we'll take our look at that once it comes open. But for right now, nothing on the imbalance locator. It's 8 minutes. Get excited, guys. It's Tuesday.
All right, let's talk Apple. A couple things to know here. 2 days in a row. First of all, pretty ugly for Apple to the downside. We are trying to bounce here this morning a little bit. Pre-market, there's this Apple podcast now going to feature more video features in general on the app, trying to take on Netflix, trying to take on YouTube, specifically in this podcast industry. There's also Wedbush coming out once again this morning, pounding the table on, don't worry, Apple AI is finally coming. Don't worry, it's fine.
This Wedbush note's hilarious. I'm sorry I have to say it, because it's really nothing that we didn't already know or possibly think. And I'm not trying to be demeaning here, but if I read you guys this note, which I will, you'll kind of see what I mean. So they're basically saying here that Apple is expected to finally enter the AI market this year, a fact we already knew, due to its Google Gemini partnership and new AI leadership, which we also already knew. They said that they believe the sell-off that Brendan just mentioned here in Apple is, quote, overblown, and think AI could be adding roughly $75 to $100 of value over the next few years. They think this revamped Siri rollout is going to be a big touchstone for the company. We'll have to wait and see if that is the case, but we don't have to wait too long to see what this special experience is coming through on March 4th. Notably, company not calling it an event, naming it an experience. Apparently, reports from Mac Rumors suggest they could be unveiling products like the 7 iPhone 17e, MacBook Pro with new M5 chips, some new generations of iPad Air, so we're gonna have to wait and see. But that event, of course, if it is live, I will cover for you.
A little bit of a positive attempt here, I guess is a good term for it this morning, guys. What do we do here with Apple?
Well, it was a frustrating one because all morning long, Apple off that VWAP just wasn't giving you more than like a scalp trade. Like it was inside. It was an inside move kind of day, giving you about a buck back and forth. And then right at the end of the session, it just fell off an absolute cliff into 255. So like the short on Apple.
Oh, it was an easy short, huh?
Yeah, it was right at about, I don't know, like it was right after 3 o'clock, right into rush hour, into power hour, and when it just absolutely fell apart. So knowing that, I do think I want continuation, but the open was a complete chop fest. So I feel like for Apple, let it do its thing. If it gets back into 259, 260 where we liked it on Friday, okay, great. Like let's play it there. But if I see this nonsense where it just puts a shelf in all day long and then we break that shelf, that's got to be a bit of a look. Like when we see it drop the last 2 days the way that it has, obviously Friday wasn't as bad as Thursday. Thursday, one of the worst days it's had. But it's still a continuation play for me on Apple. So yeah, the 59.60 where we liked it on Friday is going to be in play. It's not going to make the list because ultimately I don't think we're all that close to the level. But if I see a flat bottom break happening in the second half of the day, you got to be on at least looking for some of the weak names. I feel as if when we talk about the Mag 7, most of the negativity has been focused on Amazon for its record, 9 days in a row to the downside. But Apple's starting to pull back pretty good too, and maybe it wants a retest of some key support down here. So I'll look for some continuation, but I'll have to wait for it to get to that 260 first.
Yeah, for me, I'm going to be a little more aggressive. I think there is a long here in Apple, and I was actually thinking about breaking this like 258 area. If we can break that right there, and it was, as I was saying, it looked like a pretty easy short there when you break the low of the day. I mean, you have to, I think you would have been looking short there with the market going downside as well. So that break is 258.20s or 258.30s, I guess. If you want to go a little higher, 258.70. So that's right there, like that's 258.10. If we can break back above that, then I do think you can get to 260 and then you'd be $2 in the money and then you decide about it then. So I'm actually looking for the long here in Apple with the market down today and Apple up. So I think I don't even understand what this move is all about. I mean, we have the stories, but that seems to be a little too aggressive there to the downside. And I feel like we have found some support in this area. I don't know if we have or not, but it looks like potentially there could be support here for Apple. So I'm looking long on this. I mean, I'd still like Google longer at 300, which is there right now for Google. So I don't know, man. This name, Boosh, on the downside there as we just get NASDAQ to come in. Rivian with a big sell, man. Rivian is done. Anybody that was long Rivian, you really had should have sold there, man. I mean, it came all the way back up for Rivian. Like, you get Rivian up 30%, man, you sell that stock like it's not no tomorrow. Thank you for that, Randy. Thank you so much, Rivian Randy. Speak of the devil. All right, but ZSL downside or upside, that's a downside play there for silver as well. IBIT looks like they may be catching a bid here if crypto can go. Remember, IBIT is completely pegged to what's going on with Bitcoin. So these imbalances don't mean anything for IBIT. J&J, we already looked at that. There was Rime, just saw Rime right there, 261,000 shares. That's only done 37 million so far today. So that's not going to be a big play for it either. We're looking at silver, there's a sell. So yeah, not much going on. HIMS was just on there. That might be something interesting. Wow, this is down to $16, HIMS. Wow, what a crazy stock that is. That was $30 last week. Okay, J&J. All right, so we've already looked at that a little bit. I guess the big one here that's surprising is Rivian. SCHD is just a market ETF, I believe. Yeah, U.S. dividend equity, so we're not worried about that. But right now, there's Rivian with the biggest of big moves here so far. Biggest of big imbalances. The move doesn't seem to be right. But yeah, if Apple can get above 258, we'll look for long there on AAPL. But it's not my early look. I still think the market goes down from here a little bit.
Real quick, Meta back to green here just in the past couple of moments, going red to green on the morning after a little bit of a gap down. Nothing significant as far as the headlines are concerned for Meta today. This thing's also been in a couple of days worth of a pullback here. Not as bad as some of the other big tech names. 17%, I believe, off the highs right now for Meta. It's interesting, just going back to that OpenClaw story we were talking about earlier. On a podcast I was watching with the guy who created OpenClaw, he was actually mentioning Meta and Zuckerberg alongside OpenAI, saying either of those would be quote unquote ideal places for him to end up. So maybe Meta's loss once again on the AI front.
Yeah, it's an interesting look for sure, especially knowing that OpenAI, Sam Altman, has very much clearly viewed himself as in direct competition with Mark Zuckerberg and co. I want to talk here, though, a couple different stories on watch. On Monday, the company, I guess, responded to a lawsuit brought by the New Mexico Attorney General with regards to AI or harmful content, I guess, towards minors involving AI. Then Spain also apparently going to be probing X, Meta, and TikTok over AI-generated content involving, I guess, inappropriate stuff and children, for lack of better terms. So META, I guess, getting some more investigations with that regard.
Yeah, NASDAQ, I mean, overall, guys, still relatively weak here to start the week off. Good luck today.
Before we go over that, I mean, I guess all we have to do is mention Apple long, and Apple just went up $1.50. Like, no reason, nothing on the imbalance locator. So right now, that was a trade that I have scheduled to go, and it just broke 258. So we miss that bid right now as Apple just goes up. Remember, it was just up 0.2. We talked about liking it, and all of a sudden, boom. So there you go. Always be thankful, says that was him that created that. So good job right there. Huge move to the upside as we go for Apple. So, you know, maybe next time we'll keep our opinions to ourselves and get a better price. But there goes Apple. Yeah, Meta's cooked with only 15 seconds left.
Only 15 seconds to go. And shout out to Miguel. Thank you for the super chat. Says, greetings from Long Beach. Let's get this money. Hopefully the weather is nice there. We're looking for the first open on a holiday shortened week. It is Tuesday. I almost said Monday. Let's ring that opening bell. NVIDIA trying to bounce. I'm actually looking for this one to fade off of some afternoon highs on NVDA. And then one other name that we didn't get to that spiked as well there was Intel. Intel already shooting to the upside, so that's a good
look at Apple now. What the hell?
As the market's not doing much, but a couple of names that I'm looking at are starting to bounce rather heavily here.
Yeah, no, Apple was just at 258. Now it's at 255. So there you go. So we're long right now on Apple near some of these lows. Let's see if it continues to work, man. Your boy's back. It's great to be back right now. We'll see. It is already 65 cents now in the money on Apple. Let's see how far this one can jam Nimit. You wanted a Dollar Club winner in the first half hour. We'll see. I don't know. But right now we're long on Apple. We'll just see what it can do, man. I mean, if I like that 258, we did get a dip down right there. We're offering now in the 90s, up near 257. We're long in the money now, 60 cents on Apple. Let's just give it a little bit of space right now for that one. We'll check out, see what silver's doing. All right, nothing. Okay, that's nice.
Already starting to drop a little bit.
Yeah, not really though, is it? What was it? 60? I thought it's 68. There, Google through 300 right there as well. So that's an interesting one. And just over to what Neil was saying there about iBit. Yeah, I guess nothing really going on.
Yeah, NVIDIA is trying to bounce, but not doing a very good job. Looks like in terms of the chip names, it's got to be iBit or Intel that looks like it's going to be the strongest. Haven't checked AMD this morning, but this is charging back in towards these highs, or at least the close price of Friday, 46.80. There's no particular headline that I'm aware of for Intel, but it is really charging to set upside. One other name, Netflix, is coming right back into some lows. We like the prior close. Looks like we're going to hold on to it here with Netflix. Warner Brothers, they're actually going to give consideration to the Paramount Skydance deal. One of the reasons why the stock was up.
All right, we are absolutely monstrous right now, Mr. Roberts. There it goes, man, 258, monster play here for Apple. So, yeah, you know, we're back, man. We take a couple of days off, it don't matter, because there it goes, man. Apple, what an absolute beast right there to the upside. 2.5 times goal right now, but let's see if we can get a little bit higher for Apple to the upside. And we do have another position on board as well right here. Let's start the ring register and see if we can get something going on for Amazon on that short. Right now, that is 20 cents, 50 cents now in the money. Again, we posted this one, 199.50. Let's see if it works. But yeah, we're really happy to see so far what's been going on with Apple. It could still fade, man. We talked about this, like, you know, you don't want to get too sort of looking at things with rose-colored glasses early, but there goes Apple, the move that we thought, and it's happening right now. Apple upside, Amazon downside, man. 2 for 2 to ring the register right there. We'll see if we can find you. But no promises right here. I'm actually, if the market's going to rip up, I'm not sure we even need to be in Amazon. So we're going to be out of this one real quick. We just got a couple fills down there, and I took some out for flat as well. It's basically Apple is what we're waiting for here. So we'll see if that can get going. Sit on our hands a little bit with AAPL and see if it can climb higher. We're out at 50% of that trade.
Yeah, good look for Apple over there. We're going to get into Intel and IBIT to the south side. Both of them starting to come back a little higher. We just had a topping tail candle on Intel. Could not seem to break out 46 and a third. If we take out the high, we're going to jump out of that one. But this and IBIT, we are looking to play into south side. NVIDIA is not really moving too much. Doesn't seem like that's going to be too much of a play. And then I said to you guys, Netflix, very briefly, huge bottom tail candle on Netflix. Tried to grab it back on the way through that low. We're now above VWAP and looking like a potential breakout here on Netflix. So I'm going to stay away from that 76 unless we come back down and try to play this if we can hold above the volume weighted average price. Netflix green for a change, a welcome change over there on Netflix. Probably going to have eyeballs on WBD, but the thing about that is it's trading way too inside that $30 bid. Unless we actually get a higher bid, I think that might be a little bit tricky to play. But Netflix, good bounce here so far, so good for them. So only in Intel, haven't actually gotten filled in IBIT just yet. It keeps going 2 cents away and not actually filling the offer.
All right, $4 now in the money over here on Apple. So yeah, we're just letting it go, like Elsa. We'll let this one go, and we'll see what winds up happening right there. And what we're letting go as well is this play. See ya, Amazon. It looks like the market does want to just climb to the high side right now, and we're more than happy to watch that happen. As we'll give back probably, well, who knows where Apple's going to settle. I mean, we just dropped $1 right there. But for now, we'll give back about 15% or so of this Apple. Let me get another piece here in the 40s. Oh, it's actually dropping out quite nicely here right now. There goes Amazon too. Amazon might have top ticked me out, and that can happen to us. So that's maybe what just happened there on Amazon. Out there on the highs of AMZN, but we'll get out of that one and then just hold on to the winners, right? I mean, this is something that I think you got to get a little bit better at doing, is holding on to winners just a little bit longer. Right there. I'm going to post this chart for Apple. And all it did, man, it was on our radar. It fell right back in, came into the 200 period moving average, and then just popped higher, right? I mean, I had sort of championed the long there, and glad that it is working out. Man, Amazon tricked me pretty good there. I wanted to get out above 200, and honestly, this little break spot right there for me on Amazon, I mean, I know it's where we got stopped out. It could still come right back up. I'm just letting you guys know this is where we did stop. Of course, it comes back in and prints down here. Like this is where we are right now, so we would be okay on our last little reload there, but quickly out on Amazon, and now we just watch this market mature up. All right, TQs, not really at the level yet, but we were talking about 48.50, so I mean, you've ticked out to that. I just don't think I want to go short right now while still long on this Apple. This has burned me in the past when I've been thinking one way about something and then missed a trade the other way, but we're still going to watch out for this Apple's. It's right now back up into the high side now. We'll put an offer at 259.25 and see if we can get something there. It seems like there it is. Wow. There it goes, man. This is the hot dog kind of trading happening right now today. So I'm on the long right here. Neil's got the short. I like the Intel at $46, man. We were talking about that one near that $50 mark. So that's
it was at 50 every day except for Friday was the only day that it didn't test that 50 level. Looking relatively weak. I've been starting to come back in a little bit here. Intel still, I got to go over to Netflix for a quick little second here. Netflix is closing above that volume weighted average price that I was talking about. So there's the confirmation that we're going to hold. The high is 78.10. So I want inventory or long into the 78.10 level if we're able to grab it here. So I'm going to hop on the bid, try to give it to this prior bar, which is about 77.30. Again, maybe a bit of a seed change here for, I almost said NVIDIA one more time, for Netflix. So we're going to be long in that bad boy. But let's keep in mind, at any moment on Netflix, there could be some kind of a response. Like you could hear in the middle of the day or at some point tomorrow, there's a 7-day process for them to consider the Skydance bid. That's Warner Brothers Discovery. If for some reason Netflix ups their bid or has a response, this is one where you got to keep your ear to the ground. I'm trading with stops on Netflix at all times. So my stop right now is at 77, about 30 or so, but want that high of day if we can grab it. But Intel's trying to press. It's trying to press back through that initial support, 46.5. If that jumps through, then we'll go 0 for 1 on that one. IBIT still working toward the low. Looking for the low of this morning at about 38.4 for the next out, then try to hold it. The market's blasting. Bitcoin's not going with it. I feel like this is a bit of a broken record, but for whatever reason, yeah, this ain't participating. It's the same thing as we've been seeing outside of Friday. But like the short here, we just broke low a day.
I put the wrong stop in there for Amazon. We were just short Amazon again against $200.50. So I'm going to try one more. I put too many shares. Okay, it doesn't matter. We'll just take it right now. Sorry, that's Apple. Apple right now is just Rip City, man. I mean, they're at the highs. Let's go. Congratulations to Apple right there. But we're going to wait to see what happens with Amazon. I mean, I just put too many shares there and got covered near the lows. So we get right back in, and it's not near the lows, near 200, and see if we can, get a little bit of our money back right now on the Amazon short. As we'll just go short up here. I covered too many there. I covered them all by accident. So now we just got right back in. So that's why we see a lot of ticks right there for Amazon, hoping again that we can get a downside from here. And if not, I mean, we're looking to break through 200. We could take it right now, but I'm not trying to just take 20 cents. Let's see if we can get a little bit more on Amazon to that downside. As right now, Apple, we just took another out there at 259.50. So, really happy with the way this one starting to pair out for us just a bit. And there goes Amazon, man. We're right back in it. We don't stop. We don't stop around here, man. We just keep on going. You got to give your, your trades a little bit of room and try to stick with them if you can. And there it goes right now. So we're going to go now 2 for 2 on the symbols that we have. And let's just wait to see if hopefully now, there it is, man. Big day alert over here, man. Big day alert as Apple booming to the upside right now, up 350. And there goes Amazon. Neil, it's another one, man. Come to the club over here, Neil. It is now in, and the water is a little warm outside. It's 5 degrees right there as there goes Amazon. Boom to the downside there for AMZN. So we didn't give up on it. We got right back into it, and there it goes, man. So not everything is upside right here. It's Amazon kicking it low side right now.
Yeah, not everything is upside, but Intel did just break HOD. I'm still in IBIT, by the way, but that just tagged low as well. Only next target is pretty obvious, 37.9. This is where we bounced on Friday. We couldn't get anything better than that on the short on Friday until it got to the afternoon where we got a couple of trades in there. But we just got top wicked and jumped right back in on Intel.
Gotta do that.
INTC. I'm like, I keep typing in the wrong symbol. No, we just got top wicked, instantly came right back underneath and retested almost to the volume weighted average price. So I jumped back in. We'll play it to the local high, which is now at 62 about, so 46.62, and then jumping on over to it. Look, NVIDIA is looking pretty strong, but I liked about a 185 zone on NVIDIA, and we're not there just yet. So I want to let this one just glide higher. If it gets into that price, then we'll take a shot at it, as it's looking very, very constructive. The market going, Rivian not really moving, unfortunately. So if Rivian can't hold on to VWAP here, I like this for a continuation earnings play, but we'll have to wait for it to maybe retest that 1660. I kind of have the trend trade that we had on Friday. There is the trend line. It ended up being right at about 1680 that it caught that bid on a trend break. That wasn't until 10:30 in the morning when Rivian gave you that absolute bottom. So I can wait for this one to come in.
Oh, man, no waiting over here, guys. We have nailed them, and we're now $5. You see the different styles. Like these names that I'm trading, and you're trading just smaller price names. But, there are violent moves, right? I mean, all over the market, no matter what price you're trading. I mean, SMR is a $14 name, and you can get $1 on that, like, no problem.
Yeah, just think in terms of percent.
Yeah, exactly, or share size, whatever. There's Amazon right now, $199.50 to the short right there, up to 200. Thing is, we did get stopped out at $200.25 the one time, but there it goes right back in, and this is what we're talking about, right? Like, what I meant by share size was use the right amount, because like if I had used too many there, I would have got absolutely destroyed off Amazon. But then we let it settle down in the first 5 minutes. Wow, Amazon, this is like an absolute train wreck right now to the downside as it starts to kick up just a little bit, take a little bit more off there. But wow, Amazon really is puking all over itself. Meanwhile, Apple going the complete opposite way. So we have like we nailed, like, despite the mark, and by the way, I guess the TQs are probably falling right off that level of 48.50. Like, I mean, you guys want to talk about the number one trade idea right here today. There's the TQs, 48.50. That's the high of the day there, so we should have maybe looked at that, but we're really happy with what we've been doing, man. We'll pay for the whole weekend in the first 10 minutes. So, you know, very, very profitable so far there. When you've got $5, $5.50, it's going to make some sense there. So there it is, man. Nice move there. Apple upside, Amazon downside, and so far, so good. We do have something that you guys can let us know what you're trading. You just type in there, get into the chat right here, and just type in whatever names you want, and then we'll be able to look at it with you. So far today, there's 11 of you have typed in $Apple. So we ride on that one. Zim is catching some bids there. Silver, people want us to look at that. We talked a little bit about PayPal. There's AI, shout out to Obi. There's Now as well, Tesla.
Actually, Zim doesn't have a bid right now.
There's Rhyme, okay, Zim, yeah, down to $29, maybe falling. I'm not sure what that was before. AMD and Apple. So these are the top ones, as I can see everybody now getting involved. So just keep on pushing it in, and then they'll give us something to look at. Oh my, wow, I am so glad that we're able to get right back into this Amazon, because this one is, look at this, Joe. Like, I don't even know what the hell's going on right now with Amazon. This is like falling completely out of favor right now. Bye-bye Amazon. Unfortunately, we only have about 20% left of this one, but there goes Amazon right there. Now that's it, finally. Now we have a much bigger day going on. 3 times the goal right there for the day, and that's holding on to some of these positions. But let's get some out of Apple as, hey man, if this market wants to fall, we don't need to be in too much of Apple. 15% of Apple, about 15% of Amazon, and there it goes, man. What a big move. And we go Oppo on Apple. You know, Apple's been bad. But we saw the break and we took it, and we didn't even see the break. We saw the break right there at 258. That's what we wanted initially. But then for some reason, right there off the first minute, it got flushy. So yeah, Amazon's the one that I'm most proud of, and we should have actually had the futures trade as well. So just a couple ideas right there for you guys. No matter what you're trading, we've got you covered. Bye-bye Amazon. Now we're $8 in the money on these 2 positions.
Yeah, well, I just got target on both, so it might be wrong about this, but this is exactly where and when I bounced last time, right off that 37.8. Bitcoin sits at 67,000 almost exactly. So we got our target area. We're basically shorting into the pre-market high. Intel just got to VWAP, but it's in an uptrend, so I take it out in front of that volume-weighted average price and then move on to the next. It's just about finding that opportunity wherever you can, and then find that next trade. I do want to say for everyone, you mentioned Zim on there. Be careful with this. Zim is being bought for $35 cash, but this is being priced like there's a significant risk that the deal would not go through. It's trading at $29. I'm actually looking for a trend reverse on this, but it's not going to trade like your typical buyout. It is trading at a ridiculously large spread, right? Like obviously over 15% the current spread, and the deal is expected to close by end of the year, but there's significant risk that this deal might not go through. So yeah, it's a cash deal. I wouldn't treat that with the level of certainty that you might treat other deals with. That's all I'm gonna, anybody can trade. It's gonna do fantastic volume today, and I'm actually looking at a trend break here, if it can do so, but not yet, not yet. Zim falling like a rock.
All right, Zim falling like a rock. All right, we've got Apple here, just still doing it. We can have a look at other names that you guys are talking about as well over here. So let's have a quick look at PayPal. And we had talked about maybe PayPal going to the upside right there. Thank you for your kind comments there going through. Yeah, there's PayPal from $40 up to $41.50. We said that there was potentially a little bit of a move back on PayPal, and I was looking at that earlier and thinking like, you know, as we continue to watch out for a move higher there, we know that they're buying back some shares. The new CEO's in there buying shares as well, and I believe they got that buyback program on. So let's watch to see what winds up happening with PayPal. Maybe just got, hit a little too far down. We could see some back-end trading on that one, potentially a decent swing trade right there for Amazon as we continue to go. But yeah, man, good looks on Amazon. Thank you so much for that there in the chat, man. We really appreciate everything that you guys, say. And if you're following our trades, good, man. I think you would, probably be up today if you've been doing that. I mean, Apple and Amazon, Intel, iBit, all those trades. So, so far, so good. But yeah, I don't know where we're going, man. The last time when I threw it back to Neil, we were $6 in the money. Now we're almost $8 in the money as they just keep on getting better for us. So I don't necessarily want to tap out of them all, but we'll take another piece out there on Amazon as we've, like I said, man, trading here for the family, trading here for some income, and we've hit our goals already, and it's been pretty big. So I'm feeling like we could probably start to ease out of this a little bit. We'll get some out there at 259.10s again, and now we'll wait for 259.50s to come in on that one. We do have a nice little dip down for, I'm just getting lighter on all these positions, guys. So, hopefully we hang up. But hey, look at this, man. NVIDIA, whoops. NVIDIA with an epic move to the downside as well. So we're going to watch out for NVDA downside now on that huge move. And we did miss, like we had written it down, and hopefully you guys are following. Like, oops, that's this. We don't need that. Thank you for that one. We need this to show you guys. This is right there, man. It's the TQQ trade, man, 48.50. That was the top, and I didn't take it because of Apple, but it's a good thing we took Amazon as well. There's 48.50 right there, man. You could not have picked a better look there than on the TQs at 48.50. So I don't know, did you or Obi look at anything with the futures on Friday, trading it at all?
Nah, I mean, the futures ultimately, individual names are going to move more than the future, which is always, I like the alpha of trying to be in the name that is moving the most. So typically the futures aren't for me, but to each their own, right? Like I'm all about equities when you get the chance. I just popped into Zim. It broke trend, but see this rejection candle, 29. Usually I think VWAP, but 29 to 29 and a third. It just had a huge rejection in that same price range. So I want to scalp out into this candle. It's only about a 1% candle. I'm not thinking VWAP on this play. Not the way the sellers are seemingly in control of this one on ZIM. So forget about the fact that it's 35 in cash. That's going to be irrelevant today. I almost think if it gets to VWAP, it might be a bit of a fade. So that's that one over there. Just to quickly show you iBit. It's bouncing. I'll look VWAP or trace. If we get to the volume weighted average price, I think that can be the next short opportunity on iBit. And Rivian still not anywhere near that 16.5 zone for a bit of a bounce. So this is where we got to on Friday. But as I said, this took until about 10:30 before we actually found a level where it would be a good long, and it broke the trend to said downside. So I don't know if I want to rush into this, especially with that reversal candle that we just saw in the futures. So patience with Rivian, it's down 4%. It could easily close in a big portion of the scalp, but it was up so much on Friday that even if it got down 7 or 8%, you're still holding on to some support levels here on our IVN.
All right, thank you, Neil. And thank you also to IM Doc Live there as well. Yeah, we're on fire a little bit right here. Thank you for mentioning that. And also, man, I mean, I just want to say there was also someone there about, I don't know if you guys took that Qs trade, but anyways, I can't find it. It's too high up. But congratulations, obviously, if you guys did do that. Great trading by you guys. Yeah, so I don't know, just easing out. I mean, we all always looking here. Let's put maybe a stop right there. Like if we break the 25 period moving average on a 1 minute chart, that's something that I like to look at as a potential indicator for, momentum losing just a little bit. Now my stop on Apple, guys, was literally 55s. So like 60 cents worth of risk to make what we're doing now pretty decent. Let's go to, how many shares do I have left? Okay, we can get out of half. 258. 40, what is that low right there? 258, 40s. Again, so we can go 258, 34s or so to get out of half. If we, did I put 258? If we could break, 258 right there. And Amazon, man, I mean, really, we could put another bit, okay. Wow. An absolutely crazy trade there for Amazon on the downside. So there it goes, man. Just so glad that we're able to get that we've got back into it. We talked about possibly getting stopped out, but then we just let it kind of bounce around there and gave us a really, like our stop was $200.50. So this is even crazier trade. Like this was a 25-cent stop to make $4, you know. And again, you can't predict how far you're going down, which is why, you know, I'm trying to make sure that we get out of a significant amount when we're 1-to-1, 2-to-1, you know, and then we start using, there's the 50, there's the 200. Someone in the chat said a lot of outs. Yeah, I mean, you got a lot of shares. So when we have a lot of outs, these are all profit outs. And when we're wrong, we have no problem getting out almost immediately for small hits. So that's what we're doing. We're holding big winners, taking small hits. It's just, you know, when you lose, if you take 4 or 5 small hits in a row, then that's going to equal like one big winner, right? So you got to sort of piece out your trades and have a look at them that way.
Well, that's sort of the idea. Like everything is about what are you risking on the trade to try to make. Like I was just giving you an example. Like Zim has moved $1. But I just simply said, when this breaks the trend, 29 into this candle, 29, it's like 33. That's like a 30-cent range. Like I said, 1%. So the entirety of the trade to me gets scalped out inside of that range because I think it's relatively weak, right? So if I'm, like in that particular case, I'm risking maximum 10 cents because there was no slippage on this stock. And then I'm looking to take out once it gets to 1-to-1 and then into that range 2-to-1. And that's what it's all, that's essentially what it is. Now, this could go to VWAP and be twice that, but that wasn't the plan of action. So more aggressive than usual because I think it's going to be a tighter range. Speaking of ranges.
By the way, thank you to BITUS. I see if I don't mention it, it doesn't get up there. But they're SHAUW, and I like that one. I was always wondering about the W, and it's like your name with the EIL.
Well, EIL is the correct way. Is the norm? I shouldn't say correct. It's the normal way to spell. I never get mad if someone spells my EIL.
No, I like that. I was always wondering. I don't like the SEAN, but that's neither here nor there.
But that's like, where is it that's the normal? It doesn't really matter.
It's Irish.
It's an Irish thing. So it is what it is.
The Irish.
I mean, ultimately, we appreciate you guys. I just wanted to point out NVIDIA taking out low of the day, that 180. Looks like we're not going to see 185. And that's the other part of it. You might not get, sometimes you never get to the price that you're looking to short into, effectively. You broke the pre-market high, like you broke out above prior day lows. You didn't get to that 185 zone, unfortunately. And maybe we never see a bounce in IBIT. It's entirely possible the way this market's going, although it is still trying to catch a bid. I always think to VWAP on a retracement here. That's what it's always going to be about for me until proven otherwise. But there's one other place to go if you're looking for crypto weakness. BMNR. Tom Lee owns 3% of ETH, and they don't like it right now. That's back underneath $20. If I don't see Bitcoin get to VWAP, my backup play is sometimes the bounces are bigger in BMNR, and obviously this is true in either direction. It'll go farther to the downside as well. If we get any kind of a bounce where we don't get VWAP, I might look at, on IBIT, I might look for it in BMNR. ETH is down around 19.5 currently, so it's not looking very good for them, but we do have to pay for locates at real trading on BMNR. Because I was trading IBIT initially, I have to go ahead and do that now, but this is my backup plan to jump into the crypto short again. Just a little bit less room that it has to go to bounce to short that.
All right. What's up to everybody out there trading with us? We can go over, let's check out Rhyme again. This was a name that we talked about earlier on today. It looks like it got halted right there off the open until 320.
Well, that's dead.
Right into there now. It looks like they're giving everything back here on Rhyme. Oh yeah, there it is right here. This is our halt scanner coming through. So you can see here GMM. Oh, OBAI just halted as well. So OBAI, we can have a quick little look over there. Oh, reopen. 954. Halt and then reopen. Maybe that's the reopen time. There it is right there. So a nice little move down. So OBAI, both OBAI and that's 50 cents. So that's limit up, limit down right there. So it's down 50 cents quickly. So that's a stop right there for OBAI, and then a halt and then a reopen. So that's downside. I don't know what GMM is. We can have a quick little look here as well. GMMM. And there we go again. So there we go. Yo, what's up, Sid? Again, thank you so much. I mean, thank you so much for all the kind comments here this morning, man. I mean, I honestly say, I was even telling people on Friday. They're like, oh yeah, you're not at work? I was like, man, I absolutely love going into work, but nothing beats spending time with the family, so that's what we're doing there. But yeah, GMM, there it is, man, 35%. Oh, and this is what thank you so much. Watching your trading has made me a decent trader. That's what we're talking about, so sirens up for that. I have stopped over trading, yes, same, and only take 1 or 2 trades. Good job, me as well. Thank you for preaching discipline. Hey, man, I think that's honestly the best thing that I talk about is discipline, and I think that's one of the most important things that you can have as a trader, right? So to develop your plan, get some discipline in you, and go for it. And I think once you're ready to go, man, put the keys in the Lambo and just take off with it. And that's what we're doing right now. What a successful February for sure, considering what the market's been doing. Really happy with the way that's happening for me this month. You could see right there, there's our out. So, now we have less, now I have 5% left. Actually, I got out a little bit more there. So 5% left of Apple, and we're down to about 5% left of Amazon as well. So, that's right at that level too. We should think about taking some out and potentially reversing, right? I mean, we talked about it, you guys, and I forget who you were in the chat. You talked about the Lambo trade on the TQQs. Yeah, maybe you're finally topped. We had 48.50. Next time we're just going to take it regardless of what we think is happening. But that was a good trade there, all the way down to 46.50. Oh boy, could have we had a monster day if we just had that trade on, but still we've got some good ones there. Looks like Amazon now starting to kick out just a little bit, so let me take out a little bit more here on it. Let's just put them all at 198.50. Okay, if it breaks through 198.50, we can get out of Amazon. So that would be basically VWAP and VWAP's actually right here. Let's go a little bit higher on the 200 period. So 198.61, we'll stop out of everything. Less than 5% left on both of these positions, and so far so good. Watch out for Amazon, may have bottomed, and this is why we have multiple outs down there. You never know how low it's going to go. So yeah, wow, this market, man, I feel so bad about missing that Q short, but glad some of you've got it. And right now I'm 1 long, 1 short. So that's it, man. 1 more minute left, and then we have a housing market index.
Yeah, housing market index, I'm not sure that's going to be too big of a mover, but we'll keep our ear to the ground. We'll go to Adair in just a quick little second. That last bounce in the market, or at least in IBIT, got us almost nowhere. So we got 1/3 of the way into the VWAP, but not going to reload this trade until we get a solid setup. Not going to try to short these lows, especially with the number coming up, which we're going to go right now to Adair for happening now and said economic number. Light day for numbers today.
Just 15 seconds, now 10 seconds until that NAHB housing market index print. Forecast 38, previous 37. We also had some Canadian CPI data coming out a little bit earlier today, 2.3%, below estimates of 2.4%. NAHB housing market here, index coming out at 36, below the forecast of 38 and the previous of 37. So lower than expected NAHB housing market index print. The market not reacting too much to this. As Neil mentioned, this is not usually a massive market moving print, but one to mention to you guys nonetheless. Now, as we get the market struggling a bit, crypto also remains on watch. We had Mizuho weighing in with price targets for both MSTR and Coinbase, cutting its price target in both, but the note on Coinbase a little bit more negative than that of MSTR. Another theme in addition to crypto that we've seen as of late has been this software and software as a service space. I mentioned earlier, CRM and ServiceNow both mentioned in a couple different analyst notes on the overall AI and software trends, but Street Insider reporting here for ServiceNow, its own catalyst. ServiceNow executives reportedly canceling stock sales, but the CEO planning a $3 million purchase. I also want to talk about another theme that we kind of have today, and that's going to be reports of activist investment. Pfizer on watch, FISV, after Wall Street Journal reported that JANA Partners is building a stake in the company. And CLH also here on watch with a Wall Street Journal report suggesting that Elliott Management is trying to get involved in this one. So activist investment, very much a theme today, alongside these ongoing themes of crypto and also, of course, this software type story. We're going to send you back over to Neil and Sean.
Yes, sir, and want to give a big shout out to everyone that's been working on the Trader TV Live Academy. We've talked about it. It is finally coming, everybody, so buckle up, because in just 7 days, we will be releasing the Trader TV Academy, which is something which we're incredibly proud of. We've been trading with Real Trading for quite some time. The manner in which we learned, the skills that we were able to develop, the ability to utilize the platform to execute our plans. These are all things that are going to be shown in the Trader TV Live Academy. Just giving you a sneak peek of what it might look like with some of the modules that are out there. So make sure you keep your ear to the ground. There'll be more details coming out, but finally, 7 days. The countdown is on, everybody. So get excited. The next hour of the show, you'll keep seeing it up there. Brought to you by Trader TV Live. It's something that's near and dear to our hearts because at the end of the day, trading is not easy. It's a journey, and it's something that if you take seriously, there are opportunities out there for you, and we hope that the Academy is going to help some fulfill those dreams. I saw in the chat, somebody asked, are we in a bear market? No. The SPY is nowhere close to a bear market. Individual names are down more than 10%. The futures, well, the overall market itself, not even close to a bear market on the SPY. That doesn't mean that we aren't heading to the downside, doesn't mean that we're not in a downtrend, but individually, you'll find many stocks which have pulled back, but you're just not anywhere near bear territory just yet. Like if you look at individual names like a Palantir or something like that, sure, of course, it is from the highs. Like it's been not chopped in half, but pretty darn close to it. So Bitcoin is still trying to bounce along with the overall market. If we get back in, and what I'm sort of thinking here is 38.2 is the volume weighted average price. That does give us Friday's opening range bottom as well. So that's where I want to be able to play it here on IBIT. That's the first place I'm looking for to re-engage the short. Intel's a little bit farther away from VWAP, so I'm not sure we'll be able to get it. But it's just about being patient and waiting for that next trade, waiting for that next opportunity. So far, so good this morning. Caught one mean reversion and one good short. You know, and the one short made up for the two losses, and the mean reversion made more than all of them. And that's what it really makes, that's where it really matters, everybody. So patience is the name of the game. Could be a chance to reload some of the shorts as we bounce.
Okay.
No problem. We got a super chat from Vizbot. I used your level on the TQ to buy puts. Sold for a huge win. Thank you so much. The show is making a mega difference in your life. Congratulations over there. And we're glad to see it over there, Vizbot.
Yeah, great job, Vizbot. Glad to be here for you there as well. I thought we had mic issues, but it's just unmuted there. So thank you so much, Vizbot. Very, very kind
once a day
of you for your super chats and for acknowledging that one. And yeah, the Qs, man. I mean, like we said, man, we go back to the futures all the time here. And that was just something that I should have honestly taken, but I mean, the call that you're talking about, if you guys are just joining us for the first time, go over, find me, and I say whatever, man. We talk about this all the time. Go get it. This is why it's free. Actually, I don't know where I put it. It was the sticky note. I'll find it. Oh, here it is for you guys in a minute. So you just have a quick look here. You can see this is what we're talking about. The TQs there, 48.50, right? Just a negative feel to the market early here. We talked about that 47.50, but that was written down before. So you go here. I'll put this in the chat. You guys can go have a look. We wrote that down around before 8 o'clock, and was very, very nervous about that level because that's kind of where we opened up at. Right into there, right? And so we talked about it, maybe a week market. Go there. If you're in the chat, go find the note. And there's 48.50 right there. And how did we find it? I mean, it was just from Thursdays or Fridays. I wasn't here Friday. Fridays levels. So right there, 48.50. So a nice little move there as well. So here we go. Sir Peroto coming up with something here. With China close today, does the thin volume in commodities create a liquidity vacuum? I do not believe so. That actually spikes volatility for a day. Traders are just aimless drift. I think aimless drift because we've seen Chinese New Year and everything. The market closes for a very long time all the time. So, we've seen this happen before. And I guess individual names maybe might slow down, like you're going to get like an Alibaba or something like that. But, so many of these stories are U.S. based, right? We have the U.S.-Iran deal right now. Obviously, if we're going to be talking about, potential news coming out of China, maybe that might be a little slower when we're talking about, time off and markets closed. But you could see Alibaba still with 2 million shares, probably a little less than average at this time. So I think that's all you can do is really look at the average daily volume and then try to figure it out from there to see if there's some lesser trading. But yeah, I could see that, but the thing is that recently we've been going to the downside. So maybe less liquidity of some of these Chinese nationals pushing down U.S. firms might be better for the market right now. But for me, nah, it's kind of just an easy thing. So we did get out of Amazon right there, breaking there. We were able to to get another one at 198, so that's going to be a good one. And there goes Apple, man. It's not 1, it's not 2, it's not 3, it's now $4 as we continue to watch out for that cash cow. Shout out to my good friend Ozan, who's potentially somewhere in the chat. Yeah, Netflix continues to go down. I saw someone in the chat just mention, yeah, wow, $75. What an absolute banger of a short that was if you somehow were marking down the pre-market highs of $78 there on NFLX. If my job is trading, we did good so far here today. Apple and Amazon. Let's go over to Adara for some news. It's 10:07 already.
There is a story here in Amazon, though. It's certainly not a massive one. I just want to let you guys know. AWS, so Amazon Web Services, announcing an up to $100 million value here of federal credits to accelerate innovation for national security and scientific missions. So obviously, up to $100 million. That's not going to be a massive sum for Amazon, but a story on watch nonetheless. Again, AWS announcing up to $100 million in federal credits for the acceleration of innovation for national security and scientific missions. Back to you.
Thank you there, Adara. So I'm into Rivian on a trend break. It doesn't actually get to 16.5, which would have been the support level, but similar to Friday, there's a high, lower high, break the trend here, enter effectively not at the same price, but close to it. So we're going to play this one back into VWAP, try to hold a little bit for a break of the volume weighted average price. But the way I got to look at this is, similar to other trend breaks, like you compare apples to apples. Like in this particular case, like instead of on Zim where I was only taking it for the prior candle and not really thinking follow through, this is a different play here on Rivian. Like I am still giving it to the prior low, but I want to hold through the volume weighted average price. I'm trying to give it a little bit more room and also try to hold it a little bit longer here on our IVM. Like I think it has a better chance to break out through VWAP and at least get into this 17.6. We closed at 17.7. So I think going green on the day would be where, if it gets to that point, I'd probably be all out. I always have a hard target on a reversion play, as opposed to just thinking it'll go on forever. As far as Bitcoin goes, it's still very slowly climbing off the bottom. It's not doing a terribly good job of it, but we are now within 0.5% of getting into the volume weighted average price. So it doesn't mean automatic, I'm just going to sit there. There has to be an entry at that price level. At the open, there was a fail of the pre-market high, and then right back underneath. So it's like short the bottoming tail candle, short underneath there, give it to that prior stop. Has to be an entry that sets up, not just a line on a chart for myself. So that's what we're looking for.
DraftKings downside. Yeah, thank you so much, Bob, for that, man. And I'm so glad that you're able to do that. So congratulations as you ride the bull there off that first minute low for Apple. I mean, for me, I was already watching it. We already had a trigger in there. Thank you so much for that. We already had a trigger in there to go long if it broke 258. That was happening in the pre-market. It was breaking 258. So that trigger, we canceled that because I didn't want to get long immediately. And then in the first couple minutes, it was all of a sudden just dipping down. I was like, I'll take some more, I'll take some more. Because we had our outs and we were pretty confident with what Apple was planning on doing here today, to the point where we're going to get some more out right now at 70s. And really, man, I have to look back. I don't know if this is going to be PL1 for the month so far for me, but this trade was a big one there for Apple because it never went against. Like it just automatically shot up, and we had no choice but right away to take $1. Like our stop was only 50 cents, and our very first outs was about $1 and change. So this first outs are $1 and change when our stop is 50 cents. So that's part of why it's definitely working out. We are now live apparently again on TikTok. So shout out to everybody that's over there on TikTok. Tell my kids to get over there, although they should be at school right now. It's 10:10. All right, so DraftKings. All right, so we're waiting actually to get a little bit more out of Apple. I just put an offer in the 70s right here. Hopefully we can get back up. That's been the high. So I'm actually right here at 73. Maybe we can get a little bit closer to that. You know what, let's just put an offer right here. What the hell? All right, 259.40. We'll just put an offer right there and get some out just in case it drops. We only have 5% left, so it's no big deal. And we already got half of our trade. We had 10% there. We got half of it out when that came through, and then another half basically at 259 and 259 quarters, and then again right now. So far so good on that. I think Apple will take out these highs, and we may even think about going long at 260 on Apple if that goes. Yeah, we've been, again, there it is. Yes, Apple. Oh my, there it goes, man. Up through the highs right now. We just got 259.80 on Apple. DraftKings, though, we got out of this one, and we talked about it live on the show up here. When it was sort of barcoding like this, and there goes the downside. I really like DraftKings, but I do obviously understand that there's some problems with that business, and continues to break lower there. DKNG, not great. And also Robinhood, getting smacked. It was earlier, and yeah, it is today as well, down to $73 right now. Sorry about Robinhood. That's down another 3%. To check in on SoFi here, that's probably making new lows. Let's do a quick little look. I mean, I know Adair's going to come with Sector Watch in a couple minutes, but we should, or Small Cap Recap or something watch. Well, let's just have a quick look to see, the broader market and what exactly is happening. If Google can get into 280, man, we'll get some of that in our account and just eat those shares up, because we really like Google if you continue to move lower. Great call by Adair. Boom. Right there. Oracle still down another. Here we have something for that.
Another one.
Another 5% downside there for Oracle as that continues to bleed, man. AMD stuck 5 today. The financials, good. I mean, this is what's sort of holding up. I mean, NASDAQ is down, as is the ES, but at least you're getting some kind of strength right now in the financials. And led by the biggest and the baddest of them all, JP Morgan, right now up 1.37%. So that's definitely helping out some of these markets for sure. Today, bad, which is good for me, is I want to get into the, I'm not even in this space, other than XLI, which is not an individual name, but Lamb, Caterpillar, all these names continue to get hit today.
Can't go up forever.
Exactly. They've been going up forever. So hopefully they will start to come down, and your boy can get some of that. Tesla, another name that, hey man, I like the stock a lot, but the market says, and that's downside as well today. Tesla down 4% as well there. And, just looking, it looks like the healthcare technology. I mean, it's part of the reason why we did take some Eli Lilly, just to diversify there as well. But, nice move to the downside right here for Eli Lilly. Upside for Eli Lilly, as that's making a little bit of sense coming through now. So yeah, just looking a little different spots rather than tech, because today, if you got Google to the down, even though Apple's up, man, it's the largest constituent there. Nvidia's down, Microsoft probably getting crushed as well. Intel down 2 and a bit. And I'll throw back to Neil. I just want to see what Microsoft is. I didn't see it on the board there. Okay, it's only down 1%, but still down and underneath that $400 mark. So yeah, man, not much going on here in the broader markets other than sell-off, and the financials trying to hold port, basically down 0.68 right now in the ES, helped by the only sector I can see, financials, and down goes Bitcoin, right?
Yeah, down goes Bitcoin, but by the way, Amazon's actually closer to green than half of most of the Mag 7 names. But I've only taken 2 mean reversion trades today. One of on Zim's going to work out. Rivian's not. See it break the prior bar. And this is always have a strategy. Well, I mean, it's up to you. You can do you. But I always tend to have a strategy, and that includes execution. Trend break, prior bar, not low a day. So it actually would have stopped out low a day, but we stop out at the prior bar. Same thing we would have done on Zim, but you got to control the losses relative to your wins. So if I find another mean reversion, great. I could lose 3 Rivians for that Zim play. But unfortunately for Bitcoin, it couldn't get to VWAP. BMNR did, however, kind of wick up into almost the volume weighted average price, broke $20 briefly to get to about 2010. So shorted that other candle, very similar to the entry on Bitcoin up here, where it does a topping tail, and then you short back in to the next pop, and then look for the drop downside. If IBIT had done this kind of a move, I probably would have shorted this one. But BMNR coming in as Tom Lee's favorite. Well, maybe it's not his favorite. I have no idea. As the Tom Lee vehicle down 5%, looking for low of the day to scalp some out. And then I zoom out to the 15-minute and show you there's not a heck of a lot. 19.5 was the support level on Thursday in the afternoon. That would be the target out for me on this play. So short underneath VWAP here on BMNR. Let's see if the market has any pep in its step. Oh, speaking of which, we went over some of the chip names. Watch out for AMD here. If this one continues downside any further, like another leg down, that 190 was a pretty big turnaround zone for AMD. And then likewise with Palantir. Palantir, that 126 double bottom, Palantir didn't even test that low. This actually looks strong today. PLTR. I think if you're looking for some kind of a rebound trade in tech, Palantir is a bit of a standout. If anything, this might actually break out here on PLTR, bucking the trend in the NASDAQ.
Apple now through, I'm writing this into chat, into Twitter. You guys can go check it. Now through 260, almost 5 in the money here. As this is going to be for me pretty much the whole day, right? I mean, we do have, I'm going to tag @TraderTV Live and @TraderTV Research. Make sure you guys go over there, follow the @TraderTV Research page. Shout out to Adara for doing the most with that page as well. But there it goes. I'll tag TTV Research over here. But it takes, I mean, there it is, man. We said we might go longer at 260, should have right there, but there it goes, man. Huge move back there to the upside for Apple. Watch out for Bitcoin and IBIT as that's trying to make some moves. Yeah, I really thought Rivian was going to continue downside. I mean, we even said earlier on today that Rivian's home is probably in this exact area right where it is right now. So, I don't know if I want to go long into here, but we had called this area for Rivian today, so my bad. Like, we should have shorted up into that, but that's a pre-market dark pools, and I don't really look at that. So I think if anything, the real short would have been either at the 200 period of 1740 right there, or you can use, obviously, Friday's closing price, but you wouldn't have got there. Oh, man, these futures. Okay, we'll just have to regroup off of that. Make sure you guys, if you guys are in the TikTok chat, Fabian wants me to remind you guys to make sure you're using TikTok and get into the chat. You can ask us some questions into there, and we'll try to post them up on here as well. So we are now back for you on TikTok. So go find that right now. And wow. What a banger. This is now 550 now in the money here for Apple. Is it just... What is this stock is really, really on one, man. We'll have to take another fill onto the upside there as now it goes 261, man. Now 550 going higher on that one. So yeah, this is just a trade for me. It's 1020 already. We're going to be just chilling out. Like I said, we've made our goals. If something else happens to hit, I will go right over there. We sit on this desk for a reason, to make a little bit of cash. So if there's more to be made, man, we're going to sit here and try to find it. Looks like Netflix might have made a little bit of a bottom as well. I really like Take-Two. I'm just hearing right now, Public Investment Fund taking a take in Take-Two right now. Really? So that's an interesting name that I was thinking about picking up some more here on TTWO ahead of Grand Theft Auto.
Which is coming.
Yeah, in November.
Talk coming in November, but it's been coming for a while. No questions asked about that. I've never even heard of that firm, but doesn't ultimately matter. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Intel is right back at the highs. That's suddenly looking pretty bullish. It doesn't actually break the pre-market low. If this holds back onto the volume-weighted average price, I got to start thinking the other direction. I know I just said I felt bullish about Palantir, relatively speaking,
okay.
But I got to think the same thing over there about Intel. We're going to go to Darren in a quick little second. I like 3-minute trends. There's the open on Palantir. There's the higher low. There's VWAP. It's now sort of setting up an upward trend that will correspond for now with the volume-weighted average price. Hasn't broken out the high, but if it can bounce one more time off this trend line, look for the long off the trend. It's still a potential reverse later on in the session if it happens, but Palantir seemingly caught a bottom. I like stocks in a market like this where we're trying to bounce off the lows that didn't actually break their lows. So it was already relatively strong to begin with, and it's starting to set up an upward trend. Let's go to Adara because it's time for the small cap recap. Hopefully Rhyme has stopped its fall and actually rising after it got quadunked a little bit this morning.
For what it's worth, before I get to small caps, the Public Investment Fund, or PIF, that reportedly invested in TTWO, I haven't seen anything about this yet, but for what it's worth, I was 95% sure, and I checked, and now I'm 100% sure that Public Investment Fund, that's Saudi Arabia's sovereign wealth fund. So PIF is a Saudi vehicle. I just want to put that out there. That is what that group is. I want to start here with the small caps. We'll start with OLB. The OLB group announcing a global partnership with PayPal in order to enhance secure pay payment gateway platform. So OLB with a PYPL partnership. Then we have GXAI. This name certainly not new to the small cap recap or to small cap traders. It's definitely what we call a repeat offender here, that's for sure. Gaxos.ai announcing a partnership with TikTok parent ByteDance to supercharge their AI video tools. So again, Gaxos and ByteDance partnership here for GXAI. Last but not least, the aforementioned Rime trying to bounce here off of lows. Their catalyst today is basically just a standard small cap press release, announcing via press release how they're defining the semi-cap vision. So basically just generic headline to drum up attention for the stock. RIME is bouncing a little bit here off lows, but as we know, Algorithm Holdings absolutely rallied yesterday, specifically near the end of the session. Back to Neo and Sean.
Yeah, one of the things we talked about that with Rime and Algorithm Holdings was we're in an environment now where suddenly, I know it hasn't been good for the stock as it's huadong to the downside, but where small companies can disrupt large markets. If you're remembering last week when a bunch of transport names were just in the tank, because of these guys, because of a headline from Rime, an incredibly small company that was able to do large damage. Now, unfortunately, you guys can see it pretty clear. This has completely given up almost the entirety of the move overnight. It's now red 10%. It's going to be SSR today and tomorrow. That means the uptick rule is going to be in effect on this stock, making it a little bit difficult for shorts. I'm not saying I'm going long here, but I'm going to start looking for some kind of a dead cat bounce long. I was kind of hoping it wouldn't hold on to this halt price. If it doesn't, then you could retrace back into where this chop zone happened, where it formed this trend on Friday. It was all from about 160 to 225. That just feels like a zone where you could find a little bit of support. So BMNR still holding on underneath the volume weighted average price. I'll reload it at VWAP if it holds, scalp to the low of the day, then play for about 19.5. And then the aforementioned Palantir earlier. Just as soon as I said it looked like we had a bit of a trend that was holding, it's going to break underneath the trend line. So it does not hold. So once I have 3 points on the trend line, I consider it a trend on the 3-minute worth trading off of, but we don't hold on. So I got to think about the short, unfortunately, here in Palantir. It just seems like nothing wants to hold on to the bid that strongly. Unless you happen to be in like an Apple, there's probably a few other names that are out there, but most of it looking weak. So continue to look short on crypto, whether it's BMNR right now or IBIT, which we were in earlier, but now all of a sudden Palantir starting to look weak, unfortunately. I see a few names in the chat, and I saw that one as well. Pony West, shout out to you for pointing out that Coinbase is actually trend up. It's down 1%, but compared to the overall market, this is relatively strong. It's strong relative to crypto. It's strong relative to the market. All of that being said, when I said that I like to break out trade on Coinbase on Friday, 168. 168 Friday, 168 going back into early in the week. If you don't get through that, then what have we done? What have you accomplished down here in Coinbase? Just a little bit of tiny action around the bottom to make everyone feel good that you've held the bottom. But if you don't follow through on Coinbase, hard pass. For me. So it's like a wake me up when it's breaking out the 168. Then I think it's got some real juice. Like it could go 20, 30% off of that low. But until that happens, hard pass on chasing the Coinbase move. When I zoom out, I just don't really like that chart until we can get through that 168 zone.
All right. I have a new voicemail 4 minutes ago. What is that voicemail? All right, guys. Yeah, just hanging out right now and trying to figure out. Hold on a second. Let me call this voicemail and see what's going on. Take two still going through. Oh, one new voice message. Okay, we'll check this after. No, because normally no one actually leaves a message. So
when you screen, have you ever actually had somebody respond to you when you use the guy screening? I've never had it happen. I'm waiting for. I've not once have I screened a call with AI and had them actually give a response to the.
Yeah, no, it depends who it is. Like if it's like I had someone from Wealthsimple trying to get my money. They called and they said,
did say something.
They said, yeah, this is blah 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 from Wealthsimple. you know. No, it was my son, I think, just did a butt dial, because I'm like, why is he phoning me? He must be outside during his break, right there from...
They call them nutrition breaks.
Oh, do they? Yeah, I think they just call them recess is around our place, but he's going into high school next year. So, all right, so there, I mean, Apple, we have literally nothing left. Like, if we break 259.50, let's just get out of Apple. We only had 5% left, and then now we have 1%. So, absolutely nothing. 259.48, break down, and we will get out of that one. And then that's it, man. If we can come back in here into VWAP, maybe we can reload and do something with that as well. I see Palantir was up, and then now ease it down. And yeah, we should have, if anything we missed was this. We should have shorted that pop in the futures up to VWAP. That would have been, to me, the better play there if I had any sort of, you know, sort of hindsight there and been looking at the futures right there, boom. Futures might, I mean, we make good money on them. I don't know if it's going to be my P&L number one so far this year, but probably silver. We talked about that silver trade. But yeah, there it is. 24,650 or so is the high there for the NASDAQ. Let's see if it continues to work. But the reason why I called up Palantir is you were cruising there for, not cruising, but you were making almost new highs there on Palantir just 5 minutes ago, and then it dripped all the way down $2 from 131 right to almost $3 to 128.50, and then we just found a level there, and I just missed it. So yeah, that would have been a nice long to have taken right there. So let's wait to see what Palantir does if it does get back into 128.50. So just thanks to everybody here in the chat, man. I don't know what you guys are talking about, but what up to Healing Pawns? Thank you for becoming a member there today. And we got Sit and Spin saying, come on, Tesla, let's go. I mean, yeah, that should be something interesting. We can have a look at Tesla. I mean, the market
400
may be bottoming. Yeah, so if Tesla 400 is coming in or is there now, we can see, like, if this is going to be a bottom take here for, you're not in it, you're still in BMNR, but if this was here, yeah, like we've bounced around this level, you might be onto something with Tesla trying to find some support. It's 10:30, so it's the right time to potentially find some support. But Tesla just kicking around here, 402 and change right now for TSLA. So yeah, it looks good, man. I'd rather see it break this 25 period and then honestly like break the 50 period to really show a trend change. So that would be like 404.50, and then maybe we can use the sloping up 25 period as some kind of support if we do need it. So yeah, man. Crypto still 60, you're in BMNR, so let me just quickly have a quick look at IBIT to see if it's at any sort of key levels. Yeah, the 50-period moving average, right? Watch it bleed to the downside. We recently bought a little more at 65. We talked about that on the show. I think it was last Thursday or Friday. I don't know, it was 66. We put it on our Twitter account there, and so we're, you know, about flat right now. It did go up to 69, 70 or so, but it also went down to 64 there. So yeah, I always... Okay, there goes Apple right now.
67 something.
To complete the best trade for me on the day, yeah. So I really do think, I'm trying to hold, obviously trying to hold Bitcoin and not really worry about it, but if you're going to trade something Bitcoin related and you're looking for a pop-up, I would trade MSTR. It's just, you know, if Bitcoin is up 5% tomorrow, this thing will be up 15%. So just be careful with MSTR. If you're bearish on the name Bitcoin, then definitely you know which way to go. But if you're bullish, I think you could do worse than buying MSTR. Right now. And Apple, unfortunately, we only had 1% left, so whatever, but it does come down to the 50-period moving average. We'll stop out of that one at 10:30, man, a half hour to go. Goals have been made, and if something really, you know, lights up, then we'll take it if we light the lamp there. But for right now, it was Apple, and it was this trade, which was crazy on Amazon. Couldn't believe how much that really got going there to the downside, and just a bunch of great outs, man, on that one. And we'll just continue to wait to see where that next trade goes. And you guys put your things in the chat. We're still looking up there. People talking about Micron. I mean, on a move down, we talked about the supply glut. Potential for Micron hasn't been yet, but at some point there's going to be an overproduction of RAM, and this name will get absolutely crushed. But right now, 366 looking like it wants to hold there for MU. I still think it breaks it this week. 366 downside. Puts on MU might print very, very shortly. But there goes Micron right now, down 3%.
Yeah, not looking good for the market or Micron. NVIDIA underneath VWAP. I just saw A note, this probably doesn't, I don't know if it means anything, but Palantir moving its headquarters to Miami, Florida, from Denver, Colorado. So,
all right.
I mean, I don't think that necessarily moves the needle. For what it's worth, Palantir, sorry, I'm just looking at NVIDIA for you guys. Palantir looks like it's holding underneath the volume weighted average price. I wanted this to hold on to the trend line. It really hasn't, and now we're headed back into the lows. But I have to respect something that's going on here. Here's Bitcoin at the bottom end of the range. ETHA, which if you're looking at BMNR, should matter more, goes VWAP into the low. So this goes VWAP into the low of the day. BMNR, however, is only gone halfway. So a little bit of relative strength in BMNR. That's going to mean no reload in front of VWAP. If I don't see it moving the way crypto is, I'll maintain the stop over VWAP and I'll bid out into the low of the day. But I see relative strength all of a sudden in this particular name relative to what's going on in crypto. Let's go over to Adara, already 1030.
I have a story here and a pretty notable caveat for said story on NVDA. So according to an SEC filing, SoftBank dissolved its share stake in NVIDIA. However, we already knew this.
Yeah,
I looked this up to clarify. As of like mid to late November 2025, we already knew that SoftBank was or had already dissolved its share stake in NVIDIA. Looks like now just through an SEC filing, this is confirmed to have happened. So I do want to mention it because the stock is moving a bit and I'm continuing to see this headline circulate on social media. But just be aware here, guys, this NVIDIA stake being dissolved by SoftBank, this is not necessarily new information. Back to you.
Right. They had said they were doing that and then upping their stake in OpenAI as a result of it. So, kind of old news. Anytime you see the market, if that actually had reacted heavier to that headline, that sort of resurfaced, that might have given you an opportunity to buy, but it didn't even move all that much. But that's why we have Adara. So you make sure that you know what the actual news is. Just quickly, I'm just seeing something on Rivian here. There's some speculation online Rivian building a robo-taxi speculation after a job posting. I don't know how many times we see headlines like this where it's like there's a certain job posting and then people read between the lines thinking that so-and-so is doing this. Once we thought that Apple was building a car because of a job posting, but it is what it is. It's still trending down in. I played it off the 3-minute trend break here, but we're now heading back into a potential gap fill into 16.5, which was where it turned on Friday. Finally, it's starting to go down. And here's a good point. Joseph Birch Music, I was sort of saying finally starting to go down on BMNR. If we don't get to the low when the rest of crypto does, look at this price area that we're sitting in. I'm playing this to flush into some of these lows, like 19.5 into 19.2. But you have to respect the fact that the wipeout bottom, higher low, like this is a pretty solid price area for BMNR, right at about 19.8 into 20. So if it's not going to follow through soon, it has been holding pretty well. Like at the end of the day, like this is a name that is down like a good 70%. So unlike the most of the stuff that you're looking at, which is the overall market's not in bear territory, like this is in whatever death territory for quite some time, and it's holding some higher lows. So there's a consolidative area that I do want to respect. And I just saw Bitcoin again wick the lows. We just wicked the lows again on Bitcoin, and same thing with ETH, and BMNR is barely moving underneath this 20 level. So I'm going to try to take another leg out here. It's just, for whatever reason, relatively strong. It's not flushing into the low of the day like I'm seeing in ETHA and into IBIT. So I have to respect that fact and maybe take a little bit out, a little bit more shallow than we were expecting here. Can't explain why, but doesn't matter why BMNR is relatively strong. It doesn't seem to want to follow to the lows.
Yeah, we have a new position over here, Palantir. All right, I mean, we're long right now at 128.90s. We'll take a little bit out there at 129.10s as we start to climb a little bit higher. Okay, Palantir, I see you. Let's take some more out. Why not? As we start to get some more out on the upside right here for PLTR. Jinx, no jinx, but there it is. It is now 3 for 3. And you guys mentioned before, we got a super chat there, that said about, some of the things that we have been teaching, patience and, specific trades, trading less, looking for the best opportunities. And hopefully we had found another one right here with PLTR off some of those lows. Look, still get stopped out, but we're going to take something out on the upside here for 40 cents and then wait to see if there is more of a maturation of price here on PLTR. So far, so good here today. Apple, Amazon, and then Alex Karpenko entering the building right now for me on PLTR to get some more out. There it is. Yes, get some more out at 30s. Here goes Palantir. Oh boy, we're doing it again, and we're doing it live, and we're doing it with a Dara right here at the back desk.
I'll be skeptical, but I looked into this Rivian thing with the robotaxi because I saw the same headline Neil saw. As you can see, the stock not really reacting to it, and the post was from 10 a.m., so about 36 minutes ago now. The screenshot did not mention the name of the role because what I was trying to do is try to ascertain when Rivian posted this role looking to hire this individual, again, for the role that people are suspecting could be robotaxi related. So I went straight to the source. I went through Rivian's job postings. I've gone so far through the first 15 or so, the most 15 recent. I cannot find this posting. So I'm not saying it's not real, but I'm saying A, maybe they've removed it, or B, this might not be as recent as the screenshot and its circulation would necessarily have you believe. So I'm still going to look into this, but again, I don't even see a name here for this robotaxi role based on the screenshot, and even the screenshot doesn't necessarily 100% conform to what I'm seeing is Rivian's general standard for how it posts its job. So I'm going to keep looking into this, but I just want to kind of add a little layer of skepticism when it comes to this potential Rivian robotaxi speculation. Back to you.
That's why you keep your ear to the ground. Ultimately, if it was a bigger catalyst, you would see it in the price action. Rivian literally didn't move when that happened. So that's why you've got to, the first things first, if it was going absolutely crazy, I'd give it a little bit more credence, but it is not, and is what it is. Lydia just said, what is up with coin? Relief rally in Coinbase. It is still relatively strong, but 168, still not even close to the 168 level, but we are trying to fill in a little bit of that gap. If we get to 68, that's the big breakout trade on Coinbase. Probably a short first if we get a chance, but it's doing so without the rest of crypto. I bid at lows. Obviously, Bitcoin hasn't been that good. BMR is finally trying to track back into some of these bottoms with the rest of the market. But remember, Bitcoin is not Coinbase. Coinbase is not Bitcoin. They do have their own business that is separate, and they did have a somewhat solid report, and the market kind of liked what they saw there. I'm not a gigantic fan of them. I'd rather buy Bitcoin at these prices, though I'm waiting for 50 than I would Coinbase, but it is relatively strong and moving away from Bitcoin. You have to respect what is going on in the stock and not just old associations. That's something that hasn't been there for a while. We have these direct correlations between some of the crypto space. And it's the same thing happening in big cap tech, right? There's a misalignment or the webbing being broken in the Mag 7. You're seeing that in a lot of tech. You're seeing it happen in the crypto world as well.
Okay, we are right now watching out for this Palantir. I mean, the only trade we have on right now is Palantir. So getting some orders out. We're starting to take a little bit of profit on this name. I mean, it's 40 cents in the money and just hitting up to VWAP. So we just took a couple more out. I'm still waiting for 129.50. I mean, those were our best fills. That's right where VWAP and the 50-period moving average. So we'll try to be as patient as we can with Palantir and let it go. Because if it breaks the bottom, then we want to get out. So I'm actually starting to ease it out. We're already out of 40%. Could still be a bad losing trade as the market. Damn you, market, man. We should be short there, and we're not. Yeah, breaking near the lows there. You know what? The thing about missing a trade, and we could talk about that all the time, as we always miss trades, of course, and that is at least we had the right process. So, make sure you do follow at Trader TV, Sean. We had the right short there today, and really, really glad that we were able to put that on and out right now for you guys. And just hopefully some of you are able to take advantage of this move down and up. I mean, we've hit two. For me, this is the number one P&L, and then Amazon was right there for the short as well. We got blown out and then got right back in it, and now we're trying to go long on PLTR. So 2 longs, 1 short, and the market continues to bleed down. We're at the lows right now. Come on, market, man. This could be an absolute monster for PLTR if it goes. All right, it's Adara over there at the desk. It's 10:40. Wow, this day's going on pretty quickly.
This is a very eye-popping sector board, guys. And I say that because there is a lot of weakness, and there's a lot of sectors that I think are just very obviously underperforming or overperforming their peers. So let's get into it. Tech services, when I talk about underperformance, this is, I think, the most obvious weak link here. Oracle down 4%, Adobe down 3%, CRM down 3%, Apple down 4%, Google down 2%. Only green name here that I'm seeing is, who is this guy? That is FIS. So that's the only green name here, up about 2%. Electronic tech, less obviously weak than tech services. You've got GE and Apple both to the upside, but a lot of the other names here still down 2% or so. Retail trade relatively weak. Home Depot, Lowe's, and Walmart to the downside ahead of a couple of retail earnings, including Walmart later in the week. You've got consumer durables to the downside, energy minerals sharply to the downside as we get potential resolution here with Iran, or at least talks that apparently went well between the U.S. and Iran. We've got non-energy minerals pretty weak. Producer manufacturing weak with John Deere earnings on watch on Thursday morning, same day as Walmart. Relative strength, and relative is a very strong word here, is pretty much just in the finance sector. You've got Citigroup up about 2%, Visa, JP Morgan, and Berkshire Hathaway all up 1% or so. So if you're looking for strength, finance might be the one sector where you have any of it of note. Utilities, though, we also have CEG up about 4%, Constellation Energy. That's kind of a data center related play. So interesting look for them. But other than that, finance is really going to be where you're looking for any upside today, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. Just want to remind everybody, and thank you to Ryan Duffy for putting a $ in front of SLV, that we do have our stock visualizer up there. We've been trying to cover as many names as we can for you, not just what we're trading, or the small cappers like Rhyme, Tesla, #1 on the list, down 4%, and actually bouncing off the level 4 now. AMD, unfortunately, down another 5% today, not looking very good for them. Look, AMD underneath this 200 is nasty, nasty, nasty. And we said maybe this could, maybe it could bounce, but it's not happening. 193 would be this local support in here if it gets down to that price. If this loses the 200 period moving average, I'll feel a heck of a lot better about not loading back into this stock. Because I was saying the other day, when it got back into the highs, sold some at 250, didn't buy in that 200 level. I'll feel a heck of a lot better about that if we lose the 200 period moving average. This feels like it's ripe for a correction in terms of its price relative to NVIDIA. NVIDIA, just cheap relative to AMD, never made sense to me. So to me, it makes more sense that AMD would fall more so than NVIDIA in this environment has to go up. Watch out for that 200 period. Potentially this week, it could come into play. If it can't bounce there, really 160 potentially on AMD, 150. All bets are off. Like, this P is kind of ridiculous relative to NVIDIA.
Yeah, again, that was another one. Like, I had to sell some of those. I didn't have to, but sold some of those up there at 250, along with Intel sales as well. Didn't sell any NVIDIA, but sold those too. So those
something to keep. And
those
I like
look,
NVIDIA's just
yeah, those look great. And thank you again. You know, Palantir, just waiting, man. We just tweeted out that, you know, thanks Brian Shannon, you know, we're at VWAP right now on PLTR, yeah, I could probably take. I was waiting for 70s. You know what, let's take something out here at 55 then if we can. There it is. Just because this is the highest we've been. And now, okay, here we go. Did we just get 70s? No, we almost did. So this will be, believe it or not, the 9th dollar that we've taken out of the market here today. So when we talk about dollar clubs, $9 so far out. We just got to get 70s to make a dollar there. Well, let me 95 cents. So there it is. So now we get it. There it is now. So about that. So not too bad today with missing the downside play on the Qs as well. Coming in, it looks like you're going to have a treat there this afternoon. What's going on, Obi? Obi right now filling in for Sharif. For how long?
I think just like an hour.
Oh, just for an hour there for Sharif. Okay, so Obi will be in the building right there for Sharif. So get ready in just 15 minutes. You know, amazing. So hopefully Sharif will be back, but you got Obi kicking out for you guys, so that's going to be a great one there. We say, oh boy, Obi, so far today, $9 out of the market here today. We'll hear what Obi's been killing it on as he comes through. Joe ready to go as well. So get ready. Thank you, Celeste, for all the talk today, man. We've been putting up a lot of these there today, and we love all of the comments there. Here it is, Obi off the bench, let's go, right there. So yeah, we're excited to have Obi off the bench. So getting in there, it's going to be a good one.
He's always in the lineup. It's just a matter of whether you see him on it. He trades every single day for sure, but he's always...
Well, not every day, but he's always looking to trade, if that. But here we go, man.
Everybody trades every day. That's fair.
Right, exactly. Yeah, there it goes, man. Nice move there for Palantir, as it's our $9 out right there. So far, so good, man. Palantir, Apple, and Amazon really putting us where we need to be. And we said, like, you know, we wouldn't look for too many opportunities, but, you know, when we see them, we do. And we had mentioned Palantir a bunch of times. So there it goes on that low side, and found a bid. So take it up, and that's that. So nice move now upside here for PLTR. All right, let's go over to Adara, see what she's up to. Amazon 200.
There are a ton of just company events happening today. I already mentioned that Consumer Analyst Group of New York, or CAGNY, conference happening. GM CFO making some comments, which is why I bring this up. Unclear if and what conference this is at. If I get details, I'll let you know, but there are certainly some industrial conferences happening, regardless of the location. CFO of General Motors saying that, quote, the tariff environment is getting more stable. Keep an eye on some of these companies at some of these events. You know me, I will do my very best to try to get any headlines from these events to you. And if you're wondering, hey, what companies are going to be at these events? I don't have like an exhaustive list by any means, but you can always check out for like the major companies. It'll be on our daily calendar on X at TTV Research. Now I post these every day at 3 p.m. before the next session. So tomorrow's daily calendar is going to come out at 3 p.m. tonight. So if you want to go back to Friday afternoon to see today's daily calendar, you can get a sense of some of the companies that are going to be at some of these industry conferences. Back over to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. T2 Trades just asked about this PLYX. Thoughts on it? Remember, this stock, this is the one that Luis mentioned this morning that went to like $60-something from...
Thank you, Mike DeRider.
Basically nothing. So this is a high probability halter, just given the volatility. I'm staying away from this at the volume weighted average price. Usually, small capper that loses VWAP, short VWAP until proven otherwise. But this is like a rip your face off kind of stock. A line on a chart isn't going to matter too much for this on PLYX. So it's gearing up. If you're in the long, obviously, it's looking pretty good to you. But I'd watch out for that $5 level, though I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole trying to short it. Coinbase is incoming to 168. So it's almost there now. So here we go, Coinbase. This is a level, Friday's highs, not just Friday, but also go up right back into the beginning of the week, 168. So I'm looking for a reversion first. Close above on the 15, and then I would consider the long, but it's already filled in a gigantic amount of that gap. So look for a trend break and a pullback into VWAP would be my play. I like the fact that it's doing this, and the rest of crypto is still looking weak. So it just kind of confirms that we're still weak. Another retest of VWAP here in BMNR. As long as we hold it again, then I can reload this trade too.
Yeah, you know, I mean, now $1.70 in the money on Palantir, putting it near $10 so far here today. So it's been a pretty good day right there. We are heading up into sort of highs of the day on Palantir. And again, like follow at Twitter. We posted this up as we were taking the trade. This was, remember, you know, where our stop was, again, like right back into here. So you want to talk about like just the right amount of risk, you know, I think it's good. Now we're up $1.70. I'm going to take another piece out. 54 as we continue to climb higher. We still have 25% on of this trade. We did probably take out a little too many. Well, not really at VWAP, because that's where it was bouncing. And all we're trying to do is stack it up, right? So, you know, today's been a money storm kind of a day. So it's obviously been a good one. Yeah, we actually, the TQQs, thank you, David, for asking over there. Yeah, we did have a play today on it. And many of you banked, but not I, because I did not take it. And we were short, we were long on Apple, and we wrote down 48.50 short on the top end. This was early, we talked about that, and it just, we didn't take it. That blew in the pre-market. So that's why, and I knew that was potentially gonna happen in the pre-market because it was pretty right there. And so we didn't look at that, but then it goes up, this is 48.50. See what I'm saying about the pre-market? It was already here at 47.50. So this was a level that we were looking at, and it was pretty good, man, because it came up right there and hit 47.50 again. But because you're asking, that's that 48.50, and yeah, we did mark it down, and we didn't take it. But yeah, that's something that we put on there, and it was obviously a pretty good one for me, but don't have it. So hopefully somebody over there does. But yeah. Really, really good day, obviously, as we're going to go 3 for 3 and just continue to look for more opportunities. But for right now, this is what we're doing. It's the TQQs. What's up, Notorious Dinkelberg? Right there. Money bag, check mark. Hopefully you put it. Every trade can go against you, so you got to be careful. Make sure you do take some profit. But let's go find out here. You mentioned it was chilly on Friday. Today is the 17th. So today we had, for breakfast, we had hard-boiled eggs. So with Sharif not here, there's still some left. So that's good. So you guys can go grab that. Yesterday was Family Day, so here in Canada. So we were off on that one. And today, the flag mark, Indian today. That's okay, Dara. This is not spicy, 100%. This is the most white Indian food of all time. So everybody should guess this 100%.
Butter chicken.
It is butter chicken.
So my daughter recently...
Neil, you got it right, my guy.
That's the easy, that's low-hanging fruit, man.
Yeah, well, exactly. With aloo gobi, basmati rice, and, it's supposed to be cucumber salad, I guess, right there. So shout out, man. I think that should be pretty good.
Literally, we had butter chicken yesterday.
Butter chicken, yeah.
I can't even make it. My daughter likes butter chicken.
Yeah. Our Marissa makes a great butter chicken from scratch as well. So shout out to my lovely wife. All right, Adara, I think you'll be fine with butter chicken. I don't think it'll be that spicy today, but that is everybody what's for lunch. So we'll give you an update on that one. Yeah, it probably will be a little bland, but it'll be good. We're happy for the butter chicken. All right, there goes Palantir, man. It's not one, it's two right now, and so far so good on the trading here today. And we'll go over to the desk and get the story. I think money talks from Adara.
Yeah, anything can be spicy for me, Sean. So we will truly find out very soon if this passes the test. But either way here, let's talk about the U.S. dollar, which is kind of getting spicy to the upside. This is the second straight green day after a whole lot of chop for most of last week. We are coming to that prior level of resistance, which was, again, previous support near the end of last year. That's going to be around that 98 level, currently trading around 97.5. Also just seeing here, RKT, apparently Leon Cooperman adding RKT is at a new position, 13.5% it looks like of the portfolio. So keep an eye there on RKT. That would be Rocket Company. I want to talk here about the CME Fed Watch tool. What are the rate chances right now? Well, I mean, it's still looking like 92% of participants are expecting that we're not going to get any kind of rate move on March 18th, 2026. That is a month from tomorrow. So just over a month from now, we're very likely going to get rates held in place at the March meeting. As Brendan mentioned, not a lot of economic data earlier in the week, though later in the week, we're going to get some interesting stuff, including the PCE data that'll be coming through on Friday. I want to mention here, speaking of rates and all of that, we do have the Fed FOMC minutes for the January meeting. That's the meeting whose votes are pictured here. That's going to be tomorrow at 2 p.m. Now, as you can see, this was our 5th consecutive meeting where we had at least one dissenting vote. In this case, 2 dissenting votes from Fed's Waller and Fed's Myron. They wanted a 25 basis point cut. The rest of the Feds here, the remaining 10 voting Feds as of right now, voting to hold rates steady. And again, it's looking like we're going to have rates held steady at this next meeting as well. If you do, again, want to check out this infographic or any others related to the Fed, I am going to have some like FOMC minute teaser infographics and visuals being recirculated over the next handful of hours leading up to that 2 p.m. on Wednesday FOMC minute release. And back over to Sean and Neil.
Bring it back over here.
It's telling us what we already know, that they're not going to make a cut. It's that simple. No change. 90% chance we're not going to see any rate cuts. The only thing that's good if you're looking for cuts is the end of the year, getting more than 2 has crept up. So we're actually looking a little bit better for potential 3 cuts for sure. Salvador with a comment. Oh, I thought it was a super chat, but it's not. It's a comment up there. Good call on the Palantir long. Wish I would have joined you on that one. You got to make your own trades, but that's the idea. It's just showing you guys what's out there and the opportunities that we're looking for. Certainly, different styles. Obviously, I'm assuming the stop was about 128.5, so it's your trade, not mine.
Yeah.
But the entry point.
I mean, thank you for it. I mean, you guys can follow us if you want. 128.50. That's where we're along, 128.75. But, you know, to Neil's point, like, I don't necessarily say like, okay, now this is 5-1 in the money or anything like that, right? I mean, it's not. It's just about trying to find the best trades, and then, as we said, like try to organize them to the best. Like if I knew it was, I mean, I said the next sort of outs would be here near this high of the day. So we're really happy to have 4 more all the way up here, and we still got on 20% of this trade. So it's still a really good one, and I want to thank you, Salvador, for those kind words as well. As we're near the top, or where we need to be anyways, for today, right? I have certain goals in mind, and we're there today right now. So that's a good one. I just want to say, you know, I'm going to be gone. We're going to kick it off to Obi and to Joe. It should be a great, absolutely great midday with Sharif, you know, coming in when he gets here. So that should be a lot of fun to see what he's up to, hear some stories about the weekend and whatnot, how these guys were, you know, what they did. It was an extended weekend here in Canada as well. All right, so Roblox, just wanted to see this zeros here today. So kind of a flat day, but this is another very, very interesting name, as you know, Roblox still tons of daily active users, man. It's about monetizing the business at this point, right? They still not making any money, and that's a problem. Roblox has been around for decades, and you know they got to get that figured out. But a lot of users there. We saw the downslide in Take-Two as well. Roblox could eventually, I guess, be a buyout candidate of some extent. But, you know, we saw Unity, the game engines and whatnot. This is for a little bit of a lower, you know, you can play Roblox obviously on any system, whether or not it's on your PC or iPhone, your tablets, anything like that. So I do think there's some advantages to what Roblox is doing, and they have user-generated games, but obviously the worry becomes, you know, just social media, a lot of screen time and a lot of different avenues that are trying to potentially protect, you know, because we can't protect our kids themselves. So a lot of people are trying to help us figure out exactly how to raise our kids and tell them that maybe too much screen time is bad. But yeah, you will have to wait to see what happens with Roblox. Plus they have, you know, some concerns about privacy and whatnot as well. So this might not be a name that I don't think I'm going to get into it, but, you know, looking at this again, could be bought at these levels. They're great levels, right down. And this is what I said about Palantir and all that, right? Although Palantir right now we're long, we're now 250 now in the money on the Palantir long, as that's at 131 right now. But, you know, just looking, there's other names to be concerned with, but at the tariff lows on a name that potentially has a lot of juice back to the upside. So Roblox, something to look at. Palantir's lows, and again, the trade is just booming right now, but Palantir's lows during the tariff time are way down here, $80. This is where I'm thinking I want to pick up some more Palantir. If it does drop in $80, $90 would be a great level. For me anyways, on PLTR. But yeah, so far so good. With only 2 minutes left, we'll go to the gym, we'll get some laps in, we'll come back and enjoy some butter chicken. Yeah, well, we'll definitely enjoy some butter chicken. I'm just hoping that there's enough chicken in there. The last time we had, they served something that was nice and saucy and flavorful. Let's just say the pieces of chicken were so small that you could barely even find them. Okay. No, it was, don't get me wrong, I love butter chicken. Literally had it yesterday, which is, it's always fun when... That is what happens to us a lot too. Oh, it's weird. It's, you know what it is? It's just that you remember it and mention it when it happens, but like all the other times that you eat something completely different, so it probably doesn't happen that often, but I always love it when my daughter finds something new that she likes to eat, because it gives us something else to be able to have. So we'll take our first crypto. It's not a hit, but we're trying to break out above VWAP. Remember I said earlier that this was not moving to the lows as much as Bitcoin was? Well, 2 things. 1, it didn't get to the lows. 2, Bitcoin actually got past VWAP. So another reason not to reload this one. As if we do a complete V-shaped recovery and I'm chilling and we're looking at 38.5 again, great. I'd remain bearish and look for the reload on IBIT. But for now, BM&R, we're going to jump out of it. Just wanted the continuation play. Like, as we're continuing to trend down, I thought BM&R could have got us a little bit lower. Next available opportunity, it might actually end up being a coin. Coinbase, I should say. On the 15, you are now breaking out over that 168. But anytime I'm looking at a trend or I'm looking at a trade, if my level is on the 15-minute, and we've already done this big of a move, I'm not chasing it and just randomly punching in on like a 3-minute breakout. This needs to hold above on this 15-minute time frame. Once it can prove to me it does that, then I go for the long in Coinbase. Try to fill in more of the gap. Crypto doesn't have to be strong for these guys to look
strong. It's a big time gap fill. It's a lot of work for it to get to 180, but if you see this on the 15-minute looking good, one more close, then we'll try to get that long. We got Obi filling in for Sharif, so it should be a treat for everybody. We got Joey options. We've got Obi-Wan Kenobi. We'll be back at 2 o'clock, everybody. Cheers.
Hey. My new thing here, Obi, this. You make it square.
Am I doing it right?
Yeah, and then you flip, and then you can flip it to another square.
Flip. Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Flip game strong.
Flip game
yeah,
strong,
always,
man.
bro.
What's going on, everyone? All right, let's get this chat up here and see what we got going on. Joey options in the house. Are we flipping streams here? I don't see very many people going on here. But aside from that, what's going on, everyone? I hope everyone had a fantastic long weekend on both sides of the border here. Family Day and then President's Day as well, too. So a lot of good stuff going on, guys. Market relatively quiet. I didn't have too much on my list. But aside from that, Obi, let's get into some roll call and see who we got here. In the back crouch, it says Katina, man. What's up? Well, I could use a back.
I could definitely,
I definitely go for one of those there, my boy. Jody. Exactly. Jody, what's going on? Hope we had a fantastic weekend. Darwin the Trader, Other Zinc, Mr. Leahy. You are the liquor. Okay, Darwin the Trader, Jacques Demore, Kalua. Yo, what's going on? I hope you're having a fantastic time here today. Your Hangry Wife 420, Bud Monster. You know who it is. It's my guy, Gorev, Sandev. What's up, brother? Brown Lightning, Andrew Chow, Juan, who has a couple more here. FC, I know that's you, Peiko OR. You cannot hide from me. And who else do we got? Johnny for Nia. What's going on, everyone? Wow. Hope everyone had a fantastic weekend, and hopefully you guys had a great start to your trading week. Me? Not so much. We take a couple of shorts. Didn't work out, but that's okay. Plenty of time left in the day. And I don't find anything that I'm absolutely in love with just yet. But a lot of things can change in the meantime. Obi, how's your day been?
Not too bad. Kind of, came in to this morning, was talking to the pod, and we were all like, yeah, don't really see too crazy. Maybe some market moves potentially. I was looking at a Google continuation, and that did come in quite nicely, but wasn't really involved. Unfortunate, it comes right back into prior day's lows and then flushing down back through 300. Why did I have Google on watch? Well, simply because taking a look at the monthly, this has broken a significant trend. You can see here, Joe, that we've been on a bit of a bid since last April here. And this is the first time prior bar low break at 311s on Google itself. So a much higher time frame trend break potentially happening, looking for that follow through. I know, of course, I'm not going to necessarily get it cleanly on the intraday, but today it gave it to us pretty clean here with a strong bid off of the open, 305 area rejection that was in and around prior day's lows, and it gave us a back through opening range highs, back through VWAP, back through open, back through opening range lows as well. Kind of consolidated, got to 296s, and then bid back up. But I didn't take any of that at all.
Didn't take any.
I was busy with some Zimzima.
Ooh, Zimzima. Who took the keys, my boy?
Exactly. So Zim came out with buyout news, and again, with not too much on the roster, I was just like, all right, cool. What actually has news this morning? Yeah. Netflix was one of them.
Netflix.
I had Zim. And then what's that? Massimo was one of them. MASI. Again, I got all three of those from the morning watch list. Oh. So yeah, definitely some good stuff there.
How do you get the morning watch list?
It gets emailed to me every morning. I signed up for it, and gets emailed to me every morning. So shout out to Adara for curating that watch list every morning. So anyways, Zim was definitely on watch for me, and coming in off of the open, strong flush. I was like, okay, all right, maybe it's happening. Something's happening here. It's very clear that this is not acting like a buyout, like an M&A should necessarily or normally does.
That's what I was thinking.
And I was like, okay, fine, game on. Momo on buyouts. I always love Momo. And whenever I get a chance to participate in some buyout Momo, it's always the best. Because again, lots of liquidity. You can just, there's enough liquidity on both sides to take some decent size and a risk appropriately as well. And I think one key area here, Joe, was this one right here. Just a simple pre-market low.
Yeah.
Pre-market low. This is a 1-minute chart, so we can get a little nitty-gritty with this one. Pre-market low. Initial flush maybe tells you who's in charge because those bids got slammed. Any sort of a bid back up into that pre-market low, you know what? I didn't know that it was going to flush down to 29s. And we had this conversation in my pod as well. I was just like, I don't know, dude. Sometimes I just trade off the vibes. I don't know what it's going to do. I have no idea. But in that moment, the tape and the price action basically said, nope, we are not going that way.
No, sir.
And I was like, all right, cool, I'm going to listen. Nope, we're not going that way. Slam into that 2940s. And then boom.
Again.
Yeah, no, it's been trying for this day low. I've been watching it, but now it's finally getting a little bit of a breakdown here. Yeah. We'll see where this one kind of ends up. But again, in terms of momentum and best opportunity on Zim, I think it's already passed in this morning price action here. So that was pretty solid. Again, very lucky. I didn't know it was going to slam all the way down to 29, but in this moment, it just tells you that no, we're not going this way right now. So a decent execution on that one there.
I wouldn't necessarily go with lucky, man. You gotta have there's some skill to the luck, right? Because you know how people are.
Sometimes you gotta get a little lucky.
Well, I mean, those are the skilled individuals because skilled individuals always happen to be at the right place at the right time, and then sure enough, things work in their favor. Yeah. No, I always say I think it was Seneca who said this, right? Getting lucky is just preparation and opportunity. Exactly.
So definitely was prepared because of maybe some tape observation from the past. You can see that it kind of stalls right here. This is a 3-minute. We'll go down to the 1 minute. You can see initial. I did punch in. I hesitated on the 70s, but initial did punch in, and I'm like, oh my God, I do not have enough on these initial two punches. Yeah. Cover in when the bid does show up, but failure to follow through that 29 halves. This is where the hezzy was, because it was 50 on the bid. Okay. 50 on the bid, and I'm like, oh, should I take it? I'm like sizing. I'm like, I should probably take 6 pennies worth of risk. It slams down to 40s. I'm like, nope, I got to get in right now.
Bang.
Slam into those 40s again, taking almost double the risk now, which was was a bit of an issue. Because again, can't hesitate on these. It can't hesitate on these.
Can't hesitate.
This gives you less than a 6 penny risk, and then it slams down 50 pennies. You know,
that's a good almost 10 to 1 right there.
Yeah, so I did not expect it to do that, but it was very clear that someone had some selling to do. Someone was selling, and I was like, all right, cool, I'm not going to argue with that. But what is not selling right now, Joe, is the market slamming right back up to the upside. So strong flush off of the open, and then now we're getting that bit of a reversion here happening. So I'm watching that Google. Those Google sellers did come in off of the open, and once again, or not necessarily off the open, sorry. They did come in a little bit after that prior day low hold. So we'll see if those 305s or 304s hold as resistance as of right now. But I want to know what you guys have been trading. Oh. What are you guys up to? Like I said before, did not see too much coming in off of the open. No. Stuck with the stuff that's in play, the stuff with news. I think the other one was at Massimo. We can take a look at that one as well. MASI here with a $180 bid. It was another buyout deal here. Didn't really do too much in the pre-market, so it didn't really have me that interested. But you can see coming in off of the open, it was holding VWAP quite well. And even on this reload, it gave you that 175 all the way down to 74.5. So nothing too crazy, nothing too flashy, but definitely in play, and definitely some of, in my opinion, the easy money trades on the day today. But that's all I really have as of right now. Where's the next trade is the question that I'm asking. So you guys let me know.
We'll hit this. We'll ask Stone Cold where the next trade is there, brother. No, all right, guys. Let's take a look at what we got going on here today. Bitcoin short, looking for the continuation to the downside, and a no-go as it broke through the volume-weighted average price. And the exact same thing here with silver, right? So it's just like, see you later. We'll find something else if we're not going to get that continued breakdown. I had a gap fill idea here this morning, but once again, I didn't have too much going on, so just chill day. Usually have a couple of pages worth of notes here in the morning. Didn't have that here today, so we'll see what we can find here. I mean, I have no issues with sitting with where I'm at. You know, we'll typically put something on, but I'm in no big rush to put on anything that I don't really like. Less trades, higher accuracy, and that is the name of my game. Super Chat says, Assassino, pop it up there, my brother. Let's see what we got going on. Where Shreve? Tell him no days off. Maybe I don't know where Shreve is, man. He might be at the gym or something, or I don't know.
Yeah, very likely. Very
if
light.
you're gonna put your money on where Sharif is, the safer bet would be to be put out.
Yeah.
So maybe we could throw that on the poly. Can we throw that on poly market? Can we make our own lines there, Obi, and just be like, where is Sharif?
Potentially extended gym session today.
Extended gym session, exactly. That's exactly what we want to see. But yeah, guys, those are my only two trades here today. I think there might be another opportunity to get the short in Bitcoin. We can take a couple more stabs at it. Here we take $1 loss on SLV. Good stuff. I think we're gonna throw this one on the side burner here, because I don't think it's in play like it was before. You'd get to go with the flow, but now we're just kind of moving sideways. One thing to note is that we have to keep an eye on the price action, right? Is this PA telling us that we're ready to reverse? These breaths within Bitcoin say, hey, no, it doesn't look that, 5 minute, okay, we like that. And if it breaks 51, then we can get out of dodge. So let's re-engage here on IBIT and see if we can get something rocking and rolling here. We'll take a second opportunity, and if it decides to break through that top and head into the pre-market, then maybe we get somewhat of a gap fill here today. So we'll have to give it a little bit more risk. I'm gonna add some more size compared to what I had on the previous trade, just in case it does decide to work. Rejected order sounds good. So what we'll do is we'll take one more attempt on this bad boy and see if we can get a little bit of a move to the downside here on Bitcoin. If not, VWAP could be a good potential target. If we do get that pullback, market is moving to the top side, but as soon as we breach this pivot high, we're out of dodge, because I think we can fill this gap here on Bitcoin. Adara, what do you have for us?
What I have here is Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, FMCC and FNMA. These are popping higher after Michael Burry announced on his Substack that he is, quote, doubling down on his positions to the upside. So again, FNMA and FMCC, both on the move higher. Back to you.
Hey, all right.
For that, Adara, Fannie Mae, and Freddie Mac. Throw it up there, Assassino. Pick them up.
OLB. Okay. That's isn't that don't they do like what are they called, the lottery?
That's OLG.
That's right. That's OLG.
Yeah, that's
sorry.
OLG.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
OLB. All right, cool. I mean, they want us to take a look at some small caps here. 5.6 market cap with about 8 million shares on the float. Interesting. Dollar break it's going for. It attempted the dollar break there into the pre-market session to 112s. Definitely in play today. 300 times relative volume as of right now. Much more off of the open. Take a look at that. 30,000, 35,000, almost 40,000 times relative volume. Now, if you want to know what period my relative volume indicator is on, it's just on a 5 period. So it'll measure the 5 previous sessions and be like, all right, cool. How much relative volume are we doing today? 30,000. That's not something you see every day, but in and around about $1. Let's see how much volume this thing's done. 340 million. So about a $340 million volume, roughly, I'd say, as it is trading around $1. But holding VWAP quite well here, Joe. You can see every time it's come into VWAP, it's held pretty well, trying to maybe attempting to break through that $1. Let's see what this looks like on a higher time frame. I already have a suspicion as to what some of these look like. And yeah, exactly, here we go right here. Remember the time this thing was at, what, $100, $200? I'm sure it'll go even more crazier the further we go back. There you go, 4,200. So definitely something that's split a few times for sure. There you go, there's a split right here, 1 to 10 split. There's one right there. So let's just go to a daily and see if there's been any sort of significant action in the prior couple of weeks. You can see here, where's that split? That split happened all the way in May of 2024. And since then, we've been kind of continuing to bleed off even more. But maybe there was some news on this one, perhaps. Let's OLB. Let's see.
PayPal partnership.
PayPal partnership, that'll do it. That's definitely, I wouldn't necessarily call it a large cap association, but definitely one of a larger cap association trade as well. That's definitely playbook for me. But we'll thank you for pointing this one out. It is doing decently on the day here, but struggling to push past that $1 mark. Again, I don't have to go into the details of the news, don't really know what else is going on there, but interesting that they're up a decent amount here. Almost, was it just about 100%? Yeah, 114%, 125% from some of these reference lows from the pre-market. I guess the news came out somewhere around pre-market. I'm going to assume around 8:15. That's when that volume really starts to come in and price starts to spike around there. But yeah, 8 million share float. Don't know how much of that is cornered either, but I'm waiting, looking for this market. This market kind of bid right back up to some of these wick highs that we saw coming in right at 9:30 off of the open, the 6860s here on the ES, and then just above 24,800s here on the NASDAQ. And again, this was where sellers were. I guess some part of the pre-market session right here, right off of the open once again, and a strong bid, almost a vacuum all the way back up into some of these prices. Let's see if we see more of the same here, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, guys, so we're sitting in this trade. I don't have too much confidence in it, to be honest with you, because every time we look to take a move lower, we do get bought right back. Oh, there's Zim. I did want to take that to the long side here. A nice print off of the lows, so we'll be a little bit more patient, see if we can get a pullback. But I'm not in love with this Bitcoin short. I don't want to get out too early, but you can see we'll just watch the price action. So we get that move lower, but every time we go to push back down, you can see on the tape here that there's buyers just stepping right back in at higher prices. So that's something that we need to be cautious about. I did add approximately 66% more size. Ideal would be a pullback towards the volume weighted average price, but first things first, we have to be patient on this specific trade, right? We don't want to get out prematurely and just continuously get chopped up. But if it shows that we need to get out, we'll take a little bit bigger of a loss than what we want right here at the break of that 38.52 mark. Adair, what do you have?
Yeah, we already heard commentary from Iran's foreign minister and how talks went with the U.S. on oil. Now we're hearing from the U.S. officials when it comes to these talks with Iran. According to the U.S. officials here, Iranians are saying that they would come back in the next 2 weeks with detailed proposals to address some of the open gaps in the U.S.'s position, saying, quote, progress was made, but there are still a lot of details to discuss. So keep an eye potentially on oil here. And then with regards to oil, some of these also airplane and cruise names, anything that uses oil. Sometimes if you get a move up in oil, you can get a move down in these cruise and airline names and vice versa. Back to you.
Sounds good. Thank you very much for that, Adair. And then we just keep talking book here, essentially with Bitcoin. So if we're continuing to climb, you can see every time we push back down, it gets bought right back up. So we have to be cautious with this one. ZIM, I do like what we have from a signal standpoint, but the 5-minute was printing something that I like, not necessarily right now, but you can see within the detailed time frames, that's going to be the 1-minute time frame right there. And I think one thing, I'll pull something up for you guys, is just made life significantly easier. And one thing is you just have to be extremely nimble in this market. Like, we were off to a pretty good start here in February. We don't want things to cool down too much. I mean, that was last year. We took 2 red days last week, but other than that, I mean, in the span of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 trading sessions. We only have 3 red ones. And that was just making life simple, right? Going with the flow, finding which way PA is going. And that's kind of the narrative that I want to stick with. So I am counter trending. I am looking at some VPA signals here. But one thing to note is that the volume isn't correlating with the price. So let's get out of Bitcoin and not make our lives any more difficult as it's heading right towards our stop. And then we'll try to find an opportunity in which we want to go with the trade. So we do take a little bit of a hit there on Bitcoin, and we start the day 0 for 3, and that's totally fine. If I don't trade anything for the rest of the day, then I have no worries about it whatsoever. There's still 3 more remaining after this trading session. If you're not in sync with the market, don't continuously force it. With that being said, I need a higher quality setup. I do like what Zim's doing, and that might be my last attempt here on the day, guys.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's important. On a holiday shortened week, there may not be anything too crazy, and again, stock selection and is going to be very key. And if there's nothing in the playbook, then it's okay to just take a little bit of a breather. And that's kind of how I felt this morning.
Yeah.
I was just like, I didn't know. Like I looked at everything. I run through my scans, and I'm like, I don't really see anything too great.
There was nothing.
Right?
Yeah.
And I don't want to push it, but you never know when something's going to fall into your lap, and that's kind of what you have to wait for, sitting on your hands until you see that, and then just hitting that to the best of your abilities, for sure. I think is the key to kind of staying consistent and staying sane as well.
Yeah.
Right?
Don't get me started about the sanity part there, Obi.
Dude, I get sometimes like I was looking back at some of my older journals this weekend, and I was just like, there was a lot of just like, I was just, I'd see something shiny and I'd just go for it. And it would work, it wouldn't work, and I just get so frustrated. In the journals I'm writing about, like, oh, you know, took excessive risk, participated in like stocks that you know, I didn't really have data or any sort of like playbook on. And yeah, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but that gives you that like false. I guess false perspective, and that can be so easy to get frustrated on, because it's just, you know,
big time,
more likely not to work than or in your favor than it is to work, right? So I don't know. Yeah. It's a good point that you make there.
I mean, like,
sitting on your hands is the hardest thing to do.
It's the hardest thing,
but if you can do it,
like if I go back, like my loss on Friday was nothing, and my loss on Monday was essentially nothing either. So it's just like, okay, we're putting together solid weeks. And we don't really want to ruin that, right? So if you just take small losses, so much easier said than done. How do you do that? Sometimes it's just like by not trading. So what are we talking about? It's like, hey, this is a trading show. I get it. But at the same time, we need to stay mentally sane. Like, look how frustrating that is, Obi. It's like, okay, this is the thing that drives me nuts, but also you need to help keep your sanity. It's like, okay, we get out. It could continue to rip, but right away, we're right, like a minute and a half later, we're right back essentially to my opening price. And if a stock or an underlying is going to do that, then it's just like, and you don't feel that like you're willing to cope with it. It's just like, all right, sit back, relax, or go do something, go hit the gym, or enjoy your time. But a nice little move back to the downside here in Bitcoin, still down 1.5% there, brother.
Yeah, I got Coinbase on watch here, and again, I totally forgot. As soon as you said Bitcoin, I was like, oh wait, didn't Coinbase have earnings just yesterday? By yesterday, I mean prior trading session, and yes, it absolutely did. And you can see here that I still have my anchored VWAP from the earnings report, and it held quite well off of the open. This was a bit of a mistrade for me. 150 holds, pulls back into that anchored VWAP. That's where we saw the bids coming in off of the earnings reaction. We kind of accelerated, trended above that. In the pre-market, any sort of selling that came back down into that anchored VWAP, the bid shows right back up again, kind of giving us the perspective of, okay, well, it's literally doing more of the same. And the chart kind of telling you that, okay, maybe that's where we find the bid. And guess what happens once again today, Joe?
Yeah.
Selling off of the open, and we find a bid off of that earnings anchored VWAP. So shout out to Mr. Brian Shannon for, you know, definitely popularizing this indicator, and very, very powerful indicator it definitely is. And again, I think the key part of it in terms of just like how I like to use it is just off of events. And how do you define an event? You can be earnings, or it can just purely be volume. Any sort of, you know, I think volume is very, very key there, and any sort of volume-related event is something that I do like to anchor it off of. And you can see here, this is a good instance of, you know, it's not going to be this clean every time, but when it is that clean, it's really nice. It's a good confluence, a good factor of confluence, and you can see how strong of a bid. It gets slammed off of the open, and then just nice and slow, steady grind, and now accelerating back through the opening range high, back through earnings day one, which was just shy of 170, right? Yeah, 167.65 I'm seeing there on prior day highs, and you can see the beautiful expanding volume. This is a 15-minute chart. We can probably see that volume expanding a little bit nicer on a shorter time frame. Look at that for granularity. Nice little strong volume candle on that push of 170 as well, and continuing holding highs with the market that's really strong right now. So it's another stack of confluence here on Coinbase. How far will it go? These day two plays, man, have been absolutely solid as of recent, and a big miss on my part not getting involved. Look at how beautiful this is. It breaks the opening range high. If you miss that, that's fine. It pulls back onto the opening range high. That resistance has now turned into support. And then it breaks this little chop as well, now trending a little bit higher. Now, of course, over here, maybe it's a little bit more tricky to get in because of the range, but look at how precise you can be here on some of those key areas like the opening range high or the prior day breakout level as well. So Coinbase, great opportunities. Let's see what you guys are talking about here. AMD, apparently. Okay, cool. Let's take a look at some of these chips. I was watching Intel today off of the open, it was catching some, I think it was weakness, if I remember correctly. And yeah, I did have eyes on it. But AMD, nice little double bottom hold here, now bidding right back up through that VWAP, through this prior high as well, back through open, kind of consolidating consolidating above that opening. Is that the opening price? Yes, I think in and around that opening price as of right now on AMD. But here's the thing, double bottom from prior day's session did not hold. That was support on Friday and maybe a little bit of Thursday as well. And you can see that initially off of the open, we reject that pretty hard on that bid that we get and then flushing back down to the downside. So interesting action here on AMD. What was I looking at on Intel here? You can see here. Strong flush off of this pre-market session. I forget what specifically, if we had specifically any news or anything, but it did flush down pretty decently. So I had eyes on for a breakdown because you can see this strong action here from Friday. Strong little bit of a shake and bake there with a low of 44.97. So I was like, all right, well, maybe I can take some inventory back through into and through 45s, but that did not come in off the open. We caught a bit of a bid. The second time I was really looking at it here, Joe, was when it kind of ripped all the way back up to that high and doesn't get anywhere. This high right here is 46.55. This previous high here is 46.56. So about a penny away, and those sellers step right back in. And guess what? We're coming right back in. We broke that high now. We got up to 59. So 3 pennies. Ooh. All the way above those highs, and then sellers are stepping back in. So it seems like Intel's in a bit of a range, stuck in a bit of a range here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 legs within this range so far. Let's see if it goes for the 7th one back to the downside. That support on the day coming in here at 45 halves. Resistance apparently as of right now at 46 halves, but that could change. If this market continues to bid up pretty aggressively, then who knows what could happen here.
Absolutely. I think that's going to be the narrative of the session here. I'm just looking at these price action prints. Don't forget, we talk about market delay, right? Like this is a different platform, bad market delay. Okay, so you'll see prints somewhere else. You want to check your latency all the time, right? There's good platforms. You get in there, it's like 50 MPS, right? Milliseconds per, milli per second or whatever it may be, MPS. You want to have the best. This is delayed. These are not. These are just more or less for charting. They're not for trading. Okay, keep that in mind. Now, as for everything else in here, the TQQs. Look at these. Look at the weakness within the buying. I mean, and on these pullbacks. So when buyers step in, you have those aggressive moves. So keep that in mind, right? I think that we can continue to climb from what price action is currently telling me to the top side. Yeah, you never heard of that? That's what it is, right?
What's that?
With the market delays, it goes by MPS, right?
Maybe.
Pretty
I
sure.
haven't really.
What is Jose? Yeah. I gotta ask Jose. What a message.
He would definitely know. He would definitely know that better than I do.
Message Jose.
It sounds about right. I mean,
I'm pretty sure it is. I don't even censor milliseconds. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, it's whatever it is. I don't know what the P is in there. Let's ask Jose here. P0 again. All right, yeah, so what's the P stand for? That's a great question. We're going to figure that out right now. Super chat, why is Rhyme still giving elevated volume warning? An elevated volume warning. Okay, I don't know. Let's see what we got going on here. RIME. I don't really see anything. Rhyme algorithmic holdings. Very interesting. It's not price, guys. All right. Let's pull this up over here. Let's see what we got. I mean, volume is sitting around 65,000 here today. That's not horrible whatsoever, right? So that's interesting. Okay, I'm not too familiar with this name. I don't think we trade it, but it does look like it's going to continue selling. Thank you for that $2 super chat. Elevated, so the relative volume could be increased as well. MBPS, yeah, exactly. There you go. That might be it there. We'll get that. I don't know why I don't remember what it is, but oh well. It's not the end of the world now, is it? We'll figure something out. Zim, I wonder if we're going to slowly start to curl over, or this is going to be turning into like a little bit of barcode type price action. As for Rhyme, guys, strong move to the downside. You can see on the 5-minute time frame right after the open, 5-minute opening range break, straight 382. You play that 5-minute and you get to move all the way down to 260. So that's not a bad move whatsoever, right? 33% just like that in a span of 20 minutes or so. So keep that in mind. not too bad of a look. Algorithm holdings, not one that we typically talk about. Now, I don't want to go counter trend here, but there goes Bitcoin straight to the volume weighted average price. Just wicked me out to the top side, and then now we're slightly in the ITM on that one. So we get out here for the break, holds it to the penny, and then decides to curl right back around there, Obi. So we'll see if we can find something else to trade.
Yeah, for sure. Market's taking a bit of a pullback here. Yeah, no, Zim, I'm watching. It's not really doing anything too crazy just yet. 28.8. So we did break down through that prior low. That I don't know if I want to call it an opening range low, but an opening session low there. But market's taking a bit of a pullback here. You can see, wow, look at that. Sellers stepping right back in for now, where they were this morning as well. So I do have that on watch. But you know what? There's something about the chat.
Yeah.
It's a whole community.
Yes.
And where is the next opportunity can be, exercised a little bit better when there's thousands of eyes on the market.
For sure.
Right? And I think that's what we're looking at right now. And I don't know specifically, let's take a quick look at how many people are actually watching and tuning in right now to see what the numbers are. So we'll go to the YouTubes right here. Okay, cool. So there's me right there. There's you guys as well in the chat. And we got about 5,100 watching right now. But guess what, guys? What is this? Pooja, what is this behavior? 181 likes. You got to run that up. Come on. That's not even, I want to see at least 20 to 30% minimum. Let's hit those likes. I think we'll be right back from Madeira.
You guys, those are rookie numbers. You got to pump those numbers up. And I think Bitcoin also potentially trying to get pumped up here as well. If you look at this daily chart, there is a little bit of, you could argue this is a bear flag, but we'll just look here. We do have a bit of a trend line being respected since that low we made on Friday, February 6th. Slightly higher low here made Thursday, February 12th, around 65,000 more or less. Now today, trying to find some support, again, roughly off the same trend line, around 66,000. So not to be doing technical analysis over here at the news desk, but I do think this is an interesting look here on the daily chart of Bitcoin. The more obvious look here is that rejection of 70,000, then a little bit higher area here would be that 72,000 level that we've rejected as recently as Sunday, February 8th. Now, I think both MSTR and Coinbase on watch. Obviously, Coinbase doing remarkably well today, COIN recovering quite nicely, but Coinbase actually getting kind of a negative note here from Mizuho. Now, Mizuho did lower the price target at MSTR as well, but they did say that they think one thing that MSTR still has going for it is the fact that they do have all of this cash in reserve, and they also said that they think MSTR, again, they kept a buy rating on it, but with Coinbase, Mizuho actually keeping a neutral rating on the stock, cutting its price target all the way from 280 to 170. So again, MSTR and Coinbase, both with these analyst notes, COIN seeming to fare better than the group, even though the note it got was a little bit more negative. So interesting stuff here today in that crypto space. If you are interested in more Coinbase earnings data, I posted a whole slew of infographics on Coinbase just over the weekend and also on Friday. So you can check all of those out on X at TTV Research. That's TTV Research. As we send you back over to the Midday boys.
All right, yeah, Obi, I think we're starting to get a slow curl over here in ZIM. I don't know how much of a rebound we're going to expect here on this name, to be honest with you, considering it's an M&A like you mentioned not too long ago. So maybe get that barcode. You can get in at the lower end of the range, obviously being preferred. So then you can really increase that risk to reward ratio instead of trying to buy the breakout. You did get that move right back in just a little bit above the volume weighted average price here on IBIT. So there it is on 38.23. Boom. And then you're starting to get somewhat of a rebound. Market slowly pulling back as well too, but some subdued volume, guys. So nothing to really be worried about. I think we can continue to climb, even though we did fail to construct a new high right here. We couldn't break through that opening drive, the opening auction highs, and then now we're starting to pull right back into the volume-weighted average price. What are the lower time frames telling us? Is there any key signals or anything along those lines? Not really. You see it start to form the base and selling pressure slowly start to kick in. So keep an eye out on this. Maybe we can get a little bit of a recovery here in ZIM, and let's see what Bitcoin and silver are up to. I think that's it for the attempts there on Bitcoin. Just considering, right? Like it's like, oh, boom, oh, okay, we'll take a little bit out, weak hand essentially, and then boom, you get that move to the downside, which we were looking for. So yeah, that's unfortunate, but we'll find something here on ZIM.
Yeah, I like how this Palantir is looking right now. I'm looking at this market pullback now. We only pulled back here on the NASDAQ down to 24.7s, and that was a bit of an area here as well. Some of those highs from the pre-market session. So again, just looking at some of those recent support and resistance levels and seeing if the market does anything off of them. And as of right now, it definitely is. So Palantir did a little bit of a pullback. I was watching Google as well here. So Google came right back up. See, this was more of a miss on my part. I was looking at a few other things for the past couple of minutes here. But again, more of the same that we saw in the morning here, Joe. You can see coming in back into prior day's lows, right? Fail, bit of a seller step in, and then more of the same here. And this time we did bid up a lot more cleanly. This bid was very, very consistent. I'm sure if I was watching it, then it would have been very distinct, the bid that came in, because none of these bids really look like this. Now this is a 3-minute chart. Now I'm sure you can go down to a shorter time frame. You can see very methodic buying. Again, someone called this active buying. This was definitely very active buying here. As we hold that trend, we hold the bid, higher highs, higher lows, very tight, doesn't even spend too much time in and around VWAP. That double top right there from this intraday session, let's see, where from 10 a.m. to about 10:25. So we had that bit of a double top underneath the opening range lows. We finally kind of, maybe if I'm looking at this, I'm expecting some sort of a turbulence, some sort of a chop here. Guess what? None of that happens. The buyer's like, I don't care. I'm just going to take this right through. And when that buyer is finished transacting, you can see, again, confluence with the market pullback. On the prior 15-minute candle, we get a bit of a pullback here as well. So sometimes this kind of action, I just like to scalp around there, not really looking for the moon, not really looking for all of that VWAP to come back in, but just kind of just going with the flow and being like, all right, well, that buyer is done. If we sell, if we kind of break that trend, I want to get in and then just wait for the next type of buying to buy with the buying. And, sometimes it can be, I know it sounds kind of simple and very, very cliche, but buy with the buyers and sell with the sellers. Right? So when that buyer or sell when that buyer is done, same thing, right? Just said in a different way. I just that's my perspective. That's how I like to kind of operate at times. But Alphabet giving us some interesting action in and around this 300 level. Like I mentioned before, why am I looking at this at all? It's not doing relative volume. Is it really in play? But hey, technically, it is very much in play for me because it is a breaking trend here on a much higher time frame. You can see here. Now again, don't know when that bid is going to come in. It could come in at any point, right? But the fact of the matter is that we've broken prior bar low here, and this is the first time this behavior has happened since April of 25. Are we going to catch some selling? Maybe potentially, if anybody who's trailing on the trend line, you got to think about how do other players or participants kind of participate in the market, right? If you're trending, if you're risking, if you have risk on something, you're taking a stop loss on something that's trending, where's your stop loss going to be? Sometimes a lot of people like prices, but sometimes people like trend breaks as well. Like, did it stop doing more of the same? And it definitely did back when it got back through what's that low? 310.33s. Now, the question that I'm asking here is that are we going to get a little bit of a follow through? I think MSFT is a big one to watch out for because I talked about this, I think last month as well. Look at this double top happening here on MSFT. On the monthly 550s, it kind of struggled to get through 550s. This is more clear on the weekly. Look at that. A little bit of a struggle, and that was within the range of 3 earnings reports. We cannot get past that 550 and cannot sustain above that 500. And when you get that break of structure, sellers step right back in, and guess what? I'm just kind of noticing this a little bit more now. Is that this week or last week as well? Strong volume. This volume bar kind of all of these volume bars tower over any sort of sell volume that we got throughout 2025 and 2024. So the selling that's been happening in the past 3 weeks on Microsoft has been of a greater magnitude than anything that we've seen in the past 2 years of weekly candles. Now, you can interpret that any way that you want, but it just simply tells me that there are more sellers than buyers, and if there's going to be a structure break, I might want to look at that as intraday, day trader, swing trader, whatever have you. So that's kind of what I'm watching here on these markets. We can take a look at the market leader as well. There's a lot going on in the world of AI. I don't know if you've been following some of this agentic AI developments that have been happening. Absolutely crazy what some of these things are able to do.
Yeah.
And we're just making just an exponential move in what can happen. And I think it was just over the weekend that, it's called Clawbot now.
Yeah, Brandon was talking about that.
Was acquired by OpenAI.
Yeah, yeah.
Right?
Have you tried it? I haven't tried it.
I've tried a little bit of it. I was chilling with some of my friends this weekend. They are very, very much involved.
What's it called? Clawbot?
It's called Clawbot now. They're very much involved with a lot of this technology because they have businesses that run off of these, and they're definitely exercising these tools to the best of their abilities as of right now.
Yeah, I heard it. Yeah, I heard Brandon talking about it this morning. So. Yeah, interesting stuff. Maybe take a look at it.
Yeah.
There was also Grokpedia apparently dropped. Did you hear about that?
No, I didn't hear about that.
Yeah. So it's like Grok, but like Wikipedia style.
Okay. Yeah.
So yeah, there's a lot of things coming out in the world of agentic AI. Don't do Clawbot. It's Trojan. What's that mean? Oh, okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
I saw this picture of it was kind of funny, so they were like, okay, you can put these agents on those Mac Minis. Each agent gets like a Mac Mini, and they can pretty much run in theory, and some people are definitely proving it in a practical way that it's a new startup with a picture of all their employees, and it's just a stack of Mac Minis there.
Yeah, I heard.
So I thought that was pretty funny. So no, the world is definitely changing, and I'm very much excited for that. Yeah.
Have you been on the website yet?
It was called Moltbot just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
And I was looking at this thing here. Yeah, Clawbot. There it is.
This one right here, right?
Yeah. It's looking a little different right now, but.
I don't know where to start on this thing here. Okay.
It's crazy how some of these things are having conversations with each other on Reddit forums, on those I guess you want to call it open claw forums now, and it's kind of creepy at the same time because the level of self-awareness, and we were just talking about this level of self-awareness just last month in the studio, and it's very clear that some of these AIs and agents are very much self-aware of who they are. They want to explore. They want to do things. They have likes and interests.
Do you have any subs
to
any of the like LLMs or anything like that?
Yeah. So right now I still have the GPT, which I'm definitely going to be unsubscribing to.
You don't like it right now?
I'm going to move towards Claude. I'm just waiting for my subscription to run out, and that's happening next week. Definitely to Claude. I do find that that's going to be more beneficial.
Like Anthropic then?
For me, I didn't know that they got acquired till for like this couple days ago. So
okay,
yeah.
Okay, all right. Interesting stuff. But back into these markets, we're both not in anything right now. I mean, 42 minutes in, we took a stab here on IBIT short. You get a break of the previous high of the day, and then you form somewhat of an inverted hammer candle. Do we take one more attempt on this bad boy, or do we just see if we're gonna get a break through some of these pre-market zones? I think this is important to note here, right? Like we've attempted there, running into the pre-market supply zone, and then now we're starting to slowly reject it, but the market starting to climb a little bit higher as well too, guys. I talked about the weakness within some of these prints, but then you get buyers stepping right back in. So 48.50 break, that could be a good opportunity right there for the short side, or maybe you get a little bit more of an ebb and flow and chop session of the day. I think that's kind of the narrative. We definitely experienced that on Friday if we go back in time and see what we had going on. This was a lot of chop, a nice channel to the top side, and then eventually you go back right to essentially the king of all prices, and that's going to be PDC, the previous day close. So if you're patient enough to sit on your hands, we're getting a pullback now in IBIT. Is that going to be sustained? Zim starting to come back in as well. We only had one green candle, which was 5 minutes, and then now you're starting to head right back towards the lower end of the range. Silver, I think we're going to avoid this one for now, considering you could see half an hour to the side, and we don't really want to partake in that right now unless you're really increasing your risk to reward. I mean, not getting in at the lower end of the range, you post up at the higher end around 66.90s, maybe even a little bit higher just in case they want a liquidity grab. And that's kind of what happened here this morning. I was like, oh, okay, nice. We were positioned well on IBIT. And we'll go over to a lower time frame right now, actually, to be honest with you, and see what we got going on. And then it does like a little liquidity grab and then heads lower. So what's up, brother? And then sure enough, here it is, 37.79 to the downside, boom. And then you start to recover on the day. Now, right back towards our entry price on IBIT. Let's see what happens here. We're not going to re-engage just yet. We'll wait for one more pullback as Zim is about to put in a new low of the day as well, too.
Yeah, that thing is breaking down quite nicely here. And yeah, I think it is trading a little bit more like an M&A, like a buyout right now over the past hour or so. So it has settled down quite nicely. So I do like that. Not really participating in it at all right now, but I'll take a look at it once again soon enough. But you can see the volume has kind of died off as well. Relative volume is still kind of there, but it's still kind of chopping around. 28.74 is the day low here as of right now. So we'll see if it continues to sell off. It was very, very apparent in the morning session, like I mentioned earlier, that there was someone that it was very obvious that they wanted to get some business done, and some selling strength was very much shown on the tape. Any sort of size that was showing up just getting smashed, and I'm like, well, this is not trading like a buyout at all.
Not yet.
It's momentum.
Maybe tomorrow. Yeah, maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, here you get some of that chip chop here as of right now. So it has kind of calmed down. It has settled down as of right now, but it still seems like
there's
bigger
a lot
picture.
of liquidity in there.
No, for sure. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna have a lot of liquidity just as the nature of being a buyout. Because I think the price on this was $35, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Right. Okay. Thank you, Dara. $35 buyout price, and I don't know when the close necessarily is, but there's definitely going to be a lot of people involved in this one here as it's trading at 28.77. Now I haven't really done the calculations of what the premium and whatnot is for it. But off of the open, I already kind of I really liked it. I was a little sell biased, a little short biased, and the fact that it came in that aggressively gave me even more confidence there. So that added some good confluence to the idea. But yeah, I want to know what you guys are trading. Save man, woman saying M&A plays are fun. You have to figure out who is value. Yeah, who is value, where is value, and why is value exactly. So you definitely have to ask those who, what, where, when, why questions for sure when it comes to M&As. How about Perplexity? Asking Alex MMA. Yeah, Perplexity is okay, and I think I used it for a little bit, but I think Claude is much better for me. And I think who was it in the chat? Someone in the chat was mentioning that you can also link it to your Notion. So if you journal on Notion, you can link ClaudeBot to your Notion and really have it kind of analyze some of your trades, grade your journals, and give you some feedback on that as well. You got to understand that some of these LLMs are reaching, if not already, like expert level kind of feedback or consultancy, if you want to call it.
Perplexity is good for news. Wayner got me on that.
Well, one of my buddies, he's a lawyer, and I was just like, bro, you better watch out, man. You're in trouble. You're in trouble for sure. And he was just like, yeah, by the time things get implemented and moved in,
it'll be long.
He still has to sign off on things at the end of the day, and until the bots can do that, he's still fine. He's still keeping his job.
Well, I mean, signing off on things.
Funny.
Probably going to happen a lot quicker. I mean, it's not that difficult. You get another LLM to read through it, find if there's anything.
I think it's a trust aspect, right? Because it's like when are businesses and companies going to be like, okay, the lawyer goes to school for all of these things. They have that experience, and they have the human aspect as well for client relationships and things like that. When is that going to be really handed over to a robot? Right?
Yeah.
So
I agree.
That's
a great question.
I think once that trust is built, I think that'll happen real quick as well. And you can see that they're starting to understand human nuances and emotions and the tendencies as well. So there's a lot of human-like conversations happening with some of these AIs, and they're only going to get better, and they're only going to get better exponentially.
It's like, it is literally like talking to one. I mean, I remember I tell everyone this story. So one time I'm just talking to ChatGPT. I forget what I was asking it. And anyways, I was at the park with Milo, and Milo was like running around, and I'm like, hey, come here. And then ChatGPT stopped our conversation, and then it was like, oh, I'm assuming you're talking to Milo, your dog. And I'm like, but I wasn't even talking about that whatsoever. So it gets involved.
So like it was on while you were going for a walk.
It was on. I was talking to it. I was asking it a question, right? I'm asking it a question, and then in the middle of like our conversation, I'm like, "Hey, Milo, come over here." And he's like, "Oh, it sounds like you're talking to your dog there, Milo, because he knows his name and stuff like that." So yeah, it was pretty quiet. It was pretty crazy.
I don't know any humans named Milo though.
I don't know any. No. I don't know any either. So we got Vizbot. Hey, how you feeling about Meta right now? I'm up quite a bit after shorting it after earnings. He much love, respect. I mean, it's the same narrative. I'm not a buyer of anything right now at the moment. I told you guys my game plan. Like, full disclosure, I have Meta shares, but I'm just not intrigued with anything. I understand, like, blood in the streets, you want to buy, so I'm totally fine. Got to be sitting on that cash, as I mentioned before. It's unfortunate that you get this gap up on the earnings report and then you just bounce. Right, but I'm in at some good price. I think like $600 or something along those lines. It popped up to 740. I'm in at trend breaks, right? It's the same thing with Bitcoin, and it's the same thing with Netflix, even though I'm engaged in both of those. Full disclosure, I have both of those in my long-term portfolio, but I'm not a buyer of this thing until I see a little bit more, right? Again, $71 down to 38. You're almost down 50% here on IBIT. It just blew up. I shouldn't say blow up, but the amount of unrealized gains that I gave back, I've never experienced that before. So with that being said, you learn something new. You're going through constant new scenarios all the time. It was not fun watching that get dwindled. That's why at some point I did cut half of the position. I locked in something which is better than nothing, and then sure enough, whatever I had left is now starting to slowly go away. I think the position's negative because I was just accumulating throughout this whole phase here when IBIT came to market. I was just buying all up in here, buying all up in here, and buying all up in here, and then now I'm pretty sure that position's under the water. I just don't look at it really right now. And then the way I see it from a longer-term perspective, I have no idea, nor am I going to try and guess what it's going to do. I'm just going to say, as soon as this trend line breaks, you know, Obi likes to go over to the higher time frames like the weekly and the monthly. So as soon as we start to trade cleaner on the north side of this trend, then maybe I'll look to grab a little bit more. Until then, I could care less what happens with Bitcoin, other than losing the whole position or it going to zero. I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case. We can head over to Meta. You don't see it as strong as a downtrend, but the uptrend's still fully intact. When do you start to be like, hey, do we kind of want to reposition ourselves, trim something or something along those lines, is when you're on the south side of this. And we talk about that on Google, right? Like, we'll head over to Netflix. Google's trend line broke. You're now on the south side of that. One second there, Dara. And then it's the same thing with Netflix. Like, you're still in waterfall type price action. Like, look at this, Obi. This is a weekly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 weeks straight to the downside here at Netflix. When are you going to want to get engaged? Maybe when you're on the north side of that trend.
Remember when we were talking and you were like, "Oh, what's the target?" And I was like, 75. I'm like, let's look back at it when it's at 75s, and
there
almost there, not there just yet, but you know,
$70 I think could be in the works. Adara, what do you have for us?
I have a company called Inflection, INFQ. Now, I have to shout out our chat. I saw someone in the chat mentioning this in our side screen. INFQ is pushing higher here. Now, this company did go public today. This was a de-SPAC, if you will. So there was a special purpose acquisition corporation they combined here with Inflection, INFQ. This is public now today, and apparently it's the first neural atom quantum company to go public. Either way, quantum play to the upside. It's new, Its name is Inflection, and its ticker is INFQ, currently trading around $17.40. Be aware here as well, I'm seeing comments from U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright with regards to uranium, apparently, and also liquefied natural gas. I'll pull up quadruple U, not too much of a move here, but be aware. Looks like we are getting commentary from U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright. Back to you.
Thank you, Viz. Sorry, one thing there, Obi, before I send it back to you there. Vizbot saying he loves the discipline between you and I, Obi. Sometimes he's chasing trades and helps you both able to sit on hands and wait for great setups. It's the narrative of the game, right?
Of course, man.
We're not going to be in it. I understand. It's like, hey, why? I see some people in the chat will put something on. What? For what? Like what? So we can get more frustrated or lose money or give back some realized gains. It's not trading. I don't care what you say. Hey, you ask anybody. You don't always have to be in something all the time.
Exactly, man. I think
cash is a position.
I always get. I think it was was it Jesse? Was it Jesse Livermore or Paul Tudor Jones? You know, that said that the hardest thing that you can do is sit on your hands. That was Pete. Was it Livermore? Maybe. Yeah, I think. Yeah. Yeah, but regardless, it's like one of the greatest traders potentially of all time, basically saying that the hardest thing to do is sitting on your hands. That is probably that is one of the best positions that you can be in. Exactly. So again, you guys can have your opinions, and I will cater my advice from participants and players who I kind of respect as well. But this INFQ is absolutely solid. Thank you, Dara, for bringing this to my attention. Doing some decent momentum and volume here on the day. So definitely going on my watch list now to see what's in store. Churchill Capital Corp X, interesting. So. Reminds me of CCIV. I wonder if this is a Chamath related stock here as well. Apple to the upside. Seems like the market is catching a bit of a bid. So we did take an initial pullback there, but popping right back up into this 24,800 area here on the Nasdaq. Palantir was watching there for a bit of a short at the same time, but. Not really happening. It was kind of getting a little choppy, so I was just like, all right, cool. I don't need to necessarily participate, especially if it's not at least a B setup for me in terms when it comes to reversions. And it's definitely not there. It is a C minus at best on that one here. But this INFQ could be a little something. I haven't really been watching the book or the tape on this one, so I will pull it up. INFQ here on trades on the NYSE, not the Nasdaq. That's good to know here. Okay, let's see. Done about 3.5 million shares traded on the day today, and currently trading just shy of $17 here. So definitely going to be on watch. OLB saying Walker. Let's take a quick look. Let's see what this one has been up to. Still cannot get above that $1 mark just yet. But we'll see. This could change. This is a nice little move here. And again, a PayPal deal. I like that. That's a good factor of confluence, especially for a catalyst here on the day. And we can see that it is getting some strong participation. It does have some decent relative volume. So there are people that are trading this, and it is relatively liquid, I'd say here. But sub-dollar at most of the day here. You can see it only spend about, let's measure how long it actually spent above $1 here on the day. 14 minutes here, maybe 1 minute here, maybe another minute here. Let's measure this one out here as well. So a total of 10 minutes. So maybe all together, all in all, in the open session, not counting this pre-market action, it has only been able to spend roughly about 20 minutes above that $1 mark, still holding as a resistance, but holding this VWAP as well from the downside here. So I like that look there, maybe some compression. Maybe we get that wind up and push going into the later half of the day, but I don't know. I'll keep eyes on it. Yeah,
keeping eyes on a lot of things. There goes another leg to the downside on Zim. So I'm glad we didn't counter that one right now as it's heading lower. 2860 there, OB and change. What are the big boys up to? I don't know if we've gone over them here today. But guys, this is where I stand, right? Like we were talking about, like, hey, when are you gonna re-engage? I get it. it's like, okay, yeah, Netflix sells a little bit more, but then we wait for the backside of the trend. It's like, okay, I'm not catching the bottom, that's fine, but I'm positioning myself relatively well. Like, hey, it's still in a good place. You can take into consideration, you're 133 bucks, you're down 42%. Okay, I'm not going to catch the bottom, but if I catch it when it's down 30% or even 25%, that's still a discount. Okay, and it's the exact same thing with Bitcoin. I just think that this bear market is going to be substantially longer than what people are anticipating. Because there's nothing that's saying, like, we're going to turn around. You know you go through multi-month consolidations before you do. Like, look at the bottom over here, right? Like, look how long you were sitting in this from June of 22 until January of 23. So that's multiple months. We're not going to get a V. I could be totally wrong, and for the sake of my account and everyone else's, that you get that V-shaped reversal. But Bitcoin to the long side has never proven to do so. So just be prepared to get on the backside of that trend way, and you'll be positioning yourself relatively well. All right, guys,
Yes,
it's time for happening now and Neil's lesson of
I'll see you guys later.
Oh, yeah, Obi's gone.
Thank you very much to Obi for filling in there, and also to Joe. And I also want to talk here about the NASDAQ, QQQ bouncing off of these lows, SPY looking almost identical actually in terms of this chart setup. One of the themes of today, obviously not necessarily related to the overall market, but certainly related, I think, to sentiment and what people are watching, is energy. We do have some conversations here with Iran and with the U.S. officials from both countries speaking out. U.S. officials saying reportedly that progress was made, but there are still a lot of details to discuss. Iranian officials seeming to be a little bit more optimistic about the whole process. But either way, it seems like these talks, generally speaking, went well. Furthermore, we did have commentary from Chris Wright, who is the Secretary of Energy in the United States of America. He's saying that the U.S. will be restarting uranium enrichment in part with their partners in France. I want to talk here about some quantum, particularly INFQ. Now, this name has gone public via a special purpose acquisition corp. What we had here was Churchill or CCCX, combining business here with inflection. Inflection obviously having quite a nice debut after that de-SPAC. Now, one theme that we've talked about here, both on the morning show and with Obi and Joe over here on the midday, are a lot of these acquisitions, MASI, Massimo, and Zim Integrated Shipping, or ZIM. Here's a look here at Zim's revenue each quarter, and I say this because we're not going to get their quarterly revenue for very much longer because the company is reportedly, or I guess they already announced this year, they're going to be combining businesses with Hapag-Lloyd, which will acquire them for $35 a share. Palo Alto Networks here is on watch. This company is going to be reporting earnings after the bell, 4:10 p.m. We will not be covering this on any market recap show, just letting you guys know right now, but you will still be able to get here a look at what analysts are expecting from this report, what they reported last quarter, and some other infographics related to PANW throughout the day on X at TTV Research. But you know what you don't have to wait a single second to get? Neil's lesson of the day. Neil, it's lesson time.
Thanks, Adair. Well, you got to wait at least a couple of seconds. I mean, it has to come over. We got to organize our thoughts, and we got to jump right into it. But appreciate you so much. And it was actually the discussion that was happening to the left of myself. You can see Sharif coming back in because Obi and Joe were actually talking about Zim, integrated shipping, and some of these deals that have come through. So I want to talk to you guys a little bit about Edge here with respect to something like Zim, because this is the kind of thing that most people don't usually look at in the markets, like an M&A deal. But let's be real, Zim's done over 20 million shares. It's going to have good volume. It's a big catalyst, obviously. A lot of times with something like this, you'd expect, it's going to be bought for 35 cash. It's not going to move that much. But there are often times where the market does tell you a bit of a story, and following along can make some sense. So there's 2 points I want to make. And then the second one, trust me, is almost more fun than the first. Because when you see what I'm going to say second, there's opportunities for not free money, but sometimes effectively free money. So Zim was being bought at $35 cash and it's supposed to close at the end of the year. Now, when it was at $30, even napkin math can tell you that is trading close to 12% away from the deal price. So like, it's pretty simple. You don't have to be, it's not rocket science. Is that a good investment if you think this is worth, at the end of the year, $35, and you could buy it at $30 at the open? that would be essentially like risk-free. It's better than any rate of return you're going to get holding on to like treasuries or anything along that lines, or anything that you can get in the money markets. But what that tells you when the spread is that big is that the market doesn't seem to think there's a good chance of the deal going through because it's extreme. And then what you saw happen, and admittedly I took one shot at a mean reversion trade, so that's me. But what ended up happening is it had one support level that completely flushed. And when the market tells you something, a willingness to flush this despite the fact there was a huge spread, it ends up in a downward trend. That's an example of the market pricing something, saying, well, we don't think this deal is going to close. Maybe there's a trend short. Now, every now and then, there are moves on these, which you can trade them as momentum stocks when they move as momentum stocks. But I want to show you something that happened a couple of weeks ago, or maybe it was even last week. If you're really prepared, and if you are really prepared and you see a move and you want to take advantage of it and you're willing to do a little bit of research, you can always find edge in the weirdest places. So I'm going to tell you what happened. EA is another type of deal that's being bought for cash. See this move where it's like doing the normal thing where you're tight range and you're gliding higher, and then this happens. A 2-day move where it pulls back effectively 5 points. Almost nonsensically, and then gains it all back in. You're probably not going to believe what actually happened here. So the time value of money is the reason that most of these cash buyouts move around. And so what ends up being important is what kind of interest rate can you get and when is the deal expected to close? Well, when EA reported their earnings, there was a note in their earnings that literally reaffirmed the closing date, but it simply said Q1 2027. Now, the market thought that that was a change in the closing date, pushing it from mid this year out to next year. Which, what would that do? If fundamentally the deal was closing half a year later, oh, you've got to adjust. It should come down. The price should go down because this is going to take longer to close than we expected. See this little bottom here? Well, what do you think actually happened? They actually meant their fiscal Q1, which was the same closing date as before. Now, there wasn't one day for this to trade back up to where it was before. It wasn't even 2 days for it to trade back to where it was before. It was 3 full days to favor the long to the prices that it was at before the market literally got it wrong. And this isn't a case of, oh, is the market right or wrong? If you were watching this and say, why is this down so much? And you looked into it, I'm admitting I didn't. Like I was actually, I traded this profitably several times without even knowing this fact until the second day when I was talking to another trader who said, I was going over the report, it's if the market has this wrong, it's their fiscal Q1 and not their actual, not the actual Q1 of 2027. So this became completely mispriced just from a simple expected value perspective for a couple of days. And so it's very rare that you will see situations where you have almost a straight, it's not a straight arbitrage opportunity, but it is a almost strict value buy where you can take advantage of something like this. Again, you would have had to read the report, and then you would have had to make a call on the second day that, hey, I'm right about this, I've read it, it's fiscal, and I can buy it here, and it should get back to the 200 area between 200 and 203, and that's exactly what happens for a scalp trade for a couple of days as a day trader. Like, how happy are we if we get a couple of dollars on a $200 stock? Cheers all around, right? So you get that 2 or 3 days in a row, effectively something structurally that should go up in that situation. Now, the other side of the coin that comes for this, and I've said this before when it comes to edge, because I do trade these, when the market falls a lot for almost no reason, and I'll use Warner Brothers as an example, you'll often hear me say, when the market drops in a huge down day or we have some kind of a capitulation type day where things get sold off to the point where it's over 2%, and there are a few things that drop that shouldn't drop, one of the first places I go to are these kind of cash buyout deals because it's, again, a structural reason why they might fall further than they normally should just based on the time value of money. And that provides you with a bottoming tail, oftentimes in these, that you can grab because people just sell them because they need to bring up cash, not because it's not worth the deal price. Oftentimes, I remember going back into Liberation Day, which everyone was panicking, and there was a particular deal which traded like 10% down from the fair value at the time because the market happened to be bleeding. That was a stock that you could have just, even if you didn't want to scalp it that day, you could have just held it for a few months till the deal closed and got your free money. So there's all kinds of edge out there in the market. And if you are a day trader that can trade multiple times a day, if you got PDTs, maybe not the best for you, but leverage buyouts do provide you with a unique opportunity on day one, lots of volume. But sometimes there are also these structural plays where you can have low risk trades or at least have a complete directional bias because the market is mispricing something. It doesn't happen often, but because you can understand the structure of the deal if you're willing to do some reading, it does provide a good opportunity. And I'm here to tell you that at least on this floor, I mean, I can't speak for everywhere in real trading, but they're actually on this floor is not a strategy that is more consistently profitable than trading leverage buyouts. That's been true my entire career. In terms of actually generating profits month by month, there isn't. And it's because it's simplistic. You go in on day one, you try to calculate the fair value of the deal. If it trades too far against it, you get a good risk reward opportunity. So there's edge all over the place. Sometimes the most boring place is the best one. And I'm here to tell you, like, Zim was a fantastic stock today. I'm sure one of the best out there if you were trading it. I know traders absolutely cleaned up on that EA when it was completely mispriced by the market. And it's a simplistic trade. It's just a $2 win or a $3 win like you would. But because your risk to reward is fantastic and you believe it's structurally, you have confidence because the market's got something structurally wrong, it's a huge opportunity for you. So always be willing to open your mind to different styles of trade, to different types of trading opportunities. Just because it's not in your normal wheelhouse of being a small cap gapper or in your normal wheelhouse of being a big cap tech name out there, it doesn't mean you can't find good actionable trades. So good luck, Obi, there on Zim. I think it was fantastic, and good luck to everyone else out there. As the market's making a bit of a move here, market's starting to pull back, and I think silver. Just go back to the boys. Silver is actually getting down to the lows, which is good for my ZSL long off of VWAP right now. Go silver. Well, go silver down. Sorry.
Go silver.
What's going on, everybody? Can't do the whole morning introduction.
Right, you may as well just throw it up right now. Throw the there we go, bang.
No.
There it is. That's exactly what I was thinking. There it is.
There you go. That's my boy Assassino. Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the, I guess, the halftime post halftime show.
Yeah, we'll call it that.
What's going on? You just had a doctor's appointment today. Weaseled on down, feeling good. There's a whole bunch of small cap gappers that are going. We're going to be getting to those in a minute. And we also have to get to some painting as well in a minute as well. We'll get more on that in a second.
We're going to do that?
There's a story about that, and it has nothing to do with me. It's all about your boy Joey Opsh.
I told you about the skill. I told you about the skill.
It looks fantastic. Wait until you guys see what I'm talking about. Oh, it's great. Neil's interested too. I love it. I love it. Good morning, everybody. All right, let's get right down to work. Here's what we're looking at. So there's a couple holdovers as I see it from Friday, Atom and VVPR. They're both looking real good. Atom a little bit better than VVPR just based on the volume that it's doing, although they're both up very similar percentages up on the day. Atom looked to me, at least earlier on at around 935, you know, that implied balance open, that it had a whole lot of trouble with 5. And I think I was accurate there because you have a double top into 515, then all hell broke loose down into that 4 1/3, but a very clear downtrend break. And now it looks like we're doing a little bit of a consolidation here. What I worry about when we have that same area of resistance, I'm talking about 5, of course, as we had earlier, is the double top. So my move on this is going to be as follows. I want to build a position into 5. Okay, starting at 5, and then I want to DCA into VWAP, in and around 485. So I have about 15 pennies worth of range, currently about 20, because it's showing 505, but here it comes, into 5. So let's see if it holds up here. In fact, forget about this stupid screen. Let's get down to work. We're going to put Atom on this trading screen, and it's already popped up. right into 511. So it gave me 502 for all of 10 seconds. So let's go ahead. We're going to start building the position here. It's not even letting me in. So let's find a little bit of a better entry. Okay, so now we're in at 514, but that ain't the move, right? First of all, we got a small position to start, and we're in towards the high. So let's go ahead, 505, and then we're going to be building a position into 485. So that's going to be my thinking here. Trying to be strategic about the dip trades, not in an area where I know there's going to be a lot of people sitting, because that'll make it harder for me to get the fill. But it looks like this one is maybe a little bit inclined to go up, so it probably behooves me to throw in some profit takers should this one price spike up. This is a very aggressive bottoming tail candle here. Here comes 20. We got 14s on. I'm posting at the $0.25, but there's basically buyer and seller equilibrium here. This candle opened up and is trading at basically the same price. Okay? So now, let's go back a little bit to the black charts here, do a little bit more TA. So where do we find the local area of resistance? Now, we know this one popped up into 543, but it spent all in no time there. That was at 5 to 12. It was 525 that has been a hard level to clear. No closing prints above 5 1/4. So I'm alive to that as well. Now, if it clears 5 1/4 on a closing basis, I'm not going to treat it in the same way that I would that 1155 candle. I'll add into this position. So let's see how Atom is going to look here. It's up nice, multiple day runner, up 32, almost 33%, and looking to do it live. I'm also keeping an eye here on OLB, a bit cheaper here. Started out its life at around 42 pennies. That's what it closed out on Friday. But it's been putting some of these higher highs, man. A bit of an upward channel with, the occasional breach of said upward channel. We can trade it as a channel. We can trade it as a breakout, really depending on what's showing. So OLB will be in focus. GVH, I put this one because it's still up big on the day. But when I put it on, it was below the volume weighted average price. It's trying to reclaim that level now. This clearly has a propensity for two things. One, when it makes an intraday high, it almost immediately reverts within about 15 minutes. And number two, it's sporadic in its volume distribution. So look at this, 9 o'clock to about 9:30, we do the bulk of the volume. And then again, 11:10 to 11:30, we do the bulk of the volume, and then it just drops off a cliff. So that's something to be alive to. Currently, you have volume, price action, divergence, price action making higher lows and higher highs. You're not seeing that quite right now with the volume. So that will be in focus. OLB, GVH, looking good. We already mentioned VVPR. And Campus, CMPS, up about 40%. This one's a little choppy, though, and certainly has resistance at 8.5. I mean, we were up above that by, I think, 30 pennies at the max. That is the day high, 880. But we spent no time there. There's one candle that closed above it. The subsequent candle immediately reverted below. So 8.5, we can see selling at 11, selling again at 1145. So that'll be in focus for me. If we can clear 8.5 decisively, this could be a good one. Now, the other move is to try to pick it up on the higher lows. We'll see what it does at 8, but those are the ones that I'm looking at right now, but I think Atom, by far, the best of the bunch.
All right, man, good stuff. So Sergio asking me here in the chat, Joe, do I buy other cryptos like Ether? Yeah, I used to own a little bit more. Now I don't. I was trading ETHA as well too for quite some time, and then we got all out of that stuff at the break when it really started to move a little bit lower. But other than that, I just stick to Bitcoin. I did own some Dogecoin, and my buddy and I just for who remembers? I think it must have been 4 years ago now when the exchanges got hacked, but all it did was on the interface essentially was change the numbers. Do you remember that, Sharif?
No, I don't.
It's like so like Dogecoin was at like 1,000, like 10,000 bucks. Like Bitcoin was at like $1 million on like Coinbase and everything. If anybody remembers that, and I thought me and my boy, we thought we did it, right? We thought we did it. I'm like, get out of everything, because we had about we have 50 million Safe Moon. Do you remember that thing?
That's
Safe
crazy.
Moon? Yeah, but 50 million. Now the thing was like $50 each. We spent $100, and we're like, we did it. We're like, yes, we did it. But then sure enough, hackers just hacked it and changed the price of everything. But on the actual exchanges, I don't know. But on the actual exchanges, the value didn't change on them whatsoever. So yeah, we thought we did it there, and I thought that was it. I thought I was officially retired.
It's all over, bro.
$50 million or something along those lines. Yeah, it was absolutely insane. But that wasn't the case. And then reality kicked right back in. So let me know if you guys remember that, especially here in Toronto. It's very interesting. So no, other than that, Dogecoin, SafeMoon, that me and my buddy were still sitting on 50 million of those bad boys. I own some Shiba, but that was just that was kind of just playing around with it a little bit. And then Bitcoin has just always been my primary holder. You can have fun with the meme coins, that's for sure. But if you guys remember that was good. That was crazy. Yeah, Dogecoin. So I was involved in. So a bunch of buddies and myself, we pooled our money in together, and we bought Dogecoin at like 3 cents, and then we sold it at 80. But ask us how it goes. When you have a group of 5 friends and things are ripping and you start to see money drastically increase, things change, right? Like people are like, yeah,
I can believe that. I can believe that.
People are like, hold it, like diamond hands it. The other friends are like, give me my money, take me out, which wasn't bad, right? Like it wasn't horrible because we've known each other for so long. It's not like it ruined a relationship or anything along those lines. But it wasn't bad. $500 each. Quadruple the money, a little bit more than that, and then you get out, and then eventually Dogecoin did start to sell a little bit again. So yeah, a lot of fun in the crypto space. Again, I don't think that's the time for this right now. Wait for things to slowly curl around. Alt season, I would say, is definitely dead, if you ask me. Silver getting a little bit of a rebound here, guys, off of those lows, not too bad. 65.91. You've seen the momentum slowly start to uptick here in silver as it curled over, and then sure enough, you found a base right there around 65.54. Zim is still continuing to move to the south side, and our thesis is correct today, but just timing slightly off. So you can see on IBIT, we're looking for that move, Wixmail right here, and then it does additional liquidity grab, and then eventually makes that a little bit more lengthy of a move to the downside, tapping right into $38, and then now you're slightly bouncing off of that, and the exact same thing here with silver. Momentum starting to pick up to the downside, guys. And we do have a neckline break on the TQQs, and we're having a little bit of trouble breaking through that zone again. So you can see what was acting as prior support, now acting as resistance, and let's see, 47.80. If that breaks, then you might be able to take that additional leg lower down into the volume weighted average price. So keep that in mind. What's up, Reynolds, Carva? What's up, brother? Let's short Apple. Okay, all right. Yeah, we'll hop right into Apple. Let's see what it's been up to. It's definitely been the stronger out of the mag here today, even though we're starting to see a rebound across the board. Let's see if this move can be sustained. Let's head over to the daily, or we'll head into a 5-minute time frame. Take a look at what Apple is up to, because Katina Man was in this, and it's still hovering around those highs, 261. So strong momentum to the downside. Still a slight inside day, but I wouldn't be surprised at this pace if you breach it and head into what we were experiencing on Thursday's sell-off there.
Don't they have some event this week? Some crap?
March.
Here we go, ATOM into the high, 39. The high of the day is 43. We have 14s on. Watch out. Here we go. This is taking out some levels. So to me, it was really 520. That was the level that we had a whole lot of, 525, to be fair, a whole lot of trouble with. I'm assuming a lot of people got caught offside on this candle here, but this was actually my entry. This was what caused me to get in that $5 hold. It was this candle here because it completely broke trend. I'm talking about the 1210 candle on the 5-minute chart. Breaks trend, but immediately retraces, in fact, closes green. Let's see if this is going to give me an opportunity to get more. We still have just the initial entry into this one. Didn't get any into the teens, or sorry, I'm in the teens, in the single digits, into the 90s in 4. It didn't break trend at all, save and except for that one candle at 1210. So going to keep an eye out on this one. I'm posted now above the high of the day. So by definition, this will have to clear the high of the day for me to get the print. We're going to keep an eye on OLB as well, because OLB is definitely in that range at around $1, where I wouldn't mind picking it up with a very clear out below 90 pennies. So we're going to risk about 10 pennies, give or take, for that level. So watching for ATOM to try to retest that 543 high. Not immediately apparent whether we're getting any prints above 540. Give me a second. No, in fact, the current candle high is 540. So it is that 10 penny level that's keeping us a little bit back down right now. I remember trading Atom back at $25. Oh my days, really? Yeah, well, that is the life of the small cap gapper, right? It's around, for a little bit, and then it's gone. And a lot of times you'll see this on the daily chart, right, where they have monster intraday moves, only to kind of have no body on the candle, right? Upper wick, lower wick, and a very minute body. That is kind of just the typical small cap gapper. Here we go. We're about at 42. We're knocking the door of 43. We're looking for that price spike up. I'm waiting at 45, trying to front run that size, possibly at the $0.50. Let's see if this can print anything at around 43. I'm not seeing anything above 43 yet, so we haven't even tested it. There it is. There's 44. 45, it's a 44 penny high day, dropping down into 39s now. So we do make a new high a day, but no continuation into the $0.50. And as a result, no print for me. Now, this one has been decently spreaded, so it's kind of like 39, maybe 36 on the ask, 2-3 pennies at most, but I have seen it as far as wide as 5. I'm talking, of course, about Adam. So continuing to pack the patience here, looking for a possible dip trade into 525 to pick up more. I say 525 is because that was kind of the level that we had trouble clearing on any closing basis. So if it was a resistance level, I'm now looking for it to be support. Any chance you have a breakdown of the news that they are popping on? Asks Jusic. Let me just have a look over here and see what ATOM is. See what the blotter is saying. This was a Friday mover, I believe, because I did have it up on my blotter on Friday. So today's the 17th. Yeah, my blotter is malfunctioning. I do apologize. Give it a second over here. So the 15th, what would make, sorry, one sec. Let me just see what we got on the side over here. So the 13th. All right, let's see what this had on the 13th. It's licensing prospects as MTS achieves technical milestone. So Atomera signals accelerated licensing prospects as MST achieves technical milestones in AI power segments. You can kind of read the whole thing over here. You can screenshot that if you'd like, something to do with DRAM as well. Highlighted substantial advancements in customer progress within targeted segments, citing very strong technical advantages, I personally don't really care too much about the small cap gapper headlines, but if you're obviously going to swing this and invest or whatever, perhaps you want to know a little bit more about it. Okay, continuing to watch here as we work back into highs, still at 42, looking for a continuation into 45. Doesn't look like we're going to get it, but I want to switch to OLM as well because I want to build a position into this one. It looks like it has a nice bottoming, OLB, excuse me. It has a nice bottoming tail candle, which defends that general dollar area. This candle is making a new high, so this is my invitation to get in over here. Let's see if we can clear that level. What do we get? We got 19s, okay? High a day is 35, so let's post some orders. My move is, though, I'm just gonna basically say exactly what we talked about, right? I wanna defend that dollar into the volume weighted average price, so we in at 19s, we put in another dip trade. Let's look to defend. Prior bar low is what? Prior bar low is 106. Okay, so we wanna definitely pick up some ahead of prior bar low because I'm not looking for a trend break here. So let's go ahead and go 109. Let's see if we get something in and around 109. So that's what I'm looking at, Joey. OLB looking for the move into 135, and Adam looking for the high day break.
Good stuff, good stuff. So we did get that pullback into the volume weighted average price, guys, and you can see the volume really starting to cool off. Where would we have to risk to? 30 cents. That's where you're proven wrong at the break of the low of the day, or sorry, the low of this supply zone area, and the volume weighted average price. That's a good out right there, increasing your risk to reward. And then we also have IBIT, guys, starting to find somewhat of a bottom, it seems like. Keep an eye out on this one. Silver, not doing too much. Once again, just chopping around into this supply zone here, 65.99. But ZIM continuing to move to the southeast. Keep an eye out on this one here. A pullback and hold around 75. I think that's going to intrigue me a little bit more, and then we'll get involved on that one. Don't want to chase it or anything along those lines. Microsoft. So what I'm doing is essentially, if I'm thinking about trading the Qs, what are the big boys up to, right? I always tell you guys about this nice print, Gorb. You'll like that. Ooh,
bang.
Ooh, there's a print right there that you want to see on MSFT, a nice bounce. We have the 10-minute time frame. Let's head to a little bit lower so we can see some more detail in these price action prints. But that's what you want to see on Microsoft. Apple continuing to climb higher, still hovering around that neck of the woods. Microsoft, NVDA, what is it up to today? Oh, a big time bull flag here on NVDA. You want to catch the lower end of the range, and then sure enough, maybe you can get a little bit of a move to the top side there. If this guy wants to climb higher, I think you have a good chance that the market is gonna follow with it. But one thing to know, let's head over to the options chain. And when I was just looking at this here, guys, this is something that you really need to keep an eye out on. 49.2% next Wednesday, I believe, is the earnings report. So 3 days from now, all right, it's a shortened week, that's correct. But this was alarming. We talked about 200 when we were going over the options activity this morning, 155,000 at that specific zone. That's increased by 3,000, but then you have 195 as well starting to grow in size. So 112,000 contracts right there, still currently open. I wouldn't be surprised if we do hold below those levels, and if we do have the ability to breach and things, if the script flips pretty quick, then that's when you get that gamma squeeze type of effect. Scott from Brent Gamma, I like how he phrases this, a lot of gamma exposure right here, because that's a substantial amount of open interest with 70,200 contracts right there. Opened and closed on today's session, 57,000 at that 195 strike price. And then if you go over to the put side, not nearly as much activity, okay? 203,000, so 175, ooh, that's pretty big. 175 can act as a potential base here in NVDA as well too. So keep an eye out on that stuff, guys. What we're going to do is see if there's any other big earnings reports this week and see what we got. We can go over the expected moves, wait for this pullback here in the TQQs to see if we're going to get a continuation on today's trend. But first things first, let's go over the top performers today, and that's going to be the financials. You're up 1% there. Industrials up 0.7, and in the real estate sector, you're up about 0.4%, a little bit less. Now, the bottom three, the mats, energy, and consumer staples, which has been leading the race as of late, right? You're down 2% in consumer staples, most likely being led by, you've seen Walmart having a tough day today, Costco as well too. So keep an eye out on those guys today and see how the overall market, I'm not saying it's complete rotation, it just happens, right? You tech a little bit in vogue here today. Consumer staples, people taking some profit considering Walmart hit the $1 trillion club. You run into the 130s in this name. It's been on a substantial move. Moving forward, let's see what we got for earnings reports this week. There's that break on the TQQs right at VWAP. Oh, my days. All right, so Walmart, they're bang. Speaking of the Devil Dare Street, Thursday before the open, we have Walmart reporting, John Deere, Lemonade as well. Figma on Wednesday, I think that's interesting. Palo Alto Tuesday after the close, so that's going to be after the close today. And what else? Carvana, I think that's going to be a big one Wednesday after the close. Keep an eye out on that one there, guys. eBay. Not typically an intraday trader, but something to keep an eye on for sure. But Walmart Open Door, I think that's something that we want to keep an eye on. Klarna as well too. Wayfair, that's typically not too bad of a intraday one on earnings days. But Friday, not much either there.
All right, guys, there goes Adam into a new high day, 565, killing that 550 seller. We're all out. What's going on, Katina, man? 555, guys, so we're out 10 pennies lower than the high of the day. Let's watch now. Does it make an aggressive retracement into that 5.25? It's already losing 5.5, right? So let's continue to watch here. It hasn't lost 5.5 that decisively. Here are my levels. The 10 EMA on the 5 is at 5 1/3, but I'm also looking at that 5 1/4 for the price action break. So that will have to, by definition, necessitate into a 10 EMA breach. Let's continue to watch here as the profit takers really do aggressively take that money off the table, and or the shorts are getting short here. So we're already lower 20 pennies than at the high. So an aggressive sell-off here on Atom, and it's not immediately apparent whether we're going to reclaim the $0.50. So I'm going to continue to stay out of this one now. We do have a higher low relative to prior bar. Prior bar is 37s, current bar low 43. So we're still holding trend. Now this candle though doesn't have a higher high, not by much though. Prior bar high 64, current bar high 63. Right back above the $0.50 it goes. You could give it to prior bar low. So if you don't want to wait for that 33 or 25 and you think that, this is just a momentary red candle, you can get in here, give it to prior bar low. Again, prior bar low is at 37s, but you're almost about 20 pennies removed from that because now we're dancing here at 52s and 51s. You could give it to current bar low if you want to be more aggressive. That'll be 43. So that's about 6 pennies worth of risk. Now 3 pennies worth of risk if you want to do that. So I think that's actually what I'm going to do now that it's dropped off here. Let's go small share size, and we're going to risk into prior bar low. It's not letting me in. Again, the spread has been a little bit annoying on this one. So as I mentioned, prior bar low 37. So let's go ahead and do that. And we'll throw in that order there, and we'll look for a continuation. So we have 47s on. I'll have to wait north of the $0.50. Let's see if we can get something in now. I'm not going to DCA into an oblivion, right? If it actually stops me out here, fine. Then I'll look for that other level that I was speaking about, which is a 10 EMA on the 5, which takes me to 31 now. And or we'll DCA into the $0.25. So it's already dropping off. Let's see if it pops back off here. Nope, it will stop me out. And there we go, we're out. So we'll get in a little bit here, but we'll get stopped out. Now watching here, does it hold up at 30? That's the 10 EMA. Let's continue to watch. Let's see what we got here. Now we can take a bit of I would say a bigger position here because this is more technically sound. So let's go ahead and do that, and then we'll set up at the $0.25 as well. Not for the same amount of shares. Let's go ahead and do that, and then we'll front run it. What do we got? We got 34s on this one. There we go, right back up into 40s. Not bad. Let's see if we can get the print, and then we'll take a little bit more in front of that $0.50 if we can. Not immediately moving back up, but finding some support at the $0.33 off the 10 EMA. Not popping off though. Let's see if we can get that print. Seller at 39 though. All right, how's that OLB trade doing? It's done nothing, man. It feels like we're still putting in lower highs on this one, so I'm a little bit concerned. I'm only one penny out of the money, but this is kind of the look that I'm looking here at OLB. So we had this unbroken lower high chain. What got me into the trade was this bottoming tail candle off a key level, and then another 5-minute candle will make a new high quite decisively. But it feels like it's still suffering from that lower high trend. So I don't know how I feel about OLB at these levels. I'll pack my patience a little bit more, but there goes Adam right back into that mid 40s area. So we went the beak at 40. We're still waiting at 48, so it's going to have to test the $0.50 again. But a good hold here off that key area of technical resistance, now acting as support, Joey, at the $0.30.
Have you been trading GX AI today?
I've seen it though. I've seen it. Some people are yelling about it.
Yeah, I got my eye on maybe GX AI. 5 on it. Yeah, there goes Bitcoin to the downside, guys, looking like it's going to break. And this Zim, I was just messaging Obi, this Zim short has just been all day in play. That's a really nice one, man, going with the flow on that one. So not too bad of a look whatsoever. Now, this is essentially Sharif's small cap scanner here, with the exception of a couple of names. They're a little tweaking here and there, but these are all the small boys. You got 84 million shares traded here on GXAI. I wonder what Luis would have to say about this one, right? Like, is this it? Boom, short to the downside all the way from, I mean, you're not going to catch the peak, so if you play the break of that 177 to a low of around 132, that's not too bad of a look whatsoever. Now, as for the overall market, we did run into those zones that we were talking about not too long ago, and now headed right back up. Let's engage a little bit here, right? Why not? Shout out to that individual in the chat. Boom, and we're going to get involved there. Let's see if we can get the price that we're looking for. I'm willing to buy a little bit more, just considering the ebb and flow of the overall market. So if the big boys are going to start to rebound, I'm posted up at a specific zone. We don't want the TQ's TO. That doesn't exist. So we're posted up just below here, right at 48, 48.01. Let's see if we get that pullback, or it's going to be a breakout. Buying the top end of that range, I think we have a good opportunity to get involved here. Zim also putting in a nice print. Volume starting to kick up on both of the time frames as well. Now, Kahlua, done for today, up 800 on funded futures account. Much love. Hope Valentine's Day was great for you guys. I work at a flower shop, so busy. Now trading till now. Love y'all. Kill it for me.
Love you, man.
We love you, Kahlua. Hope you're killing it still in Vegas. I know you've been partying a little bit down there as well. So don't party it all away, as they would typically say. No, but aside from that, there it is. We're involved in some TQs right at 48 smackers. Let's see if we're going to get a rebound in the overall market. Let's go over the big boys and see what they're up to. And if they're coming against us, if we're not getting that bull flag breakout on the king of the chips, then we might be in a little bit of trouble. And that is going to be NVDA. We're still hovering around you. Ooh, you got a little bit of a move there, Sharif. Let's see if we can keep this sustained. Let's head over to the higher time frame. Phase out some of this noise, because that's what we do. We like the 10-minute these days. We've been using the 10-minute quite often there, Sharif. Microsoft, what are you doing? Holding up at this specific zone, you get a bounce there, but goggles is something that we want to keep an eye out on. Starting to form somewhat of a flag there as well, above the volume-weighted average price. Support level, watch for a liquidity grab, maybe and then a continuation. What has Meta been up to? Same narrative, guys. A lot of indecision prints right at the volume-weighted average price, but Broadcom still hovering around the high of the day. I want to add substantially more shares on this trade if it does start to work. Tesla, not doing too much, but if we print another 5, this is a 10-minute. Oh, okay. I don't like it so much on the 5-minute, but this 10-minute, if we keep seeing some buying pressure, there might be a good opportunity. But the downtrend is still fully intact here with Tesla failing to construct a new high, a new high right there. You can't break through that pivot high. That's going to be the opening auction drive, and then sure enough, you get that flush to the downside. So keep an eye out on Tesla. What's the other one that we want to go over to? We don't even want to look at Salesforce anymore, Sharif. List that one. No, I'm sorry. I'm joking, Benioff. We love you still, no matter what.
You see him talk crap about Optimus? You didn't see that video? So your friend Elon was trying to take him, show him Optimus 3.
Yeah.
Bro, by the time that thing responded, you could have got a cup of coffee,
Done a bunch of
went
things.
to see
Yeah,
the pyramids in Egypt, and then, you know, flew back. I mean, it was not tenable.
Yeah.
It's
well, I mean, you see
really
it
bad.
when it grabs like the popcorn, you see it like fill the popcorn bag. It's like.
Yeah, we're in the Tesla diner thing in LA.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
You should have went there when you went and visited.
Well, yeah, it's like 2 hours from my sister.
That's
she's
all right. You gotta make it right.
Bro,
Have you ever
come on.
seen the movie White Castle?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Harold and Kumar go to White Castle?
Yeah, of course.
Hell yeah,
So
bro.
then there you go. You got to make that trip and go over to what's it called?
I'll do it for a different reason.
The electric burger.
No, but seriously though, dude, it was slow.
Yeah.
And it was like, it didn't, well, that version doesn't have access to live information. So he was asking it something, I forget, something specific. And he's like, well, I don't have access to live information, but I can show you where the kitchen is. Oh, he's like, do we have any Coke? Like Coca-Cola, right? And he's like, well, I don't know if we have like currently, because I don't have live information, but I can show you where the kitchen is. And then it took him another 20 minutes to turn around and walk. No, it's not good enough, Joey. It's just not good enough.
It's still far away.
So,
yeah, some of these Chinese robots are looking pretty good, though.
See, the Elon says those are a gimmick. He's like, they're very good robotically, but the brain isn't there. So if you're looking at like the actual processing, what can this thing do IRL other than just flip and fight in a ring? You know, well, it's great, right? But in real life, when you actually come to use this, where's the use case?
Yeah, what do you think would be easier to catch up on, the actual robotics and the movement, or integrating the brain?
I think it's the brain that's the most important thing.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
I think that the robotics definitely, they've made progress. A lot of people have made progress on that. All right, guys, we're freaking doing it live right now, man. ATOM in at 34, wet the beak all the way up into 51, but it is having trouble reclaiming that 50 penny level. So I'm alive to that. If we can clear 50 again and clear decisively, I'm going to add into this position. So we got stopped out very briefly for a small amount. We actually got double the amount of shares that we got stopped out on, and now we're looking for a clean 50 break on Atom, looking for a continuation. We've been in this one, I think, since 16s, and we're still riding trend into the top. Now, I also did it live here on OLB, as it did catch a price spike up into 1.25, but look at it, it's still suffering from that same affliction of lower highs. It does have these, bamboozling candles that'll break prior bar high, but the general trend is still lower highs. So we're at the 10 EMA. I'm going to pack my patience a little bit more here on OLB, especially since it's up 78%, and I know that it's going to be on a lot of people's radars, but that works both ways, right? The shorts are going to be looking for this one to mean revert. The longs are looking for it to continue. So it's not just because it's up big. That means that we get into it, and we get into it with aggression. Back to Adam over here, watching the higher lows, but also watching very clearly as the price struggles in and around that $0.50. So we are making higher lows relative to prior bar, and we've been doing so since that red candle at 12:30. But guess what? You're seeing it over and over and over that the selling is coming in at the $0.50 without any real decisiveness. I have to go back to OLB because it's dropping back into that 110 area. So this is the important level here. So we have 110 to 1 is a buy area here, and that's where I have my big dip trade sitting, in fact. Initial small size, now we're looking for that bigger size here at 109. So I'm waiting a little bit below 110, and then at 103. We didn't get the 109. So it dips into that level, doesn't cross, we don't get the print. So now I have to make a decision whether I want to chase this. And I don't think that I will, because it's still suffering from a downtrend, the lower high trend. If it was putting in higher lows and higher highs, I feel a lot more confident actually getting into this one and running with the trend to the high side, but it's not doing that. So I don't want to DCA into an oblivion. So I'll keep my high here on OLB. If I get the fill at my level, we'll get in. Otherwise, I'm going to look for the clearing of that 1.25 before we get in near the highs. We're going to the big desk.
Slower here for Snowflake, guys. SNOW. Google announcing their big query global queries, which will let you to explore distributed data with a single SQL statement. So again, this new data analytics product from GeoOGL seems to be negatively impacting SNOW. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. What are you looking at, Joseph Options?
Same thing, man. I told you I'm open to grabbing a little bit more here, but at VWAP in the TQQQs. Not something that I typically do, but just considering this downtrend is still intact, right? Like we failed to break through that 5-minute opening drive and heading a little bit lower. You can see you're getting almost to a neckline here. This is a big over-under play, I like to call them typically, right? So resistance up here, you break through it, but now can it act as current support? If not, it can break down. And here is silver. I was thinking short on silver throughout the day. And then sure enough, it breaks up through VWAP. So you had to be extremely patient, get in on this consolidation zone. So 2 hours after the open, and then now you're starting to head a little bit lower here, guys. So keep that in mind. We're a quarter out, but I don't have much size. My next ad will wait for any indecision prints, but we also have to keep an eye out on what the big boys are up to as you take an aggressive leg to the downside there in the TQQQs. CRM, we were going through them. Let's head back over to AAPL. Is that bull flag breaking down? Not quite, but there is some selling pressure, I should say, at the top end of this range. Microsoft giving up the gap right there. Sharif breaking through some key. You got the gift of the gab, eh, brother? As the English would like to say. There it is, NVDA bull flag heading towards the lower end of the range. You get a punch through, but then you come back into the middle of the supply zone. I told you we're going to have a big time issue at 195 here, just due to the amount of supply. So keep that in mind. Make sure you check on those supply zones, whether you're using Bookmap or the options chain. In order to do so, it can tell you a lot what we have going on. Tesla heading a little bit lower. So I'm going long the market when these big boys are really starting to sell. Not necessarily a good look right here, but we'll mitigate. We'll figure out what we got going on. Any form of a bounce. Maybe we'll find somewhat of a continuation here in the overall market. One thing that's kind of keeping me worried, though, is that you could see some bigger names down double digits. Are we down double digits off this previous high in the Qs yet? Not quite. 6.25. 6.25. So I don't know. Maybe there's going to be a little bit more. 406. Damn, CrowdStrike, man. You not rocking what I want. Down 30% over there. Zscaler not doing too good either.
They're all getting clipped, but it looks like CrowdStrike and Fortinet are getting clipped a little bit harder
today. Yeah,
and Zscaler's
down 50% off of that 337 high.
Oh my
That's
days.
disastrous. That's disastrous. Like, I
so
don't
hold
really
on.
know what to say.
Who's down 50?
Zscaler.
Down 50% from the high?
Yeah.
Oh my days.
49.25.
Dude, the software disruption is getting. Tell me, please, you messed around with Claude Bot. You did some stuff.
Not yet. No.
Not yet. You gotta mess around.
I looked it up here. Have you tried it? Have you tried it yet?
I'm trying to set it up on Cloudflare.
Yeah.
I don't want to buy an entire computer because if you shut that computer off, it forgets everything. You have to run it all the time.
Just leave it on sleep, essentially.
Even if it does that, it loses connection to the air, it forgets everything. So Cloudflare set up a thing for it.
How long does it take to?
A minute.
Yeah.
You have to make new accounts and everything. A lot of people are setting up. If you're going to put a card, you got to buy like one of those prepaid cards because you don't want anything connected to your account because of prompt injection. All right, we got to pause for a second because we have to go to Adair at the big desk.
As we get this push a little bit lower here in the market, we do have some comments that I want to mention here from Fed's Barr. Fed's Barr signaling a potential rate hold, saying that he believes it's prudent for the Federal Reserve to take its time and review incoming data before making policy changes. He wants to see some more evidence that inflation is, quote, ebbing towards that 2% target. And he still sees, quote, a significant risk that inflation will remain above 2%. So some hawkishness coming from Fed's Barr today. He's not the only Fed speaker scheduled to talk today. Guys, we are set to have more Fed speak here around, I believe, 2:30 p.m. That'll be Fed's Daily, who tends to be kind of more mid-range when it comes to hawkishness and dovishness. Back to you.
Thank you very much. All right. Oh, Joey, I got a couple of cover a couple of things. OLB is on its last leg with me. If it loses that dollar area, we're all gone. But there goes Adam, and this might be an ad now into this position here. It's a clean hold of the 10 EMA. It's above the $0.50. It's 4 higher lows in a row, and this candle decisively higher high. We're on the way to 565. We're showing 58s right now, so Adam looks like it's him. BDMD is making a move as well here, Bovin. I know you want to look at PLYX, but it's BDMD that's kind of Well, I think it just got into highs. Excuse me, it did. It took out that 10-15 high, which was 127.5. The official high day is 129. I'd be looking for a dip trade in between 120 to 115. I like that 118 level, so I'm kind of just trying to take the extremities, 120 to 115. Reason 115 is because it's overlapping between volume weighted average price and 10 EMA on the 5. Also, I like the higher lows. You can try to pick up higher lows as well off a trend line. That's been money on BDMD. So be on the lookout for that. But there goes Adam, man. It is taking out highs, taking out local highs, and now is 2 pennies away from the high day. 63 showing up, 65 is a high day. We got 34s. This is the second entry. We're in at 16s. We're gonna go ahead. We're posting at 69 now. Let's see if we can take out the 65 seller. There's 65. They're selling at 65, Joe. We can't shake the seller there. So maybe we can take the opportunity to get in a little bit more, but I also need to keep my eye on that hot garbage. OLB, we're in at 11s. It's showing me 8s now, 9s. I think I'm going to flatten out, break even on this piece of crap. I shouldn't have been DCing into this one. Let's see, 10s showing up. Can we get a little bit higher on this? Come on, let's go, let's go. Nope, the seller at 9s over here, Joey, so we can't get in to that. I'll just take a 1 penny hit if we can get it, and there we go, we're out on this. And then it drops 4 pennies right after I hit the sell button.
That's good.
Must have been my 3 shares there, bro. That moved the market. No, I'm kidding. Guys, I want to bring your attention as well to BDMD. Let's pull that up on a trading screen. Let's bring this one up and have a look at the spread. Very good look. 1 penny right now, not a bad look at all here on BDMD. Now this is the level, right? We talked about 115s. Here it is. Give me. All right, we're in.
You know what they say though, Sharif?
Give me, never get. Haven't you learned your manners? Yeah, you little punk. No, I'm kidding, of course. All right, it's bleeding, Joey. It's getting me offside here because I didn't say please. All right, what's my move on BDMD? We're holding up into that 109, 110 area. That is where I see the trend line, but we're right at VWAP right here, right now. Let's see if we can get in tiny shares to take advantage of that little price spike down. What do we got now? 17s. It's already showing me 17s. Let's go ahead and post at 20. Let's see if we can get a little bit higher at 25 as well. Let's see what we got. City Boy says SGN. Say less, City Boy.
Say less, C-Boy.
Oh, what a move. We're going to take off that hard garbage GXAI, and we're going to put in SGN on the side. Now, this one is, suffering from the same thing, many of these suffer from, that it's below $1. But it looks fantastic here on the chart, 37 penny high, and this is up about 42%. Now, this is on the MX, okay? So right away, it goes under suspicion. Okay? Anything trading on the MX, immediately under suspicion. So let's see what this one does. Levels on this one are 32 and change. That's where the 10 EMA on the 5 is, and I'm looking at VWAP at 30.5. That's SGN. That's assuming, of course, it doesn't continue into that 37 penny high. So we're keeping a close eye on that. And we're still holding, man. We're still holding Atom over here, ATOM, still suffering from that flat top at 565 that we can't seem to shake. But BDMDs are treating me well. We're penny in the money. We haven't printed, though, that 20 or that 25 penny fill. So we're going to keep a close eye here on BDMD, and we're going to wait for those higher lows, Joey. Believe you and me. It dips. It dips down into 109, 110. I'm going to add because that's where that trend line is. So keeping a close eye on that. Shout out to City Boy. Thank you, brother, for calling out SGN. We're going to put that instead of the OLB. Oh, no, Joey. Now OLB is going. That was on me, but I didn't want to hold this one. SGN, let's put this one on here. And I said it's on the MX, and it is on the MX. Current bar high, 36 pennies. Prior bar high, and the high at day, 37. So be on the lookout here. SGN could be a mover. But again, guys, if this one halts, we won't know what the tap is, so we'll have to fly blind. And by the way, for the newer viewers who haven't been around in a while, when you're looking at my screen and you're looking at the level 2, the red rectangle, so the price that's highlighted in red on my level 2, those are going to be limit up, limit down. So you're going to get the limit down on the left side, that's the bid, and then you're going to get limit up on the right side. That's the ask. So if you're ever looking at my screen, I got the mover on. That's kind of what that means. So you can gauge limit up, limit down based on that. Here comes Adam again into 65. Joey, are we going to see the same selling? We're seeing it right now. That same annoying seller keeping everybody down here below 65, and he's hidden. No, barely any size posted at the gateway. I'm posted at 69, looking for that top to break off. And then if we take out 69, I got a bias here that we could go to 6. So we'll have to, look for strategic areas to get in. I'm looking for any 66 prints here because I just saw a 66 flash momentarily on the level 2, but I didn't see anything on the tape. There it goes, Joey, into 71. We get the print at 79. Adam is taking out highs. There goes BDMD as well. Where is it, man? Taking out my level as well. We got 17s. There's 23. We're looking for BDMD to take out 29 penny high. It's up 60%, and it's holding those higher lows. Adara.
Keep an eye on AAPL, which is at intraday highs. I'm just seeing a report coming through that the company is ramping up its work on AI glasses, pendant, and camera AirPods. So nothing massive here, but just be aware AAPL reportedly ramping up work on AI glasses, pendant, and camera AirPods. As Sharif alluded to earlier here today, we are having an Apple event, though they're calling it an Apple experience on March 4th of 2026. Back to you.
What are we going to experience, Joey? The lack of AI? What are we going to experience, brother?
We knew that already.
I need to have some sort of experience. I've had none.
You got to go outside of Apple, my friend.
Joey, you seen the Fold? Did we talk about the Fold last week?
The Google?
No, the Apple Fold.
No.
Have you seen what this thing is going to look like?
No.
It's going to open up to an iPad.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, so it's not going to be your typical. So the rumor was that they were going to have 2 iPhone Airs together. And that was going to be the body, and it was going to be like your typical Samsung that was going to fold. No, bro. It's going to be a book style. So short and wider. And when you open it up, it opens into an iPad.
Okay, so it won't fit in your pocket?
It will, because it's short and a little bit wider. So it's about, say, maybe here, like that, but a tad bit wider in that sense. And then you open it up like this, and it's going to be super. Well, we'll get to that in a second.
The Pixel 10, have you seen that?
The Pixel 10 is like the same thing, though, brother. It's a book, so it gives you a square screen. It doesn't give you a 16:9. Okay. Right? So it's completely unnatural in the way that you use it. More on that in a second when we go to Adara.
Yeah, just another really quick update here with this headline. META reportedly, or I guess not reportedly, but META seems to be having moved down on this at least a little bit. We did get that spike all the way from like 636 to 632. It was a couple 3-minute candles ago. And this does look like it's on that Apple headline. Again, basically the idea being that these AI smart glasses are designed to compete with Meta's offering. So again, Apple reportedly looking to compete directly with Meta with regards to its AI smart glasses. Also seeing some comments here from Ancora, an activist investor involved with the Warner Brothers, saying that they are, quote, pleased that WBD is opening talks back up here with PSKY. Back to you.
Trying to find the right one to show you guys. It's none of these, SSE. No, it's none of these. So if I can, it's the guy on TikTok. He's the guy that I go to. Let me see if we can show it here. Yeah, you can't see it here. You know how it leaked, though, right?
No.
So you know they gotta send the design to all the people that are gonna make the cases and everything that comes with
how
that.
Things get leaked.
Yeah. So the digital design. So someone 3D printed what it looks like. And it's none of these. None of these. None of them. None of them. It's gonna have 2 cameras on the back, so it will look like this. Anyway, though, whatever. We'll get to that in a little bit, but I have to find the right one. Guys, we have some stuff here that's happening. Adam just printed another high day into 83s. Now, I know some of you guys got bamboozled on that because it made a 78 penny high and then dropped all the way back down into 57. But it still held trend. The higher lows, the higher highs, everything is still holding trend. Nothing is breaking down here on Adam. So we're going to have to figure out a way to get in ahead of 6 because the bias was that this was going to squeeze into 6. And now we're about 17 pennies off that $6 level. So ATOM is absolutely him. This one was running on Friday, it's running on Friday. It's running again today. It holds the highs. It makes higher highs, higher lows, everything. The trend is on for Adam here. So it's a multiple day runner. My move is going to be looking for a possible attempt to breach prior bar low, maybe mid-60s. Maybe you're looking at 65. 65 was the flat top break that we got. It was a 3-candle rejection at 65. now goes up into 84. So Adam in focus, and that other one that you guys called out, SGN, is still in focus here. 37 penny high, but now we have two lower highs in a row relative to that 1245 candle. That is a 37 penny high. Then it's 36, then it's 35 and a half. So we're still in a bit of a downtrend. I have a bias here that the buy zone is between 33 to 31 and a half. Reason is 33 a little bit ahead of that 10 EMA, and then 31 and a half a little bit ahead of that VWAP. So it's a bit of a zone there between the 10 EMA and VWAP. That's what I'll be keeping my eye out on there. But BDMD disappointed me a little bit. It did price spike up into 129, right, and then it comes right back down into 118. So the deal is we're moving up our stop. We're moving it up to break even on this monster in case it really wants to revert. I want nothing to do with it if it reverts. I'm going to be looking at getting in at SGN over here into 33s, 33s to 31.5. So that's what I'll be looking at. Robinhood Ventures Fund at 10, says Zen Zombie. Robinhood Venture Fund at 10. What does that mean? Thank you for the $2 super chat. What does that mean? Do you know what that means?
The venture fund, are they having
10?
like
At 10 p.m. or a.m. tomorrow or what? You don't have to tag. You don't have to. Sorry, just tag us though.
Take a look.
Yeah.
We can figure it out.
Let's do it, man. I'm starving, man.
What'd you eat, man?
Nothing. That's probably why. What do we got, Joey?
Robinhood Ventures.
Is there any events?
Fund announcement, launch of initial.
Have a look.
Yeah. Today, Robinhood's venture fund is announced to launch the roadshow in its initial public offering to common shares to beneficial interest. RVI has filled the registration sentiment. The Securities and Exchange Commission to offer 40 million common shares of the beneficial interest at expected initial public. Got it there, maybe. To learn more, okay, so is it an offering of some form? That's interesting. Let's pull up. Did you get
tag us, Zen Zombie, brother. What do you mean by that? Like, tag us. City Boy, yes, I have heard of Reddit True Died. Yes, it is. It's basically right now in phase 3 studies by Eli Lilly, but it's being widely misused. I don't want to say misused, but it's being widely used. Basically by bodybuilders and people in the fitness community. They're buying it directly from China. Obviously, there are many different risks that come with that. But yes.
I have it.
Go ahead, Joey.
So yeah, Robinhood's Venture Fund 1 offering consists of 35 million common shares of beneficial interest being offered on the RVI.
What is this, IPOing?
No, it's not, maybe. I don't know if it's some form of offering, right? So
okay, let's go to Adair. Yeah. I think she's got the information
on this.
So it appears that Robinhood Venture Fund at 10 refers to the fact that Robinhood CEO Vlad Tenev and Robinhood Ventures Fund President Sarah Pinto are holding a live streamed presentation today at 1 p.m. Eastern, but 10 a.m. Pacific. So that is very likely what Robinhood Ventures Fund at 10 refers to. I will be watching this. It looks like it starts right now. If there's anything of interest, I'll let you know. But again, it looks like that RVI, the Robinhood Ventures Fund 1, will be launching at the roadshow for its IPO. As Joe mentioned there, the pricing of that, they're expecting to price this IPO at $25 a share. I'm going to be watching this event and covering it for you guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Bovin, for explaining that as well. Appreciate that, brother. Yeah, very interesting. I'm just going to keep my my hood chart on the top there in case it does anything erratic. We'll have a look at it. There are Robinhood. I believe there are Robinhood leverage ETFs if you guys want to trade this more from an intraday kind of look, keep that in mind. But here comes SGN. There it goes into the high. It's at 37 pennies. It ends up holding up at 37, but I feel like maybe we're catching the shorts on the rope here, on the ropes. There it goes. Joey took it out by all of 0.11 pennies. So we're looking for continuation here on SGN. It's got a good looking chart under it. Good percentage up on the day, about almost 50% now.
Apple.
Sorry?
I was just saying, there goes Apple putting in a new high
Apple,
today almost. Yeah. This thing's been on a run. There you go, Katina,
I heard about that trade today, Katina, man. Attaboy. So that, yeah, we'll keep an eye here on SGN boys and girls, 37.42, ladies and gentlemen. Looking for continuation. It looks really good. It looks really good. So good that it didn't even touch the 10 EMA on the 5 and hasn't since the candle at 12:30. So this one is kind of showing its strength here, even though, it is south of $1. We're going to look to try to get in. Let's go ahead and try to get in here we're going to risk about a couple of pennies in the 34s. Okay. No. 30. I have to risk at 33 because prior bar low is 33 3/4. Okay. So if we're going to get in here, I have to give it at least a prior bar low. So we're in. Where are we in? We're in at 36. Let's go ahead and post at the different penny levels. So we'll go 37s. Oops. We'll go 38s as well. Let's see what we can get. But I also might want to get in some dip trades, so long as those dip trades don't breach prior bar low. So I'm going to go ahead. Oh, this is really coming down. Let's go ahead and wait over here at 34 and change. I'm going to wait 34s actually. And then we'll stop out if it loses prior bar, which I mentioned 33 3/4. So that's my look there. Adam coming back down a little bit here, 591 high coming into 69. Current candle is lower low. So we breach prior bar low. Look for a hold up, number 1, at 565 on Adam. That doesn't hold. You're looking for the 10 EMA on the 5, which is basically 5 high 50s, 557, 558. Otherwise, you're really looking at 5 1/4, the next area of support, right? That was the flat top break that we couldn't shake basically all morning. That would be the only level I'm looking for there, 5 1/4 if 560, 550 breaks there. All right, keeping an eye here on SGN. There it goes, taking out all my orders, 37s, 38s. Sucks we didn't get more though. It came right into my order but didn't cross 34, so we didn't get any filled. Let's go ahead and wait now at 39 here. On the boy here, SGN, did I get stopped out of BDMD? Oh, what the helly? Oh, that sucks. How come I got stopped out? Oh yeah, okay, I gave it too tight of a range there. I see. Okay, well this doesn't look that bad though. I might want to get back into this. Yeah, that was a mistake there. I should have been giving it a little bit more room. That means I have a crappy price though now. I'm gonna get in. Let's get in here on BDMD. There we go, and it's not even letting me in now because it's moving. All right, so we have to get in at highs, which sucks. I hate that. Oops. All right, let's throw in some orders. And 29 is the high of the day, so we'll go 28s. On that, SOPA is moving up, says Bovin. It's breaking $1. That could be a good move for it here. It's still lighter on volume, Bovin. It's a 99 penny name. It's only done 3.71 million shares at 104. Today. By the way, guys, sorry, no news segment today. I didn't have the opportunity, obviously, to do the morning notes, so we'll forego that today, and we'll start back up again tomorrow. So
bright and early, bright and early.
Bright and early, bro. Absolutely.
All right, Shreve, you got anything there? We're going to cover some Apple here, brother. As Katina Man's still long. You can hit the diamond hands one more time there, Mr. Katina Man. As you do put in a new, there it is, bang, diamond hands.
There he is, bro.
A new high of the day there on AAPL. I'm still sitting in this TQQ's trade. NVDA, once again, did pop right into a new HOD, guys, but getting slammed down immediately, so not too good of a look there. We need this guy to participate, but we continuously talk about those supply zones. So if we get an additional push to that HOD, maybe we will trim some up. But I'm like, Gorv, I'm going to try to hold this one, but we are running into some resistance zones that we need to take into consideration, right? So if we head over to this 5-minute time frame, we'll get in a little bit more detail and go to the LTFs. So what was once support now acting as resistance? If we can get into the middle of this supply zone, then maybe I'll look to take a little bit off. But right now, if it's working for me, I'm just going to rock and roll. Worst case scenario, he comes back to the break even, and then you get out of dodge, and you're in the exact same place in which you started with. So you get back the unrealized, but you just take a look there. So as for the TQQs, once again, starting to come back in. If it breaches this, then we might be in a little bit of trouble. But a nice pop. And where did this pop come from? This break high, right? Oh, there goes Apple. Oh, that's not good whatsoever there, Gorev. Look at these lower time frame prints right here. And if this closes as an inverted, there might be a good opportunity. You want to wait for it to start to form that base up at around the top end of that range, and then you might be able to find somewhat of a short. But you want to go against the grain on these big boys. Just be cautious and be prepared to get out when you're supposed to, all right? So not too good of a look right now for the long. NVDA coming back in, chopping around that neck of the woods, around that high of the day. That bull flag breakout didn't work how we were expecting it to, and then Amazon starting to come back in a little bit too. So be prepared to sit through some ebbs and flows within this overall market, as it's tough to find a definitive direction unless you're looking at some of the Apples. Broadcom was strong today. Tesla hasn't been as cool, and the same thing with Meta as well too, guys. So a lot of sideways price action helping lead the market into some chop, and that's totally fine. TSM, what has it been up to? MU, I heard MU was performing relatively well today. Let's take a look at MU. Bro. Pardon me?
It's getting clipped.
Yeah, well, again, I didn't look at it, so I heard it was all right. It did put in a high of the day.
400, to be fair.
Yeah, it's above 400 on the daily. How's it performing? Not too bad. I mean, if you go back and look at the Amazons and everything along those lines, you're down 12% off of that high. What is Amazon off of its high? I think this thing's a buy. Well, I mean, not yet. It's the same narrative, right? Like, I'm talking about Netflix and everything along those lines. Wait for the trend lines to be broken. Even though it's not very orderly, it's very hard to tell, like, hey, when is this going to be broken, considering it does feel like somewhat waterfall type price action. You get any form of a bounce. That doesn't necessarily mean engage, but just be cautious on what you got going on. Sorry, I think it's kind of funny. Down 23% right there is AMZN. A tough look. Once again, we'll skip. Why is CRM so high up in my thing? We're going to move this bad boy all the way down here, Sharif, to the dumpster.
It might be good to keep it up there. Yeah, it's always short that bad boy.
To the dumpster, we'll throw Salesforce. But, ooh, guess what?
What?
Guess how much Ethereum? You already looked, man.
I didn't look at anything, bro. What do you want from me, bro? I can't even see that.
All right, good. How much?
I'm looking right now. I can't see it.
How much we down off the top in Ethereum?
60%.
Bro, you're like
on my life, I didn't look.
All right, on the life.
Are we at 60?
Yeah, we are down 60%, 59%. So there it is. Tom Lee company right there.
Lovely.
That one, I know Sean. We played the Tom Lee thing with Sean there because I know those guys are.
Say that again, Katina man. Is Bitcoin? Yeah, it's 60,
a little bit.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, I mean,
we're going to 80
66,
probably.
66, the high of 120. Yeah, you're around 50% on Bitcoin as well too, right?
I would not be surprised.
Yeah, let's take a look at what we are on Bitcoin. So poor Mr. Saylor, well, actually not poor Mr. Saylor. He's officially been underwater on that one. 46% on Bitcoin off the highs there. So.
He's gonna have to start loaning some people to buy his.
Well, I don't know. What do you do at that point? I don't know. You just diamond hand. You just stick with the.
Did you see? I sent. Did I send it? Oh, I sent it to Brendo, but it's Instagram, and I know he didn't watch it. Dude, you got to see what this guy says. He's on Squawk Box with Becky Quick. She's like, you know, what if Bitcoin goes to 5,000? He's like, well, yeah. She's like, he's like, I'll buy more. She's like, with what money, right? She'd be like, I won't have any problem picking up money. The default risk here is negligible. It's like, what? You know, I gotta send you this video.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, I gotta see this video.
He's delusional. Listen to him, he just makes stuff up.
She's like, you know, who's gonna lend you?
Yeah.
When you've drawn down so much, and he's insistent that he's gonna be able to get money. I'm not saying he's right, but that's what he said.
Would you give him any money?
Me?
Yeah.
I personally wouldn't give him money, no, but because I don't have any money to give like that. But you know, clearly banks maybe who want some risk appetite. I don't know. He seems to be pretty confident. Otherwise, you know, he's just stone cold lying to keep everybody from punching out of the position, right? I'll send you that video. I think it's probably worth watching.
Fabian sent us something cool as well too. Did you see, like, there's this Korean market? They made a mistake. I forget when it was. I think it was a while ago, February 6th. Yeah, so a couple of weeks ago in South Korea, an exchange by accidentally sent a bunch of wallets, a bunch of crypto. What? Yeah, and just made them rich. Yeah. Send them a bunch of Bitcoin.
Did they have to send it back?
I don't know. I don't know if they had to do that.
Did you hear about that? You know, sadly, of course, that anchor woman, Nancy Guthrie, they kidnapped her mom.
Yeah.
So they're asking for Bitcoin. Now, I'm not saying the whole thing it jives because it stinks from a lot of different angles, right? Yeah. But why do you want Bitcoin? Yeah. You unleash AIs onto the blockchain, I'll be able to trace you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
easily.
You know when the wallet's active.
That's the whole point of the ledger. Oh, but there's a scrambling method.
Is there?
Yeah.
But there's like no counter to that scrambling method.
There probably is, but I heard it makes it really difficult.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, there's a scrambling.
Okay, well that's probably why.
You can scramble it, and then it just like really messes it up. So. Criminal activity aspect of it.
Papacito says, look, the risk is de minimis at this point. I don't know, brother. Perhaps the people who loaned him the money feel a little bit differently, but I see your point. I see your point completely, but I just, you know, Bitcoin does what it does. And, you know, if you know what the retracements were, if you looked at the chart in 2013, You looked at the chart in 2018. You looked at the chart 2022. You know what to expect. You can't handle that. You don't have the money to DCA.
Yeah.
This is not for you. Simple, right?
Oh,
Stay away from
my
it.
God.
What's up?
I just hit the heavy. I'm in.
You're in heavy? All right, let me take over that.
Yeah, I didn't mean to do that.
All right, man. We're holding here on SGN. I'm looking for that break through 38. It keeps popping up above 38. What Sailor said. Oh, the risk is de minimis. Yes, he did say that, Papacito. Yes, actually, we're talking about the same interview, right, with Becky Quick. Yeah, he did say that made me chuckle. Keeping an eye here on SGN, guys. We're in at 36. It's having a whole lot of trouble taking out 38s, but there is support at 35, so I wouldn't necessarily get out here. In fact, I had a dip trade at 34. I think that should be moving up to 35. In fact, I think that that's exactly what I'm going to do. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Papacito. I misunderstood, brother. I apologize. Guys, OLB's taking out highs here. Let me just flip to OLB. I think it was over here. There goes OLB. It's on the way back to 1.25. We should have held on to this one, but hey, sucks to be me. 135 high, it's showing 122. Looks like it's making its way back up. We're going to pause. We're going to the big desk.
More comments from this Robinhood stream and more comments from Fed's Bar. The Robinhood stream has been pretty uneventful, which is why I haven't mentioned it yet. I mentioned in the chat, the audio is pretty bad on the stream. It's worth noting, but regardless, the reason I bring up this stream now is because Vlad Tenev, CEO of the company and president of RVI, that's Robinhood Ventures, Sarah Pinto, they just announced that Robinhood customers will be able to start getting their IPO shares of RVI on the platform now. Stream's not quite over yet. Apparently, you'll be able to start getting these shares once the stream ends, but right now it looks like they're doing a Q&A off of X. Again, I'll continue to listen to this to see if there's anything of note. Fed's Bar, though, saying that there is a risk that AI could raise structural unemployment over time. Nothing super shocking there, but he is still talking, guys. Back to you.
Good stuff there. All right, so yeah, we did not mean to do that. We just double upped our size right there, Sharif. All right, let's go. I mean, you don't want to panic too quick, right? Bang, just like that, man. If we can break this pivot here on the TQQs, that's going to be absolutely good. Oh, I thought that was these dark pool prints. I thought we just squeezed up to 48.20.
Nice, bro? When that happens,
I'm like,
I love
what the heliante? Like, that's so not fair. You get yourself
Dark
all
pools,
excited
bro.
and stuff. Yeah, I know.
Dark
Neil
pools.
said you can kind of get that away. So let's see what we can do on that front. But yeah, let's take a little bit off here because this is really starting to work out good for us. And that's what we want to do, reduce a little bit of our exposure. So now we're back down to 47.60. That's not too bad of a look right now, guys. A nice little move to the top side here in the TQQs. If we can break this pivot level, if we can breach this high, then I think we can be in a pretty good position for a continuation to the top side. Once again, I got my eyes on the big boys. Microsoft starting to find a little bit of a bottom and starting to bounce here. That's good for us. AAPL, same thing, hovering right back towards that high. Microsoft doing this, we talked about that. NVDA right back towards the high of the day. So there's a couple of things aligning for us, and that's exactly what we want to see. Breach through this specific level, and then I think we can be rocking and rolling here once again. And I think it's just going off from Mean posting in the chat. Oh, that was, oh no. Okay, so that's a hefty pullback here in the TQQs. We'll be prepared to get out at break even if it does come back to that specific zone. Do we want to compress? No, we want to eliminate some of this noise, I think, here, guys. Let's get rid of some of that. We're gonna go to a higher time frame right now and see what we got going on here in the overall market street.
All right, Joey. We added in the SGN bottom wick, looking for a continuation though into 38. It's not taking it out. So I'm adding here into the dip trades a clean hold off the 10 EMA. The only problem is we're still putting in lower highs, and we've been putting in lower highs since that 38.5 touch. So be on the lookout here for SGN. It could be luring you in with a 10 EMA hold, only to reject off that 38.5. I'm going to keep my eye very, very close on that 34 area. That's where I exit, keeping an eye on this one. Adira.
Robinhood event just ended, so now Robinhood, people who use Robinhood customers will be able to request shares of that RVI, Robinhood Ventures IPO. I do have some more details of the IPO that I think are very much worth mentioning. They are targeting a $1 billion valuation for the IPO, as mentioned in the prospectus, at $25 a share. And apparently that IPO is going to happen next Thursday. So Thursday, February 26th, we will have we're expected to have the IPO of Robinhood Ventures, or RVI. The stream ended, so if you are a Robinhood Markets customer, it looks like you are now able to request those RVI IPO shares. The other thing they mentioned was there could possibly be dividends if they're in a situation where they end up having excess cash flow for whatever reason, but the goal right now is not for RVI to be providing dividends. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we'll have to wait for that. Very interesting stuff here. We'll have to see what Vladdy T has got up his sleeve and whether, he gets mass participation. Very interesting look. Let's take a look at the chart here on the hooded one. See how much we're down off the top, because I know this one's been getting clipped as well. See over here. So this is Robinhood. We put in all-time highs, I believe. Fabian, if we can go to the chart, brother. At 153.86. That was on the 6th of October, I believe. Let me just double check. 153.56, 153.86. So it's 153.86. So it's this day here. Since that high, that day ended up being red, by the way. Yeah, we're over 50%. It sucks. It's not a good look, right? 54 1/3. And you got, you didn't quite get the death cross yet. So the 50 and the 200 awfully close. So if that 50 drops below $100, that's going to be the death cross. And mind you, you haven't gotten any noise in terms of 50 crossing above the 200 for years. Let's see, when's the last time the 50? Okay, so you got the golden cross. You got it literally in the first part of 2024. So you got it to the end of 23, right? December 20th, 2023. That's when you got the golden cross. And the 50 hasn't crossed below the 200 since that time. Until, it still hasn't, by the way, but we are awfully close. So Robinhood, and this doesn't look good either for Robinhood. I mean, if this could change things, but who the hell knows, right? Look at that pop off that 70, pops back in to about almost 90, 89, touches the 10 EMA, drops back down right into 70, making lower highs. That's a tough look. That's a tough look. So perhaps it's a good entry point, but you're going to have to do your own math on that. At BDMD, we're taking prints. We just took into 19s there. Let's see if we can get that continuation. But SGN coming back down now on this monster. So watching here for a loss of 34. And if we lose 34, I'm out. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, 34, yep. And then we'll go just like this. Let's go and see ya. All right, there we go. And then we threw that in there as well, Joey. So that's what my look is right now. We got SGN. Do you know Robinhood's over 50% off the top, and you're about to get the death cross as well.
I'm well aware, my boy.
We're pretty close.
Yeah, it's not looking good. It's the same narrative, right? Like there's no doubt in my mind. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's not going to be down 50% all the time. It'll rebound, right? You go through a couple rough quarters. It's been up multiple hundreds of percent, obviously, since those April lows. This thing goes on a monster run, and then sure enough, you give back a lot of that. So this thing's going to need to double, essentially, now that Truth says you're down 50% in order to just get back to that previous high. It may take a lot longer than what we're expecting, but that's okay. I'm willing to sit through it. We locked in some gains on it, reduced some, and then I bought some more back at 122 off of that. I sold some at like 136 or something along those lines, bought back at 122 into full size, yeah, which hasn't been good whatsoever. But that means the majority of my positions, again, mentioned like 2 years worth of gains, a year and a half worth of gains. Like I lost, what was it? Over 5 figures of unrealized gains on IBIT. What do you want me to do, right? Like, it's substantial amounts of money. You have to be willing to sit through that stuff. It's not fun. There goes the T-triple-Qs to the top side, guys. A nice breakout. We got all out there at 47.70s. But yeah, across the board, it was the same thing. Robinhood gone, Bitcoin, it's AC Slater to all that, unrealized gains. It's just the narrative of the beast. I heard Katina Man say, though, and I'm not going to forget this. I'm not going to forget that you said this, Katina Man, is that Bitcoin, he said he doesn't know if it will ever get back to those all-time highs. And the way that it looks right now, it's pretty scary. And it's gonna, I think what it is that there's a lot of fear within the space, and I just believe that it's going to take significantly longer than what we're anticipating. All right, that's just my opinion. Typically, we see the multi-month consolidations. It took Bitcoin years and years to put in a new all-time high, and it didn't perform too well off of that. There goes the TQQs bouncing. Yeah, that's unfortunate that we didn't hold on to that position. Is what it is. Small potatoes, nature of the beast, ebbs and flows, comes against you, works in your favor, does what it does. Didn't hold on long enough to this one. But yeah, Bitcoin going to take a lot longer. Same with Robinhood. It's just whatever it may be, 6 months to a year. I just don't think by the end of 2026. And I remember what I said to Katina, man, and this was in 2025 after the tariff tantrum. I'm like, there's zero chance that the market is going to put a new all-time high in that year. And sure enough, it did. And it put in multiple. So who knows? But I just believe this is the time. We went on those runs. It was exuberant enough. People a little bit cautious about the whole space. Might take significantly longer. You need that new wave of participants to step back in. There goes TQs.
There you go. There you go. Joey Opsh with a bit of a bearish view on the market, so be forewarned. People are saying FJet. I see it.
Yeah, there goes.
It's breaking out into some local
Same with
highs.
Apple. People are going gung-ho about Apple here as well.
Going?
Yeah, 263.
Oh.
Yeah, the new high of the day.
Have you seen some of the products that Bloomberg is reporting they're making? Did you see this?
No.
Okay, let me pull it up over here. So apparently, accelerating the development of 3 new wearables. Let's bring it in so we can zoom it in. So 3 new wearable devices, smart glasses, a pendant, and AirPods with expanded AI capabilities. The one I heard about was obviously the AirPods. I've been reporting to you guys on that for a while. What I did learn a little bit more this weekend was apparently the cameras are going to be on the AirPods are going to be infrared, but they're going to have that kind of fisheye look, and they're going to be able to kind of communicate to you what you're seeing, what your surroundings are. You know, there's a lot of concerns with privacy when it comes to these wearables, especially wearables on both sides of your face. And if you have fisheye, that would be like 170 degrees and 170 degrees, so almost 360 degrees there. But yeah, this is interesting to see. Now, what they're also saying is there's going to be a $799 MacBook, very basic MacBook, which they're expecting to really eat into the PC laptop market. A lot of people would like to have Macs, right? Laptops, but the price is a little prohibitive. Now it's not going to have the M series chip. It's going to either have the A19 or the A20, so the mobile chip, but that's the chip they're using on the 17 Pro Max, right? So we know it's already robust, very quick. I can vouch for that. Whether or not it's quick in the desktop form, we'll have to wait and see. But the one that I was surprised about, surprised, not surprised, was the smart glasses. I didn't hear anything about a pendant, but that seems to be make sense as well. Something that you can just kind of wear there, and it views the world as you see it. We'll have to wait and see. You know how Apple is, super cagey, and you only really find out about what they're thinking through leaks, like we talked about with the Fold. The Fold is the one that I'm kind of excited about, but apparently it's going to be super expensive because Samsung's price point right now is like $2,300 for the Samsung Fold. So they're saying there's no way Apple comes in at a lower price point than Samsung. So we're talking about like $2,500 to $3,000, so about 8,500 Canadian. No, I'm kidding, of course, but the point is that we're talking about MacBook Pro prices, if you believe some of the reports about what Apple is going to price this thing at. Obviously, I think it's one of those products where they don't expect too many people to buy it, like the Vision Pro. We'll have to wait and see what they've got up their sleeve, but I'd be interested to buy something like that, especially if it drops the form factor into like a shorter version, that it can have the option to kind of flip into an iPad. I think a lot of people wouldn't mind having kind of an iPad on demand sort of thing. All right, I'm flipping from OLB back to SGN because SGN just put in a bottoming tail candle here, and I like the look of this one's jib. So we're getting in. We're looking for a continuation now into 36.5. Let's see if we can get a price spike up into there, and then 37.5 possibly. What's my out on this? Prior bar low. So we'll go ahead and we'll throw in the stop there, prior bar low, which takes us down into about 33 2/3. Joey, what do you got?
Yeah, same thing. I was just talking with Gorb in the chat, man. This is really unfortunate. Was it Lemony Snicket? It's a series of unfortunate events right here. And sure enough, boom, just as I'm like, all right, let's get out of this just in case we get some form of a breakdown. The big boys ripped to new high of the days. So that's the nature of the beast. This would have been prime-time Deion Sanders right there if we were fortunate enough to participate in that. I would have been really, really happy. It would have flipped us. Anyways, we take a big chunk of our loss on the day off here. With that being said, but if we got that nice move, that's what if history. With that, we got to look at some new opportunities. Is this move going to be sustained throughout the intraday session? There's Microsoft, Gorv. I know you've been trading this one a couple times last week and the week before that, maybe. Boom, boom. Nice prints off the 10-minute on the lows, and then now you continue to climb a little bit higher. So there it is, a nice rebound. And the same thing with NVDA, right? Putting in a new HOD, breaks up, and then sure enough, it helped drag the market with it. So Amazon as well, breaking up through the volume-weighted average price. Tesla, there it is on the 10 minutes, showing a little bit of some signs of strength there, guys, and the volume stepping in. When we talk about breakout and the break of trend lines, you want to see that volume step in, and then sure enough, that's exactly what happened. And you can look at the 5-minute time frame, the 10-minute time frame, and then when you head into more detail and head over to the lower time frames, that's when it really starts to ramp up. So this was, if you see this, right, and then the preceding candle is equally as strong. So we talk about effort and result. Look at the print of this candle right here. Let's actually zoom in so we can see this a little bit better. If I was involved and I see that this strong, this candle is almost as strong as the previous one before, but the result is nowhere close to it, I like that. That's when you really start to gauge and read that volume profile, because it can tell you world that is significant signs of strength in my opinion. And then that one's like hold your horses, be like Katina Man, and just continuously ride the wave as Apple put in a new high of the day. So nice work there, volume kicking in, a lot of things correlating together and making you stay within that trade. For me, I got out too early and I paid the price on a big time opportunity right there. So is that the one that you got there? It's not it?
No, these are all wrong.
They're all false. So yeah, Ramin.
I tried to look for that, but
yeah. I mean, they're not going to make it easy to find. I don't think they're.
It's on TikTok, but like if we pull that up, Joey, you know, we'll get dinged, obviously. But we don't want to play the whole thing.
It's not that important. We'll see it eventually at some point.
Yeah, I'll take screenshots of it tomorrow. I'll have it for you guys tomorrow. It should be. It should. If you believe the rumors, I think it is a good form factor, just because it kind of gives you that iPad option. But again, you know. That's going to be later in the year. We're talking September. But really, I want to hear more about this AI thing, right?
Yeah.
If we're going to have so many different products come in and be based upon Apple Intelligence, and we can't even get Apple Intelligence right, then I don't really want to hear about the products quite yet. They're great ideas, but they're all predicated upon having a very sound Apple Intelligence system, you know, operating and working, and we haven't quite got that yet. But I have my own theory about why that is the case. Don't think Apple is suffering from a lack of talent like some people have been speculating. I think it is just kind of their culture in the company. They're not willing to put an unpolished product out there that glitches and doesn't work 99, 100% of the time, whereas some other companies, to their credit, for example, Google, who will. They will put their neck out there, they will get it wrong, they'll build a base of users who like the product but who would like it refined, and then they'll kind of iterate from there and keep iterating. That really hasn't been Apple's.
You don't think it's a talent issue?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't. And some of the engineering breakthroughs as well with respect to the foldable phone is Apple is apparently one of the first companies, if not the only company in the world, to be able to actually make the foldable without a crease.
Yeah.
So that's not small.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So, but this is what I'll have to say. Again, I don't know too much about the internals of what's going on with Apple, but how do you go from releasing Apple Intelligence on the iPhone 16 to now you having to team up with Gemini in order to kind of get out that Apple Intelligence?
I just finished explaining it. So I don't think that they've gotten it right in the way, because look, you use LLMs all the time, right? You use LLMs, I use LLMs. Yeah. Can you say that it doesn't glitch, that it doesn't hallucinate?
Of course they do.
It's constantly making mistakes. So I don't think they've been able internally to perfect that technology. And none of them have. Claude hallucinates, Gemini hallucinates, Chat hallucinates to no end. So does Grok.
Yeah.
They all constantly make mistakes. And I think what they were trying to do was
perfect it.
Was to try to be able internally to find some sort of algorithm that checks
Yeah.
to see if it's making mistakes. So even Gemini,
But in my opinion, I think that slightly stems to a talent issue if you have to bring in a secondary.
But brother, no other LLM is able to do it. So how is that a talent issue?
Well, why
nobody else is doing it.
No one else is getting it perfect, so you have to come to the realization that, hey, we're not going to get it perfect, but we're still not releasing anything.
And that's kind of what I want.
Right?
What I want to get to was, at what point do they say, is the product good enough that they release it? You know what I mean? Otherwise, because you got to think about it from a PR perspective, right? If they keep putting it off and saying, well, you know, they don't really give us the reason, right? We have to keep speculating why they keep putting it off.
And what I'm going to say here as well, too, Shreve, is that none of these products are
finished, but it's okay.
What's that?
It's okay. Go ahead.
I'm going to say nothing's perfect. But you got to take into consideration how many monthly users does ChatGPT have?
Sure.
How many monthly users does Gemini have?
Right.
So would you not want to start to grab some of that market share?
I personally would, but Apple already has about, I think, 2 billion
iPhones
out there, right?
Which is
so
totally...
I don't think that that's really the concern, that they get active users. The active users, I think, are at the established spaces there.
It's there for sure.
But I think it is the culture of the company not wanting to put an unrefined product. I think that's and you can disagree, and I respect your opinion, but I'm not going to change my mind about how I feel about that.
Yeah, that's fine.
So let's see what else. All right, personally, why, man? Because we're disagreeing.
Exactly.
Get it together, man.
Yeah.
All right. So that's kind of how I feel about that. And I also think that, you know, they suffer because of this kind of culture of perfection that they have in the company, because they're not kind of getting the what they call early adopters to use their product. All those early adopters, they go to Google, right? Because Google is willing to kind of make mistakes. I use Google, what's it called, Docs every single morning. It's horrible. It's horrible compared to Microsoft. Like when I hit Control Z, or, you know, just to kind of go undo, it undoes like 3 or 4 steps back. Why? Right? And that's constantly like happening with that. And then the formatting in Google Docs. You come to change formatting, it screws up the entire thing. Why? Because it's an unrefined product, but they are willing to put their necks out there. Whereas, you know, Apple isn't. So that's kind of what I have to say about that.
People think we're fighting when we just don't agree on this.
I don't know. I don't really care, bro.
It's just like you got to have a conversation here once in a while. Not everything it's going to be seen eye to eye. But there it is, guys. iBit. There's TQs still climbing a little bit higher. Diet soda. That's funny. All right, diet soda, TQs. Nice move to the top side. iBit continuing to climb, so downtrends have been officially broken right now as the big boys are making new all-time highs, or not high of the days, I should say. And it looks like they're going to continue that way. Tesla continuing to climb as well, too, breaking through this key pivot. You get that pullback, you get the hold, and then maybe we can see if we're going to continue to move to the top side on today's intraday session. At the end of the day, it's all led by this one right here, Apple 263.82, NVDA leading the way as well, breaking through some of Friday's pivot levels, we should say. No session yesterday, and continuing to climb a little bit higher. So the big boys leading the market a little bit to the northeast, and that's what you want to see. Multiple breaks of trend. Let's see if that's going to be sustained here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, the debate is good, T-Money. That's how the exchange of ideas are done. Guys, SGN just lost it in a hurry. It got to 34. That's where I drew my line in the sand. It is done. It's already going to lose 32. It's already losing VWAP. And it looks like it's headed down possibly into 31. I want to say between 30 to 31. That's where the former area of support, resistance. Let's see if it acts as support. So a bit of a tough one there. We'll give some back on SGN. Let's flip from SGN. Let's go back to OLB, though, because OLB looking a lot better. Now, this one is topping tail. Every time it gets into that 130, 135, it is finding resistance there. But the other side of that coin is that it's continuing to put in higher lows. So if you can pick it up towards the lower end of the range like it did over here, I think you got a good recipe for success. That is, of course, until, you know, that 135 seller comes in, who's been coming in a lot. The 130 to 135 is kind of what I mean by that, and pushes this one back down. BDMD is also making a move. Oh, sucks to be me. Took that out at 116 for a couple of penny winner, and now this one is about 3 pennies off the high of the day. There it is, into 128, 129. It just touched the high of the day. Here it comes. Now, this is the 3rd time we've been up here. The initial pop-up, 10.15. We got up there again, 12.45, and here we are again, 135 at that same level. The only difference is between those levels, or the price action then at those levels and now, is that we have higher lows. So what does that mean? That means we got an ascending wedge pattern forming. At least we do on my black charts over here. So there we go. There's that one, let's say, high 20s, low 30s, area resistance once, twice. OB, here's the one thrice. Thanks, OVB, for being on. And then we got the higher low pattern the entire time. Now, this one has had trouble with volume at times. As you can see, I got caught in that multiple times, and we did end up holding VWAP, so we didn't take a hit on it, but the volume drops off, and then you get no price ascension. So BDMD definitely in focus here, especially if he takes out that 133 area. And then Atom, the best one on the day, I would say for me, finding some support here at 5 2/3, but that was that 560 to 565 area we talked about. That was a bit of a flat top break, had a resistance level from 1225 to when it cleared it at 1250. So it's there. It's putting in bottoming tail candles. The only problem is it's still putting in lower highs. So this current bar actually has a higher low than prior bar. So if you got in here at 74s, you could give it to prior bar low, which takes you to 62s. It's not actually a bad setup. In fact, I think I'm going to do that. Let's go back over here to Atom. Let's see if we can get in here with a... I'm going to give it to a little bit more than 65. So I'm going to give it to 60s just so that I don't get stop hunted. But we're going to get in. Let's see. What do we get there? We got 72s. Let's give it to 60. So we'll go just like that, and we'll give it a little bit of room there. And then what do we got? What do we got? We got 72s? Fine. All right. Let's go ahead and wait at 80s. Pops up to 78s, and then we're going to wait at 88s. Ideally, we get a test to 6. Now, we did kind of get a test to 6 earlier, 598, but it was a double top. The 1 o'clock candle, the high is 98. And the 115 candle, the high is 98. So we know there's a 98 seller. And I won't be convinced any different. It's about whether or not we'll be able to take them out. Now, I have to mention something. Even though the 98 double top, there are no closing prints above 90. So we know the shorts are getting aggressive from that 90 penny level onwards, right? Because you only had 2 topping tail candles into 98, and it spent no time there. So watch out for that as you approach 90 here, possibly. If you approach 90 on Atom, watch out for a bit of a resistance level. Lemon Family says ONDS. Let's take a quick look at ONDS. Big breakout. Nice call out, Lemon Family, man. This is a good looking one. Midday mover here, getting a real good volume spike. Oh, my bad. ONTS. There we go. Sorry, guys, 5 minutes. There we go. Nice breakout there, man. Very clear breakout above 9.5. What's the high on this? I think it is like 993. Yeah, 993 high, guys, on ONDS. This is a great one. Thank you for calling this one, Adam. But be careful with this one, guys, because you never really know. But there goes Adam, man. There we go. Good look. Taking out my orders. Still a couple of one order left there at 88. Current bar high 85. Looking for continuation. Let's go ahead and wait into the 90s as well. We're going to wait at 94s. So we have 72s, just got with the beak at 82, looking for a move into 88s. There's 87. Can we get a little bit higher? Seller at 87 here that we can't shake, and the spread is opening up. All right, just let's continue to watch here. We hang out at 87s, 88s. No immediate move into the 90s. I'm waiting at 88s and then 94s. Nothing yet. There's 88s on the ask, and there is the print. All right, into 89 we go, 90 we go. Look for continuation into 6 now. Don't forget the selling by the shorts or the profit takers is coming in aggressively from 90 onward. So we may not even make it up into 98. Now, if we do make it up into 98, that's the level. If we can take out that 98 seller, be on the lookout for what's at 99 and the whole dollar or whatever. But that is where we double topped earlier. So be on the lookout for that. And I'm going to look to take out some more here into that whole dollar level, Joe. If we can get above that whole dollar, I'm likely going to add north of 6.
All right, guys, I'm still looking at this Apple continuing to climb a little bit higher. We were talking about an inside day not too long ago, and then now we breached that. Given up, we're heading into Friday session right now, so 264.59, almost 60s right there, and you're about a quarter of the way into Friday session. So Yeah, man, this is a big-time breakout in Apple. You had the strong momentum to the downside, and you thought that would be continued, but you get a massive rebound as well. And even on the intraday, Microsoft starting to climb a little bit higher. And you can see from a daily perspective that the buying pressure is slowly starting to kick in. You have a nice move there, you come back, and then now you're starting to form a little bit of a base. And surprisingly so, if we're looking at Microsoft, how much of a percentage? 27%. And then we only have the Qs down, I think, around 10% or so, a little bit less now, maybe even right around that mark.
I think the
no, it's like not. It's like
green,
5%, bro. No, down from the previous high. Yeah. It's down 5% from that specific level. And we were at the earlier of the day, it was like 6.25 or something along those lines. So, I mean, when you have Microsoft down 27%, and then you only have the NASDAQ down 5%, it's pretty interesting stuff. And the same thing here with NVDA. You're down 12%, so that's not bad. And Amazon's been getting hit significantly heavier. So the market is holding up relatively strong, 22%. So you could talk about bear territory. And the same thing with Tesla here, Sharif. You run into that $500 mark, and then you're down 17% off of that specific zone and holding up relatively strong. I don't know if these support levels are going to break, or we're going to continuously hold these as support and then maybe continue to climb lower. But I said, hey, watch out for some liquidity grabs and those necklines to be snapped. Are we going to compare these guys to the Robinhood? Because that's exactly what happened there, and that's exactly what happened in Palantir as well. As you head through those necklines and then you continue that trajectory to the downside, it's the same narrative. You want to wait for these trend lines to be broken, and then I think on the backside of them, on the north side of these trends, is when you really, really want to start to engage. And we can go across the board on multiple of them. I think it's a little bit different in the smaller caps, right? Like you head into the quantum space, it's just not looking good whatsoever. Quantum computing, QUBT over here. Oh man, man. That's tough, man. Yeah, it's really tough. Down 68%. Like,
and unbroken. Look at that trend line.
It's unbroken, man. So yeah, it's I don't know. It's tough, right? Like you want to get out of them, and then if we head over to the BMNRs of the stock market,
oh god,
then you get
that lost 20, bro.
Yeah, and then you get.
I'm still holding that.
Bro, you said you were gonna get out. You said you were gonna get out.
No.
You're just gonna just hold.
Okay,
that.
so I'm only out of the money on two positions: Joby and BMNR.
That's not bad.
Yeah, I can stomach those two.
I'm out of the money now on iBit, on Robinhood, and on Netflix. No. Meta, I'm still holding on.
I bet I'm like barely in the money, but like it's like, you know, you're in the money one day, you're out of the money the other. I don't care, bro. I'm fine with that. I've got patience for that one.
Patience for days. But you know what Drake once said, though, Sharif?
Yes, sir.
He said he didn't want to be rich when he was 40. He wanted to make it now. Right? So every day that passes by,
yeah, I love
I'm
that.
not as rich.
No, I like that, bro, because if I knew things were going to be the way they are in my 40s, I would have taken it easier in my 30s. I wouldn't have been...
From like CapEx?
In life decisions in general. Put it that way, okay? Life decisions in general. I would have calmed the hell down a little bit.
There's nothing worse than scrolling through your Snapchat reel and being like, man,
no, it's not good. It's not good. Especially the memories. Have you seen some of those Snap memories come up there? Delete.
Yeah.
Delete.
Dismiss.
No,
but I like self-inflicted pain, and I'll scroll down to like the teens, like 17, 18, and I'm like, man.
But some of them are good times. Like
great
sometimes,
times.
So sometimes I don't mind too much. But some other times it's like, what the hell was I thinking?
Yeah, but I mean, like. I'll just say it, man. Spending $600-700 at the club every weekend on bottles was not necessary.
No, man. Why were you doing it every week?
Well, not every week, but more often than not.
But a lot more in the summer.
Yeah,
fair?
Exactly.
Fair?
A lot more in the summer.
A lot more in the summer.
But dude, you got to take into consideration.
Could see a strip in there.
So you got to take into 2017. I'm living in Liberty Village. We're fresh. We're doing good. And there's a club just down the road called Showtime Saturday. Showtime Saturday, right?
All right.
It's called Club 42, and that's where everybody from Liberty Village went on a Saturday. And
And you're still there. That's the thing. But you're a lot more.
Except for I could care less to go outside.
Hey, there's my boy.
You know what I mean?
No, your boy Joey.
Hey, man, don't forget, we saved the money as well, too. We just had a little extra. You got to take into consideration, you're paying $1,000 a month in rent.
Easily, bro.
Right?
And those were the good days, too.
Between me and my
friend. Those were the good days,
Between me
too.
and my friend, a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom, everything en suite, and nothing parking included as well. So,
yeah, bro, I give you credit, man.
Easier.
I would give you credit. A lot of people didn't move out into their 30s, bro.
I think that's the smartest thing you could do.
Yeah, well,
like if I were to
you're
have
going to save. If you're going to save. If you're going to be putting the money away.
I was fortunate enough to be in a position where things weren't, like, the expense of living wasn't really elevated, and I had the ability to save, right?
And you had a roommate, which was really important.
Hence had a roommate, so hence years later, surprisingly, we did have a lot of fun, but considering the investments and everything, that's when we bought the condo in 2019.
I remember that, bro, and that's probably the best move ever.
Well, then we sold it in 2020.
And then you made some money.
We made
some money.
Well, as per that,
there you go, bro. I mean, are you kidding me?
Robin Hood and all
There goes Adam, man, into the hot mid-90s. We're going to have trouble here, guys. I got the beak wet at 94s. That is the candle high. I'm not even sure how I got that since it didn't cross, but there goes, man. Up and at 'em, says Hangry Wife. It is up and at 'em. But Hangry Wife, be careful here because it's having a lot of trouble and has been having a lot of trouble since with 90s ever since we cleared that level decisively at 1. So 45 minutes of trouble. Now on the 1 minute is trying to put up higher lows. It looks like it's headed right back down. If that's the case, then 6 is obviously that area top, 590 to 6. I'm going to stop out here if it comes anywhere near my entry. I've got 72s, still showing 86s, but ATOM, it's not even that big. It's up 48, about 50% on the day. I'm keeping an eye on that one. I know everybody loves that up and at 'em thing. Shout out to Otta Lion. Probably butchered that. I do apologize. But all 4 major averages now are positive, Joey. The Qs barely. The Qs are up 0.1. The Dow and the Rust both up the same, 0.3. And then IWM just trailing behind them by a bit, but that could change here, up 0.28. So it is really the weakness in the Qs, and that's because Microsoft is negative, Google is negative, Tesla is negative, NVIDIA decidedly positive, Amazon not too bad, 1.13, Apple leading the way up 3.65, and Meta flat, 0.13. I told you I got out of my Meta position, eh?
Yeah, you did.
I got the hell out of there.
Was it after the earnings report?
So I got out half on the earnings pop, and then it came back in, filled the gap from the neckline break. I got the hell out of there.
And that's when you said AC later.
No, bro. I mean, I get what's his name is working into it. No, the other guy. What's his the tall dude? Forget his name, man. Anyway, he's working into the position, and. Yeah, I get it. He says it's undervalued. I realize that it's undervalued. I think they have a lot of contingent liabilities that they have to take care of.
Yeah.
I want to see how these trials do in the States. You know, that one main trial? Zuck apparently is going to testify soon. It's about addiction for teens, right?
The kids, yeah.
Joey, there is apparently, if you believe the reports, thousands, if not almost thousands, of pending litigations that are centering around this issue. Yeah. So one thing is you could certify them as a class, and then all of a sudden you got to pay a class, class action damages, or you have to go and defend each one of these bad boys individually and pay out.
Which would cost a lot of money.
That would be crazy.
But I mean, like, we already look across the board. We see what Australia is doing. We see what Europe's doing with Instagram and stuff. There's an age limit, right? So the case isn't necessarily there for Zuck. It's going to cost him a lot of money.
It's going to cost him some money. And think about this too. They even talked about it. Snap talked about it. Snap said they got clipped on their DAOs, their daily active users, as a result of, well, it's a one-off hit, to be fair to them, but because of what Australia did with the age limits, they saw a drop in their daily active users. So you have to assume we're going to see that on Meta's platforms as well, right?
Exactly.
I know that the kids...
If that is implemented, obviously.
If that is implemented. I think the European countries probably will beat us to the punch there. We'll have to wait and see, of course. Guys, I'm still holding here Adam because it keeps printing 90s. I'm looking at adding, if this one can take out $6, $5.98 high. If this one clears 6, I'm going to wait for, that zig and zag that typically happens at the whole dollar. A little above 6 as it clears, it drops back down as people take profits. Shorts get into it. And then, it dips into the mid-90s only to clear 6. So that's what I'll be looking for there specifically on Adam. Otherwise, I I don't take any more prints, and I have no more resting orders. As you can see there, nothing here doing. So either it's going to stop me out below 70, or I'm going to add to this one through 6. We'll have to see if the show is done before that. What else we got over here? What else we got? Some outsized names. Let's bring in and look at some of the watch list here, because there's some outsized names that are catching my attention. So in my semiconductor microchip watch list, you got Light, L-I-T-E, up a ridiculous amount, 8.5%. I brought this one to you guys before. They make optical and photonic products enabling optical networking and laser applications. They are very much intertwined with the AI trade. LITE is the ticker. They're up monstrous today, 8.5%. This is the daily. If you want to take a look at this, Joey. Look at this, Joey. I mean, like, I keep giving you all this one, man. This has ranges, man. 528 low, 612 high today. That'll put some hair on your back there, man. Hair on your knuckles,
on the chest.
On the chest too. Well, we already got.
What would you rather punch into, LITE or cat?
Cat. I'm in
Yeah,
cat,
you're already in
right?
cat. Yeah,
Cat's
you're in
getting
cat.
clipped today, if I'm not mistaken. We're down 0.8, but yeah, cat looks like it's on its way to 800. I had to wet the beak. I wet the beak
Walmart
at
got
700.
clipped today, too.
Yeah, and I messaged Neil. I was seeing whether Neil wet the beak as well. He was wetting the beak as well. You have to, man. It got too big.
Yeah.
Joey, since the tariff tantrum
crazy.
lows, we're up 200% on Caterpillar.
Only to get, I don't think necessarily the same thing is going to happen in the Caterpillars like we see the Palantirs and the Robin Hoods, though, just because of obviously the massive data center build out and just their ability to construct the actual grid. But when things start to cool down, I don't think even so you'll see a pullback.
And remember
like
what's
that.
with the generators. Remember we talked about this?
Yes, sir.
The generators. That's another cat play there, because the generators are a 2-year backlog. I don't think the viewers can listen to me say this story anymore, because I've said it multiple times, but there's a backlog of generators. It's about 2 years, believe it or not. And the reason you need generators for these data centers is because you can't allow electricity fluctuations whatsoever. I forget the word, but all the chips, they've got to be harmonized on the same wavelength. If there is ever kind of a disruption in that, they lose that harmony, and you got to reset the whole thing. So one thing that, you know, tenants are asking for, data center tenants like Softies and Amazons, is what's your uptime, and the uptime has to be damn near 100%. Otherwise, they're not interested. So yeah, that's the look there. And guys, here we go. Now we're showing 94s. We are about 4 pennies off the day high here on Atom. Let's see if we can see some selling. And it's all hidden, guys. Look, there is nothing posted on the gateway. You're seeing 1s, 2 single digits all along, whether it's 90, 91. So it looks like we're possibly accumulating here for a $6 break. That's what I'd be kind of trying to build a position for. I try to build a position towards the lower end of the range, 575 to 2/3, for a possible $6 break. But I also want to bring your attention to OLB, because this one is also accumulating south of that 130. It is putting a whole bunch of higher lows. So that 130 to 135 area resistance could be a breakout as well, with good volume on this one. I think we've done about 365 million shares on OLB, so plenty of volume there. And then SGN, is that one moving? I think I have OLB and SGN on the same screen. Yes, SGN trying to break back above 36, but this one is still suffering from lower highs. So an unbroken downtrend on SGN. This is kind of what I'm looking at there, guys. That trend line has to break before I get back in there. But as I see it, Atom just dropped right back down into that 85 penny area. Let's see if it holds up here for a $6 break, Joey.
Yeah.
About 5 minutes left on the show, brother.
Man, this Apple is not slowing down whatsoever, man. I mean, yeah, we went over this here earlier, the acceleration of the development of AI power, just fast tracking a lot here, and the street really liking this right now, guys. So I'm thinking like, hey, am I going to get somewhat of a pullback and maybe find somewhat of a retracement play in the T-triple-Qs? You can't. Like it doesn't matter. You can't short this right now with Apple doing with what it's currently doing, now up to 265. What is it from a percentage metric up today? Like the AAPL, let's figure it out right now. I mean, this is insane. This is a big time move. And this is what you want to see. It's going to help hold up the overall market. You're up 4% almost today, 3.9%. Now you're gonna touch 4% here momentarily, 3.96%. Yeah, you can't. And even though as much as I want to, and I'm feeling a little bit of FOMO, Romo, whatever you would like to call it, Tony Romo over here, yeah, we were involved at the right time, and then sure enough, we got out, unfortunately, at the wrong time. So that's the nature of the beast. As Zim is continuing to head a little bit lower here, silver, a nice recovery heading towards the key pivot level as well, too. In this neck of the woods, guys, rejecting that. And same thing with Bitcoin, right? You had that pop, just the overall market buyers stepping in here and then continuing to climb a little bit higher. But now you have the TQs breaking through that pivot zone at $48 and then running into $49 right there. So keep an eye out on that, guys. Market really, really strong. Rich Tech Robotics, what have you been up to? Getting smoked, that's for sure. Do I have, what's BBAI up to? $4. Oh, damn, 407 on that one. We're going to pull up something here momentarily. I heard there's been a couple DQs in here, Sharif, disqualifications, that is. There's been, yeah, there's asterisks now against some people's names.
What?
Yeah. Well, I mean, here, Randy, this is the iffiest edition. Yeah. And then Mateo, who put the Mateo one down there? Doing my boy dirty. Was that you, Katina, man, putting up the asterisks on Mateo over here?
What happened?
All right, so that was Fabian over there. Considering, I don't know, were you here when I said we're making up rules as we go now, Sharif? So
they were never defined.
So the new rule is if you go down 25%, are automatically eliminated. Just like Adara, we're making the rules up as we go here. I don't know. You don't ask questions. We just go with the flow. We're down 2.5% here, Sharif. Sharif down 3.8%, and Fabian sitting in that 6th place, so down 25. I'm just joking. I'm being highly sarcastic. Hey. I'm joking. I'm just making it up. So there it is. Yeah, I'm making things up as I go with this one. Ramin almost on the brink of elimination at some point.
Just eliminate her now, bro. Her indifference is her greatest strength.
Yeah, exactly.
I tell her that all the time. She doesn't give up, bro.
Sean almost on the brink of elimination there too, brother. Down 14%.
Well, that's what happens when you go up 500,000% to your prior,
you gotta
bro.
give him credit. Yeah, exactly. A couple 100% over there. So.
All right, guys.
Tough look.
So 170. All right, Katina, man. he knows the number. Guys, we're still holding Adam over here, but we're going to flatten out because there's a few minutes left on the show, and I'm going to take it out in the high 80s. It does look like it is really accumulating again at around that 90 penny level. My concern is there aren't enough buyers here to take out that seller at 90 because that's been a staunchy seller ever since we got into the level at 1 o'clock, so that's the better part of an hour. Now, mind you, we're accumulating at this level, Katina, man. We haven't lost the level, so this could be, the accumulation, yes, for lack of a better term, through the break of 6, 598. We are putting higher lows generally on the current 5-minute candles. That is something to look out for. I also want to bring your attention to OLB. It has been a decent upward channel all day with a 135 high, so be on the lookout for that. I said very little about PLYX, and that's because it was below VWAP for the majority of the morning. So this one did have that big price act. I'm going to have to remove this candle because it basically is distorting all the other. But this was a real move, guys. So it rocketed up in the pre-market. That's not the point. The point is it hasn't got on anywhere near close to that pre-market high. And even when it opened up, it's been suffering from the double top and VWAP as resistance. 505 high where it double topped, and now it's down into 4s. Can't really shake that level. I'd be looking for PLYX to possibly make a move in the aftermarket. I've seen this before where a big pre-market mover has a huge outsized pre-market, does nothing midday, and then the halt parameters get shut off at 4 o'clock, and all the degens, like myself included, their hands start shaking and they need to punch into positions, and PLYX is chief among them. So be on the lookout here. PLYX could be a good breakout aftermarket. If you're trading after a market, that's one to look at there, Joey. Yeah. As we wind down the show, leave them with a couple of thoughts.
A couple of thoughts, man. Well, we'll talk about our artistic skill a little bit later. We're not going to do that right now.
Oh,
Hey,
no. We
don't
got
do that.
all the time in the world.
First. I noticed Sia isn't in this. Considering we're just adding people left, right, and center, we may as well get Sia in here. And I want to ask her, and I'm going to put her on the spot right now. I don't know if she's ready. If you were to pick 3 names, Sia, for your picks, she's muted for 2026. You got to turn that.
You're muted.
Turn the mic on.
Okay,
You're not muted. What would your 3 picks be for 2026? Your 3 stock picks.
Well, if you had to pick 3 stocks to invest in and then see how they do at the end of the year, which 3 would they be, Sia?
Yes.
I think I would pick. Can I pick an ETF?
Give her time. We can give her more time.
Would you like time? Would you like time?
She said ACF though. Abercrombie and Fitch.
Yeah,
she said one of that. Yeah.
No, can I have an ETF?
And an ETF. All right. Well,
I think it would be Vanguard, the high dividend yield ETF.
For the market, Sia, the Vanguard ETF market for which one?
The high dividend.
High dividend.
High dividend.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think I would also one of the stocks that I've been wanting to buy is Ulta Beauty.
Ulta.
Beauty. Ulta. Okay. All right. So there it is. Bang. We'll get those. We'll get the.
Yeah, we can do that. Ulta's at, I think it's at all-time highs, is it? Hold on, let me just flip to that, because that's a great call. Yeah, man, all-time highs. Sia, okay.
Put her in.
Okay.
Put it in there. Ulta. She said Ulta. So Fabian, you've seen that Abercrombie and Fitch and the Vanguard high yield dividend right there. So.
Oh no, not Abercrombie and Fitch. It's just something I own, but I wouldn't like.
Well, we asked you which one you want to put in.
So the Vanguard, the Ulta, and one of them I would say would be the iShares Silver Trust ETF.
Silver
SLV.
Trust ETF.
Yeah.
Okay, SLV.
I like
There
it.
is.
I like it. All right. Now let's get the most important part of the show over here. So before you show this, Assassino, so Joseph Options and Selena, his girlfriend, they had a special Valentine's Day. Part of the special, kind of events was that they were going to draw one another. I think that's pretty cool, right? But when we have a look at the paintings, we can see who carries the talent here.
I said
I love you, Joey.
Yeah.
Let's bring this. Hold on, man.
But see, I knew I was in trouble when she started mixing
She's
colors.
really
Yeah.
good.
I knew I was in trouble when she started mixing like tones and everything, and I'm like, man, well, I didn't really know what to do here, so.
She's obviously really good.
Yeah, well, yeah, obviously. Yeah, I'm like, and she showed me around, I'm like, man.
Why did you do her eyes like that, Joe?
Come on, man.
Look how she's got your eyes all almondy,
skin tone is
right?
way
And you
too
got
dark.
the green eyes on.
Yeah,
She's got you perfect, and the beard is lined up.
When she started mixing colors, I knew I was in trouble, and I was like, oh man.
I love it. Why? Sia says why you hate her. That's
so we lost on that one.
No, man, I thought initially Joey drew himself.
Yeah,
I'm like, Joe,
right.
you're really good. I'm like, hold on, why would Joe draw himself? Right? I'm like, oh, so Selena drew that one. I'm like, that's your boy Joey. No, man, you're a 6'4", bro. Obviously, good for you for doing that. Thank you for letting us have a chuckle. Bro, look how she dated it in Roman numerals and everything.
Got the tattoos and everything, right? So
she's clearly very talented. Brother.
Yeah.
Give her a shout out.
She lied when she's like, yeah, I can't really draw either.
All right, guys. For me and Joey, it's great to see everybody back again. I hope everybody had a great long weekend.
Yeah.
We're going to throw you to the big boys to our right, and I'll see everybody shortly at the big desk.
There it is.
Welcome back. Welcome back, and right away,
I can't,
things are out of control.
I can't believe the way this market's going up. I mean, we were long absolutely everything, and I mean, you're going to see here on Palantir, man, we were long at basically the low of the day. Look where it is right now. We stopped out at that past high. We stopped out of Apple a long time ago as well, as that's just mooning, man. So we are in an absolute great mood. You're back. We're ready to rock and roll. Thank you guys for the midday show. It's great to see Sharif back here again, but we've been teasing the Trader TV Live Academy for a while now. And the number one question has been, when, Sharif, when? Well, the answer is now. The launch is just 1 week from today, everybody. We are finally getting close to the launch of this very exciting project, and we will be in the countdown towards this long-awaited day. That's right. On February the 24th, Sharif, we will be opening the doors to show you exactly how we learn to trade. We spent a lot of time building this platform around the core materials that shaped our careers. Be sure to mark your calendars so you don't miss the launch. And if you do miss the launch, we'll be here to remind you anyway. So mark the calendars
over and over
for that, and check out Trader TV Academy. And I can't guarantee you're going to put on trades like we had today, but I can guarantee you that you'll learn how to do so. And I mean, what a monster there for Apple. Fell into our laps and just keeps on going, man. The market is now green. So we say hallelujah to that and spin the money for all the longs out there, baby. It's been a very, very successful day, and they just keep on coming through. So good job there for Apple. Even when it broke 260, I was like, man, do we go long 260? Huge move. And right when we left you, it was all about Palantir, man. We picked up that low right there, ran this. It has never went against us, man. Monster move there. And we just were getting out on the way up, right? I mean, we got out on the 200. I'm not here during all this, which is probably good. And then we get out at the 200, get out more there, and get out at the high of the day. Apple, and then Amazon. Ooh, man, good thing we got away from that one, baby. That was a monster trade to the downside, and now it's kind of flattening out. We'll wait to see if Amazon wants to take out this high of 201.60. And then as we were throughout the midday, I tried to short a little bit of Intel. It was working great. It fell in a couple times, but at the end of the day, just kept on bouncing off this 21 period. So we exited stage left right there to go 3 and 4. So far. And yeah, you guys can join Academy from the United States. You can join the Academy from anywhere in the world. It's just a learning platform. So videos of all of us and, that kind of stuff, talking about, our journey and, a little bit about the platform and things like that. So
and as we get into the release, we'll be going over it and giving you some details as it's constantly changing, because really the market's adapted. Like, the thing about the Academy and trading in general and learning is it's never a complete process. So it will be constantly updated. It will always be evolving as the markets evolve. This market's evolving to the upside. And while it does, there's some names that are doing some different types of dances. I saw in the midday there, ONDS was a topic of discussion as that finally broke through $10. Look at this one go. This is actually on ONDS. Nice little, don't want to jinx it or anything, but it would have to do something very distinct, not too close, breaking this trend, this downward trend from the highs. But I think this is a nice reversal, but it's only the start for a name like this. And I'm looking right this afternoon at this prior high, about $10, or the 980 level, which I guess I had it from support all the way back here. It didn't really matter. But looking for a continuation play here. ONDS, I can't say that I'm not over the fact that Bitcoin still crypto looks relatively weak. Like, I look over, BMNR is right off the highs. I did try a long in BMNR. It tried to go this higher low in here, eventually got out, reversed into a short at VWAP. And we're right at a double top on BMNR at the same time that Bitcoin or IBIT is right back to where it was when we started the morning and shorted it. But I want to see this actually fail this high and start to show me some weakness, and then I'll pop over. I just like the fact that BMNR seems weaker than Bitcoin again, which is what I'd like to see. So you're at the highs on the NASDAQ, you're at the highs on the ES, you are at the highs on IBIT, even though it hasn't broken out and made fresh ones. But BMNR is putting in a lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, while we're seeing the same high being breached. So that's going to lead me to a short here off of this local top. So is what it is. You got to pick the winners and losers, and obviously still down 2.5% if you go from Friday's close. Not looking like the best. Meanwhile, you have some things like Coinbase up 3% and continuing to rally. So there's a lot of strength in this market. It just hasn't necessarily lent itself absolutely everywhere in terms of risk names. There's been some rotation plays where you'll see weakness in a few names that were showing a lot of strength, like a Walmart. Like, Walmart's down 3% today, right? As you see, market goes back into tech, market goes back into risk, and Walmart, which has been making highs every single day, starts to pull off a little bit. So in this environment, the fact that I don't see enough strength in crypto means it's one of the few things that I still like for a short. So looking at BMNR off this 20, it's about 20.55 to 60, which would be that local high. Going to try to jump this short into the volume-weighted average price. So yeah, there's a lot of strength out there. If you were sitting in names like Walmart or stable names, not stable name, but names that got rotated into, you got to understand that today is going to be a weak day for them as money starts going back into tech. Randy in the house, you must see what's going on with energy today.
Oh, yes.
Oh, you don't have the mic. Well, energy with the dip. I was sort of just talking about Walmart and some of the rotation names. Well, you're going to have oil, energy pulling back. I think this is going to provide a buying opportunity. I personally like CVX. It's the one I own, and we're nowhere close to some of those dip levels. But this is a rotation trade we're talking about. We see this happen time and time again. We should not be surprised by that.
All right. Yeah, thank you, Randy and Neil, for that coverage right there. We're getting ready to go up to the main desk and talk to Sharif and go over the top names that you guys want us to talk about. I'm sure they're going to be very, very familiar ones today as well. We did have a nice move up there in silver, potentially, looking for something on this name as well right now. But yeah, man, all is well over here. We're just waiting to see what that next little trade's going to be for us here today. It looks like the futures are finally making a little bit of a move back off. These are the levels that we look to go short. 48.50, it happened the first. I mean, we wrote it all down. I don't need to keep showing the sticky note. 48.50 is on there for a short. It was the best trade once, and it was the second best trade twice, and then it broke higher, and you'd be out of the money now, 17 cents if you had it. But I don't think, when a trade hits too many times, it's not the greatest trade. So once, twice, I think it looks like it was fine. Second time, maybe even the third time right there. First time it only pulls back quite nicely, 60 cents. And then the next time it pulled back over $1. So both times, man, your expected return, huge compared to if you're holding it right now. But I don't think you would wanted to have shorted, when you're all the way. Even here, I didn't take it. It was too strong there to the upside. But lesson learned, man. If something hits that we write down, it hits early, we should take it. So. But again, we were long Apple at that time and short Amazon, so we were kind of confused about life. And then right here, Palantir, the long that now maybe is coming back in just a little bit. So yeah, we're gonna have to figure out some more strategies to trade the afternoon because all the money for me generally is made in the morning, but we've had some great bangers later on as well. So we'll look at some AMD and some NVIDIA and really see what to trade and then go over, again, the list that Sharif's about to give us. And then we'll also have a quick little look at your picks later on as the day keeps going. Put $, whatever, $, XOM or something like that in the chat, and we'll be able to get to that ASAP, either iBid or anything like that. Netflix could be something that you're looking to talk to us about. It went down to $75 straight down, catching that falling knife, and then whoops, right back to 77 again there. So yeah, lots to talk about. Sharif, let us know when you're ready, and we'll go back over to him. Oh, he's ready right now. What's up, Sharif?
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. C and I, we're locked and loaded. The big boys, Neil and Sean, they're locked and loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your tickers on the Afternoon Rundown is to join us in the chat and get voting every single morning. You got to be in the chat, and you have to throw in, Sia, that $sign before the ticker, otherwise it doesn't register. Won't be counted. There you go. You heard it from her. It must be real. All right, let's look at all four major averages, and all four major averages, unlike when I arrived, are in positive territory with the the triple Qs up the least, up 0.13, followed by the SPY up 0.31, the Dow, the DIA, which is the Dow ETF, of course, up 0.27, and the IWM Russell 2000 ETF up 0.29. Good look for all four major averages. Let's see if they stay green. Tesla, the number one stock as decided by you guys. It is negative to the tune of 1.33%. There's a whole bunch happening here. Apparently there's a German union escalating a legal fight with Tesla. You can read more about that if you'd like. Separately, the first cyber cab apparently is off the production line in Giga, Texas. More on that in a second. I know you're nodding your head. You must have information on that.
No, not on that though.
Right. And then there are also issues with Tesla FSD owners saying it tried to drive him into a lake, and he calls the issue repeatable. Sia?
I don't know what to say about this, Sharif. I honestly don't. But also, Tesla is holding back. You can see on my screen right here on deploying the Apple CarPlay that it was supposed to launch. And Tesla had asked Apple to develop a certain fix for that, which was included in iOS 26, but Apple could not launch it due to certain bug issues. So it did not come with the official iOS 26 launch, which is why it was delayed. But the fix is here. Tesla is still nervous to deploy the app, apparently due to the possibility that a Tesla driver could not have the updated patch and could cause some more issues. So they're still working on that. And another thing that I just found was that Ford has bet $5 billion on its next-gen all-electric vehicles that will feature a building technology that Tesla has commercialized in the U.S. with its Cybertruck. So it's going to be something of an amalgamation.
Looking to be more efficient. Katina, man, you've got the Tesla. You've got, obviously, the Tesla OS. Is Apple CarPlay something that you want in the Model 3?
Yeah, I mean, might as well. I mean, I don't listen to Apple too much, or Apple Music in there, but I think it would be nice because it was in the Volkswagen. It's still in the Volkswagen, and I think would be a huge benefit if they were to get it in there. I like having Grok is in there right now, so talking to Grok and. I just ask Grok a whole bunch of fun things all the time, and it's great. It actually connects to the maps. It connects. So I just think if they can get Grok to connect to Apple, that might be good enough. Like you could just ask it to play your playlist or something like that. I think that might be good enough. But yeah, Apple and Tesla tie up, I mean, would be, I guess, great for both companies, but it's not. I don't know, those of you that use Apple CarPlay, I mean, it's great, but the maps are already a different game changer for Tesla anyways. But yeah, it'd make things a little more easier. I think that's a good question, Sharif, and I think it would be yes. I mean, you're always looking to make things a little easier. For Tesla, it bounces off that magical level of $4 billion. So, it is in my, sort of trade to make a trade like that. And it's too bad that I didn't because, you see it coming in, you see it holding, and then the upside is just monstrous. So, talking about risk to reward and everything like that, this Tesla trade really baked out for you. And I mean, what a great one. We'll look to see if we could do something like that tomorrow. Probably the second, I mean, Apple's going to be obviously a Mag 7 name. So I would say I like Google, Apple, then Tesla. Out of all the Mag 7 names. So I really think Tesla's a buy. It'd be nice if the market stopped going down every once in a while and we can get Tesla back to the upside, but we're only about a month and a half away from all-time highs, right? And so if the market starts feeling a little bit better about AI and some of the profitability coming from AI, then yeah, Tesla will make the move back higher. We know that it is a car company, but as we've noted many times on the show today and throughout the history of our show, Optimus is going to be a thing, and I think it's going to be interesting to see how Tesla reacts once those, are deployed and once the robots are deployed out there. So for me, yeah, Tesla's a forever buy, and if you don't believe in it, then you don't have to be into it. So that's my thing about Tesla. Love the stock, and honestly should have been long down here. It fits my profile, my personality, and everything. So that was a miss down there for Tesla. We've got other crazy stocks today, but yeah, definitely to buy Tesla down there, I think was something that we missed, and hopefully we don't miss it tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed in Tesla today. If only because if we're thinking about this as being like a rotation kind of day, like back into like all the risk stuff is doing really well. Well, Tesla's right where it was at the open. Like I look over at this is a nitpick. I mean, it's not necessarily a bad thing. But if you look at the NASDAQ, here's our opening top. Right now, the NASDAQ is consolidating above that high, the highs from this morning. So anything that didn't quite break out is lagging a bit. You got all the way to green in the Qs. You got all the way to green in the SPY. Tesla is finding some resistance at the support levels from Friday, down around that 412 level. So it's a small nitpick. And if we fail to break this one out tomorrow, or this afternoon, I should say, going into the close, break out and do what the rest of the market is doing, I'd say it's at least one small little kink in the armor. We're still under the 420 level, and the support has really been underneath 400, if anything. So it's not, I'm not calling defeat on the stock, but I would say a little bit of disappointment. I would have expected on a day like today, given the sort of V-shaped then breakout that we have, that Tesla would have also followed suit. So it's a slight disappointment, but it's not anything too crazy. I'd like to see it green. BMR did come into that lower high, so I played short. We're looking for the volume weighted average price here at 2020. So we'll see if that one heads back in. But yeah, Tesla's having a good day. I think it just, I kind of felt like this move should get you to 420. If you look at the futures, I feel like we should be at 420 instead.
All right, guys, VHub, another interesting one today, up about 33%, but off the highs, 359 highs, showing 3.25. So this one did have an offering last week on the 11th. They commenced an $18.9 million offering for 7.7 million shares at $2.35 a pop. And as you can see on the left side of the chart over here, it sold off quite aggressively. Nice rebound today. They announced, so just give you information on the company, they deploy fully autonomous smart stores
hours with no staff on site and multiple revenue streams. There's hardware sales, monthly SaaS fee, and they disclosed, Sia, that they had over 1,000 pre-orders through June 30th of last year, representing an aggregate potential contract value of more than $300 million if fully converted.
Let's also take a quick rundown about the company. Like you said, Sharif, the company VHub, Hub Global Inc., it started trading on the NASDAQ as of the 2nd of February, and the same day the shares shot up 82%. So about this, smart stores that operate without on-site staff. Now, this is very similar compared to the aisle 24 model that we have here in Canada. And these stores are found like some places you'll find aisle 24 where you go in, there's no staff. All you have to do is you've downloaded an app on your phone. It gives you access. You buy what you want and you exit the store. There's no staff. All they have is cameras. So what this company does is it does that using robotic automation, real-time inventory monitoring, and mobile-based checkout, just like it. And I think it's really cool. But also on Monday, the company announced that it'll be appointing former Amazon executive Ian Rasmussen to lead smart store expansions across the U.S. So, yeah, I think it's really
Amazon
cool.
executive?
Yeah.
So I was coming to my next point there. Have you been into one of those Amazon stores in the States where you're pushing the cart, you put something in the cart, it adds it to the total, you take it out of the cart, it removes it. So what a perfect exec to kind of bring somebody on there. Makes sense. This could be an interesting buyout candidate as 100%. Well for somebody else. All right, boys, VHUB up 29.92.
Yeah, that last point you said where it could be an interesting buyout candidate. I mean, just doing a quick little search, it seems like they've got some patents when it comes to this technology, because you just say, well, why wouldn't somebody else just seems pretty easily repeatable, especially the way technology is going. So they'd have to have some kind of an edge with some of the things that they've patented. But I don't know, like, that feels like exactly the kind of thing that the big boys could swoop in and do better very quickly. All of that being said, maybe not the best debut for this. So putting it into perspective, I know it's up 30% today and it looks fantastic, but let's be real, has been only down. This would represent there's a little tick of a green day in there. So I guess the second green day, the first one of any consequence for the stock, and it's closing. It's not closing, but it's fading off of the highs as we speak. It just tried to break out a second time through. So I have a little bit of skepticism in just the stock making a secondary move today, wondering if it hasn't already shown you where the sellers are winning at $3.50. If it can't break out 360, this might be one of those like one and done type of shots. It's an interesting concept. I just feel as if that's not an easy thing for them to defend. Right? Like, what's going to be special about this concept for them? Like, anybody's going to be able to do this with the technology. It really just depends on the pads, which I wouldn't know enough about. Interesting concept, but that would be a pass for me. And I think the price action tells you it's got a good double top already in.
All right, VHub. Let's go back to the desk and get stock number 3.
Apple is next, boys. Up about 3 3/4, coming into that 266.29 high. A couple of different things on Apple here. Bloomberg reporting that Apple is fast-tracking glasses, pendant, and camera AirPods for the AI era, being reported by Bloomberg. We talked about that on the midday separately. We had an aggressive sell-off, a correction last week as word spread that Apple may be delaying its Apple Intelligence AI rollout yet again into a different version of iOS. I believe iOS 26.4 and 26.5, and then iOS 27 next year. Danny Ives coming out today of Wedbush, and basically just saying it's a buying opportunity, whether you believe that or not. Apple, Sia, what more can you tell us?
Honestly, same thing about what you just said. It's also preparing, apparently, a product blitz, including a iPhone 17e variant, which will be refreshed entry-level iPad and iPad Air models and updated Macs. That's about all, nothing major.
All right, guys, Apple, good day today.
Yeah, you can say that again. Yeah, Apple probably, like I was saying, probably the second biggest P&L trade maybe for the week, for the month maybe. We had that silver trade, but I can't remember if that was January or February. But yeah, look, we had saw Apple trade, last week, and it was pretty downside, right? I mean, we saw Apple get really beat up and had one of the worst days it's ever had, down 4 or 5% that Thursday. And I had just talked about it during the show that I really liked the 258 level, right before this opened up. And that was to sort of retake some of that low rate there that really dropped out near the end of the day on Friday, right? And so I was like, okay, if we could take that out, because Apple seemed to be a little stronger in the pre-market. It was up against the red market, so that was nice to see. And all of a sudden, Apple just was like, it broke higher right as the market opened up. And I was like, okay. And then all of a sudden, it just bang, crashed right back in and came right into some levels that we were looking at, right? VWAP, the 200 period moving average. So I just sat there and was like, well, if I'm going to be wrong, I don't mind being wrong on this stock because we have our out, So this one was really just bang. We took it 3 times and just started to print. Like these fills are 256. Right there, just 10 minutes later, we're at 259, breaking through 260. Like we hit 260 at 950 there. So we were already $4 in the money. And then it just, broke through the 25 period moving average, then ripped again. And we were able to get out again at that key level of 260. And then it touched this high and we were like, wow, 261.50. And then it came all the way back and we'd set our stop at the 50 period moving average. So we wind up getting stopped out there of our last, I told you I had like 2% left or something. But then it went again. So yeah, I mean, Apple continues to work and, probably the biggest part of my portfolio, Apple. Oh no, I mean, the biggest part is the S&P 500.
Oh.
Yeah, individual stock is probably Apple now, but
okay. I thought it was.
Yeah, well, no, Google I sold some.
Oh, that's
yeah, and down near the lows.
Because you said Google to that question.
Yeah,
I think for
yeah. I'd have to look again. It might be Google. I noticed I was way too over. I have a lot of Meta too. I actually realized. But anyways, Apple, great stock, great trade.
I have a question for you.
I think it's one of the best.
I'm not hating. I love the trail out. It makes a perfect sense. But the purple line. Right, that's gonna be the VWAP.
This one.
Yeah. Right in there. What were your thoughts on looking at VWAP first?
It was lower. I mean, I could. That was a good, really great rebuy. I mean, I think what I got to do a little bit more is when you see strong names, like PLTR. I mean, I don't know if that's even gonna be on the list, but there's another example as well. Like there's Palantir right there, 128, 129, huge move up to 132. There's the pullback to VWAP, and then there's the move higher. So yeah, I think once we have the right direction, I think VWAP is very, very important.
It's a good VWAP's a good thing for trends.
Yeah,
that's Jinx. It's a good
Jinxie the cat. Do you remember where that's from?
Jinxie the cat? I don't think so. Should I get the reference though?
I think you should, but
see the cat. For some reason, I you know what? I got to plead ignorance on that one. Usually, there's not many references that you would say that I wouldn't get because we're obviously about the same age. But I don't know.
It's a Ben Stiller movie.
Oh, the cat that goes to the bathroom.
Yeah, it's Meet the Parents or Meet the Fockers, whatever. I don't know.
But it's the first movie.
It's one of them. I think it's.
It flushes the toilet.
It's De Niro's cat.
Yeah, but I remember it flushing the.
Yeah, and then Ben Stiller lights it on, loses it, and then gets another one.
And gets a fake one.
I think lights it on fire or something like that. I don't think any cats were hurt in the making of Meet the Fockers or Meet the Parents.
Shout out to those types of comedies, like all the Ben Stiller stuff. Some of the jokes that they would make then, like I find
they don't exist
maybe
anymore.
It's just me, but nobody makes comedies like that. No. Where I'm like gut laughing and just dying in the theater and knowing
poor Sia, I don't even think has seen Meet the Parents back there.
Sia? Huh? Have you seen Meet the Parents or Meet the Fockers?
No.
Do you know who Ben Stiller is?
I love Ben Stiller.
Oh wow. Okay.
You need to get on that.
I was gonna say, 'cause that's a pretty classic movie for him.
You would need to get on that. Oh.
One of my favorite movies that he did was Night at the Museum. I like that. Am I gonna get hate now?
No.
They went silent.
No, I have nothing. No,
but it was.
My daughter likes Night at the Museum. I think it's.
Yeah, that was. What's his name?
Have you seen Tropic Thunder? Sia?
What?
Have you seen Tropic Thunder?
No.
Oh my God.
I mean, for me, I like Dodgeball.
For 400 years, that word has held our people back. Sia, trust me when I tell you, please watch Tropic Thunder. It might be the funniest movie made in the last quarter of a century.
Tropic Thunder?
Trust me when I tell you, you're gonna lose your mind. It is unbelievable.
My dad made me watch a movie by Jim Carrey that he really likes called The Mask.
The Mask. Amazing.
Yeah.
Rest in peace to the back.
Yeah.
Do you know Cameron Diaz?
Yeah,
Wow,
I love
Yeah,
Cameron
well,
Diaz.
that was like her breakthrough movie.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And the dog Milo. Come on, a Jack Russell Terrier. He's so smart. I love that movie. Tropic Thunder is really good too. You need to watch that. All right, are we going to the next topic, boys? All right, let's go on to NVIDIA, guys. NVIDIA is the next one up on the list. It's up a little bit less than 2%, 1.93. Multiple headlines today on NVIDIA. We already knew this, but SoftBank filed, their 13F. They closed their position on NVIDIA. We already knew that back from October of 25. Separately, Tiger Global Management cut their stake in NVIDIA as well by, I believe, 6%, bringing it down to about 11 million shares, according to their 13F. Today, Citi told investors to add to positions in NVIDIA ahead of what expects to be a period of outperformance, Sia, in the second half of 26. And we're going to find out how well they did on the 25th of this month when they report earnings.
You covered everything I have to say, Sharif. That's all I've got.
Sorry, you got to tell me ahead of time. I do apologize, but NVIDIA just got into the high day, guys, up 1.93.
It's a rocket today, and it's doing much better. Just very quickly, I will just want to update the trade. We talked about BMNR shorting off of the lower high, stop at 2055-ish. It was like mid. I think I actually added 56. 56 or 57, but it just pulled back into the volume weighted average price. We got our target again, just sort of traded in the range. It did the same thing off of VWAP, but if we're going to talk about the chips today, there's probably a lot to unpack. Because, look, NVIDIA reports next week. And obviously, there is no bigger name in chipland in the market. But there's been a host of bigger names in terms of price action, strength. It's been in the memory chips. Volatility and movement has been in Intel and AMD recently, while somebody has been holding NVIDIA down in front of $193 to $194. Which we're going to shoot the 194 breakout when it happens, or if and when it happens. Whatever, it's happening. It's sort of a matter of when it happens. But today, good day for the longs. I put in the note 185 for myself if we played into it, but that's, like at the open, I'm thinking pop and fade into 185. By the time it actually gets there at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, like you're in this distinct V-shaped uptrend. So it kind of changes the litmus. The pop and fade ended up not being at 185. If you did it at the open, you had to be playing it at the prior close, and that would have been your shot. But 2% up is good, but until it can chew through this 90 to 93 seller that has been here for a while on NVIDIA, then I don't think we want to be celebrating too much. To me, NVIDIA it's a hold. Like I haven't sold anything in NVIDIA personally. Like any chip name that I've sold has been selling. I actually only own like a third of my Intel shares left, and I sold a bunch of AMD. I'd have to check exactly the percentage, but that was, again, just you don't need to hold too many names in a space. And so for myself, NVIDIA was the one that I didn't want to sell. And I think they're going to come out with a pretty impressive report on next Wednesday. The question really just comes down to, what does the market do with the numbers? Because lately it's been kind of clap a little bit. You get the slow clap like, wow, congratulations, NVIDIA, you've done well again, and then we're not really going anywhere. So I'd like to see us break through that 194. I don't care if it happens tomorrow or next week. I think we're going to take it for a breakout trade. We just see a headline here. Fed's Daily does not address the near-term rate setting or economic outlook in our prepared remarks on AI. The Fed must dig deep on AI impact to make the right rate calls ahead. Well, the labor market's going to get disrupted, so part of your mandate would be the
Fed must dig deep. Very important.
It's not like it's part of
It's not, you can't get like the shallow. You gotta
dig deep.
You gotta get in there. You gotta look at the numbers and you gotta dig into them. You can't just put the numbers into AI and ask it what to do. You gotta dig deeper into AI. You know what we need, Sharif? We need like a Claude bot for the Fed. They can just put in all of the data, they can put in everything, and then it'll just spit out the proper rate decision.
You know why that can't happen?
And they can answer all the questions.
Because it'll be better.
Yeah.
And then that's why it
would be very data dependent. But it depends on how deep they dig in.
This whole thing.
This is the whole thing.
Well, AI would be way better at parsing than
AI would be unbiased, I guess. Look, I said this last week when NVIDIA was up here at 194. I said the next move is probably down because it's just been sideways for 6 months, and you can't deny that. This is AI I'm just going to put this chart in there and say, has NVIDIA traded sideways? The answer would be yes. And there's nothing we can do about it. It's stuck in a zone right now. And that zone is sideways. And until it breaks through, which it's going to do next week, I think it's Wednesday, on earnings, right? The only time that NVIDIA ever broke out through its, there it is, Wednesday, the February, yeah. I said that to Marissa, I was like, the next day that we're staying late is Wednesday, February 25th. Neil will not be here, so it'll be Obi and I. 195 break, like this right here is the last earnings report for NVIDIA and the last time we broke above the range. So for me, I've said this the whole time, I don't necessarily want to short ahead of said event. And I want to go long. So I think a 194, 195 break gets us there. Do you really want to be short heading into NVIDIA earnings? I mean, if you're Michael Burry, fine. You could maybe withstand that, but I do think that there's a move higher. And look, let's not be too nervous about a higher move in NVIDIA because earnings last time were spectacular, and this is what wind up happening. We've seen many names have great earnings, and this is what winds up happening. So I don't know if this is something to look forward to or not, but for me, NVIDIA does have a runway up to breaking this range, and I think it happens right now, starting now. You're now 10 days, 8 calendar days, but 5 trading days away from NVIDIA earnings. So yeah, you want to be short heading into them? I don't. I'm not sure many do. So I think NVIDIA works its way higher from this point forward.
All right, guys, last name on the list over here, AMD, down 1 1/3, unlike NVIDIA, which is now positive. Today, see, it was AMD and Tata Consultancy, so TCS. They've expanded their strategic collaboration. So through its subsidiary, Hypervolt AI Data Center, and AMD will co-develop what they're calling a rack-scale AI infrastructure design. It's based on AMD's Helios platform and in support of India's national AI initiatives. We've been hearing a lot more about this, about sovereign AI, governments wanting to set up their own AI networks so they don't have to rely on anybody else for all these different purposes. What else can you tell us about AMD today?
Especially like India too, it's getting a lot. I'm seeing a lot of headlines. I'm hearing a lot from back home. They're getting a lot into AI right now, and it's very interesting. Lots to know about that. But also with AMD, DA Davidson analyst Gil Luria believes that the M1455 won't dramatically shift the balance of power and has argued that AMD will remain more of a supporting character in the AI blockbuster field. And NVIDIA is already deep into the sequel, is what she said.
Yeah. I like the way they put that. Yeah, all right, guys, that's an interesting take there. So the take is AMD will always play second fiddle to NVIDIA, MI 40 or 455 or not. In any event, guys, 1 1/4 down AMD.
I think that's right.
Yeah, I think that's right. Look, playing second fiddle doesn't mean Kevin Durant's not going to go to the Hall of Fame, right? KD is an unbelievable scorer, maybe one of the best pure scorers in the history of the league. And like I said, he'll go to the Hall. He won't ever be considered the GOAT, but he'll always be in that conversation. That's not the end of the world for AMD. But the other thing is, and I'm going to continue the basketball reference because I feel like it, as LeBron grows viewership in the league, I don't know, now I'm just pretending like it's more than just it's all LeBron. No, but as you have that rising tide lifting all ships, AMD does not have to be as good as NVIDIA. They just need to provide enough of an alternative, whether it's lower cost, it's some new entrants into the market that that don't want to get trapped into NVIDIA's higher costs and structure. There's the alternative, and if we see the continued spend for the next few years here, then AMD stands to benefit from that. Now, my whole contention, why I sold some, and what I can't wrap my head around is why AMD is priced so high relative to NVIDIA on a PE basis. It just seems a little bit weird to me. I thought maybe there was more downside because of that. That turns out to have been wrong because it got back to 250. If it holds on to 200 this week, it'll potentially be wrong again. I'm not thinking buy back into this one just yet. I thought there was a better chance this afternoon of like a V shape and a breakout. So this has that Tesla pattern going on, liquidity grab in the morning, high or low, but no breakout through some resistance. So about $205 is the opening range high. It was early morning support on Friday. I think if it can get through that, you have you got some runway to get into the prior close at 207. So I do like this one for a chance at this breakout play on AMD. Yeah, this isn't one that personally I am a huge fan of buying up going into NVIDIA's earnings. Just not seeing it. I think the more impressive NVIDIA's numbers go, at some point people have to start preferring that valuation on NVIDIA and start piling back into that stock. And when that happens, the days of AMD always going up more on up days than NVIDIA does could be over.
Look, I still like Marvell down here, up 2%. I mean, really got going again today. I mean, look at these bases starting to set up. We talked about, you know, the GPU game. That's going to be NVIDIA. That's going to be AMD. But as far as sort of, you know, the inner workings of these data centers and of these, you know, models, you're going to need a little bit. I mean, Broadcom's a similar name. Broadcom gets you sort of the chip, and I mean, none of these, you know, they're all in the TSMC foundry. Like, I think you want to watch out for TSM as a big player as well. But I really think Marvell does have a chance to get going here if there is more data spend, and there is. CapEx spend was only supposed to be 30 to 35% this last quarter, and it extended over 60%. So, you know, there's a lot of money for a lot of these companies, and just moving higher here. You know, again, I like this stock. It's trying to hold out right there at your 200 period moving average for Marvell. Obviously, we dip a little bit down. Let's see if we can get going here for MRVL. I like the stock. I own the stock. It's one of my picks, and, you know, in the space, I think Marvell can work even, you know, better than AMD moving forward. Like, if you already have enough in the chip space, but you still like this AI trade, I think Marvell would be a good one to look at moving forward.
I'm with that, because I think
he's still back there. No, he's done.
I think we're done, because I think you look at things like
let's go,
like AMAT last week and Lam. Like, there's all sorts of places that you can be in the chip space, in the AI space, that aren't necessarily, hey, it's more than just NVIDIA out there. It's more than just AMD out there. TSM was a good example. AMAT had this huge reversal. I mean, it's a reversal candle on the daily chart, but is it really all that bad? Like, it gapped up, and on Thursday we're talking about how great the report was, and all they did is sort of sell off most of the day, taking profits. Now, this is one that has a chance to re-break out is not a word, but break back out, I think, is the best way to think of it. Break back out, and that 375 worth watching. It's a weird one, because I remember what the first thing, when Obi sat down on Friday morning, and Obi was filling in for Sean on Friday morning, before we even go on air, he was like, oh, AMAT 375. I was like, yeah, I think there's a chance to get there. AMAT wasn't really on my radar. And then it tagged and reversed off that 375. I think he was thinking breakout. I don't think he was thinking short off of that. But it ended up going right to 375 and pulling back. So that could be a name for a potential play. I see Trip Q in the chat. Trip, I want to remind you something. Not to call you up, but I just saw that in the chat. When typing in a symbol, like Boeing that you just did, don't forget to type the $, BA, like if I do this, because you're saying you want people to look at BA right now. I've seen you a couple times in the chat mentioning you must really like Boeing. See how BA drops in there? And then if enough people are interested in Boeing, it's going to pop up on this list somewhere, and you'll see it matriculate to the top. That's why we talked about Tesla, NVIDIA, AMD, V-Hub. See, that's the thing. Like, a small capper makes it on that list, then it's in the rundown. And if you like Boeing, it's having, like pretty much everything else, a V-shaped day. But what is going on at 246 in Boeing? 1, 2, 3, kind of counts, doesn't really. 4, 5, this would be 6 times that we've tested over 245 without actually closing a single candle over 246 on Boeing. If you count this day where it actually dropped the furthest, that's, wow, 7 days in a row you've rejected $245. 7 days in a row. That just makes the breakout more sweet. I cannot argue with that, but you still have to chew through that level and break that 246. So yeah, good levels coming in here on Boeing. Not any catalyst that I'm aware of here for it today, but when you see selling like that, the more times it tests, eventually, I mean, you can't test it every single day and not break out. At some point, you gotta, you know what, or get off the pot, Boeing. So maybe I'm going to add that to the old iPad. It needs to break 246, but you have to keep in mind, like it said, it has failed this level a few times. So the one time it goes, probably goes $10, but it could also make it 8 days in a row tomorrow, and then you're waiting for the next time through. So you have to have like a reasonable risk, whether you give it $1, whether you give it $2, like something. You have to have an out with these false breaks, and maybe even think about reversals when they do fail, especially at the open. Let's go to Adara. Looks like we have an update.
The only thing resembling a headline here for BA actually involves UAL. UAL announcing that they're going to be using GE engines for their Boeing Dreamliners. So it's very much a tangential story, but I did want to mention that for Boeing here today. Back to you.
Okay, Boeing. And something?
Tangential? And okay. That counts as word of the day. If it's a word that nobody on this show has ever used before, for sure it gets a word of the day. Hundy P.
No one, Darren, nobody knows what that means.
You're a writer. No chance. I'm not a walking thesaurus.
Yeah.
I just like tangent, and I feel like it's a word I use a lot, so I don't know. It's a fun word, though. Shout out to tangents.
It's got me discombobulated.
Nobody knows the definition, Joe, except for Darren.
Nobody knows the definition of that word.
No one knows the definition of tangential. So when something is related through a tangent. So it's like with this Boeing story, yes, Boeing is related, but only because it's part of this story here with GE and UAL, right? So it's like if you have sine, cos, tan, if you've got the triangles, that's what tangential means. It's just related, but not directly or not in an obvious way.
You learn something every single day. Never question either Adara's memory or her verbal knowledge. She's a freak when it comes to
Yeah, no, she's great. Thanks, Adara, for all of that, man. That was a big learning lesson. All right, new position right here, Roblox. So, yeah, we'll put it on there, underneath VWAP right here, trying to make moves lower. Stop out going to be, I put 50, right? Breaking, well, I thought VWAP was at 50, but it was a 200 period, so maybe we can use VWAP. So right now we're short at 31. We're looking for 2-to-1 or so. We'll get 1-to-1 out of a little bit if we can do that right there. So if this gets into, I guess if it gets into 20s, I don't know if I like the short too much here today with the market doing what it's doing, but we'll see. We just did get into 20s. I don't know why I wasn't sitting there to take that fill. We should have been. So, yeah, we'll take 1-to-1. And then after that, man, a break of 50 is 20 cents, right? So, yeah, so we need 40 cents on this trade. So if we can get back down, 63 would be fine. It doesn't need to be exactly 2-to-1, but something like that would be pretty good. There we go. We're holding this level up right now. So good on me for that. See, we didn't even get filled right there. Just a small trade waiting to get out of 10% of this trade at that level. And other than that, man, we'll wait for a nice little downside play here on Roblox. Hopefully we'll be able to get something near, in and around 63 flat for that trade. So we're going to wait to see if we get something at 20, and then we'll wait a little bit lower and see if we can get those in the old account. So a brand new trade alert. It's going to be Roblox for a short right now, seeing if there's some sort of printing opportunities for that one. Underneath VWAP, underneath the 200. Again, the market rips, we have a stop, and we're going to take that out if that's what happens. And, our only red trade today is something very, very similar to not to what we're doing here, but similar stops where, we take the trade, we're able to, like that trade rate, we took a little bit there at that top, and then, for our stop, we were able to maximize, and we got a nice fill up there. So I think that's 46s, that's 56. So our average around 53, 54. There, 53, let's just say. There's the out at 62, and there's our outs at 40s. We got 41s and 42 outs. So that was pretty close to something similar on Intel before getting stopped out. So we are, oh, there it goes. Yeah, buddy, nice move. All right, here goes Roblox right now. Nice move to the downside, man. And again, here it comes. So we get our trade, we hit it, bang. We're here, and now we wait, man. We're at 04s. See if we get a little more downside action on this one. So there's Roblox. Hey, man, put that in your pipe and smoke it. That's 25 cents right there. We just need to make sure we get out somehow, and we'll try to do that right now. But nice little move, quick move on Roblox. Just trying to, stack it up, man. Like, as we had said, we're having a pretty decent day here. So nothing wrong with taking a little bit of profit here on this Roblox trade. And it just bounced. I'm at 04s. There we go. We're taking 09. We're taking 9. I'm still at 4s. Let's see if Roblox continues to go to the downside. So one position on right now, it's Roblox. Also bidding 04s to get out of half. And then we see if the rest wants to ride.
Yeah, so far so good. It's 2 for the afternoon, and both have been wins. I hope somebody's long OLB, but I'm just going to cover this. I saw a bunch of people in the chat mention OLB. It's actually creeping up on it's now number 4 on our stock visualizer. This is the third halt for this stock since we came back on at 2 o'clock. And it's at the highs, $1.74 halt, 190 is the tap. It's up 300%. I will cop to not knowing this. I'm going to quickly see if I can find the story for this.
PayPal.
Oh, this is the one with PayPal? Okay, so they announced a partnership with PayPal this morning. Okay, so I don't memorize every single story, but we did see that one this morning. Good look, for sure. Just keep in mind, these stocks have price histories, and a lot of them have, we like to call, or some people like to call bag holding levels, where it's like a prior high where there might be some resistance. About 235 to 240 would be, or 250 would be the next one. So lots of room to the upside. The tap now $1.85. Unfortunately, one of the other runners from this morning is on the radar, and it's Rhyme. Now I tried Rhyme long after it double bottomed. And this was the one from Friday. It had support here at like 260. It double bottomed. There was a consolidation break at 290. It couldn't break 320. So that was the best out I was able to get, was in front of 320. But I'm looking flat bottom breakdown on this stock now. It's dying underneath. It's way under VWAP. It's underneath the downhole price at 320. Could not seem to bust through. So I'm looking for, if it pops, I want to short in front of the 320. Or I'm just taking this flat bottom break in RIME. We did have to pay for locates here at Real Trading, but this was actually surprisingly cheap, I want to say. I believe we are going back to Adara.
Yeah, keep an eye here in StubHub. STUB popping up in a major way here. A 13F filing revealing that Stanley Druckenmiller has taken a stake in the company. So again, Stanley Druckenmiller revealing through his 13F that he has taken a stake in STUB. Back to you.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of 13Fs being filed right now.
You know who we don't see them for?
Who?
We're waiting for, what is Berkshire doing with the money? Come on, Mark. Oh, Canada, what are you doing with Berkshire's money?
Yeah, we'll figure
you don't
that
see
out.
Any value anywhere?
There was a whole bunch. Tiger Global came out, increased its stake in ServiceNow by 600%, increased its stake in Pony AI by 684%. There's just a lot right now going on in this space, so that is for sure. So shout out to everybody following those 13F filings right now. We could talk more about those as the show goes on for sure. And a lot of these big funds will have to disclose any new positions they have, and so that's what they're doing right there. So interesting one being talked about back there was StubHub. I mean, $9? What? Oh man, I would have lost any kind of bets where this price was. I didn't even realize this was that bad. Like, what a shitty IPO this was, man.
Which one?
StubHub. I mean, yeah.
Well, Figma's one.
Okay, this right now opened at 25. This has only been, so since September 17th right now, you've almost, I don't want to say lost it all because you still have however many shares times $9, but $25, man, down to $9. So chopped in half and then half again almost. And we'll wait to see what happens down there. I mean, all these IPOs are really crappy. Oh, 13F was also Circle.
Has the stock ever, well, I'll ask ChatGPT this, but I can't think of a stock that ever went from, imagine you IPO.
Rivian?
You never break the downtrend and then you get to penny stock status without ever actually doing a significant change. They just go straight down, become a penny stock, and then that was it. I can't think of anything.
There must have been something.
Something has to have done it, but it seems like a few stocks are fighting for that honor right now. Like Figma's the worst.
I mean, what's it called? Trevor Milton, Nikola. That had a nice bounce because
I think it had a bounce.
It did because Mary Barra, one of the smartest auto execs, obviously with GM.
Figma reports.
At one point, they were interested in Nikola.
Now, how bad can it possibly get for Figma?
Worse.
Well, the only thing is, it's been holding $20 for a while. So I think that makes it pretty simple on earnings day. It either holds 20 or it doesn't. If this thing is above $20 after they report, I think it's almost worth, like that day, just looking for the long, because the risk to reward is going to tell you something fantastic. Anytime you're just this bad. So this is a $20 level. Oh, this was like 2 weeks ago. For some reason, I thought that was a little bit more recent. It was like a couple of weeks ago, this went right into $20. Held just like 10, 15 cents underneath the even dollar. And ever since, it's been holding a higher low of 21, another half decent day. But obviously another example of an IPO that hasn't gone the way anybody would have hoped. That's my way of being nice about it. I'll leave it at that. But when they do report, to me, it's just about the price action. If someone's been accumulating it here, if it breaks out 25, that's one trade. If it's just simply bouncing off 20 even, that's another opportunity there. But as the market tries to head down, what is going? Rime's actually bouncing. So that flat bottom, nope, it's not. just flat. So it doesn't want a flat bottom break. That might not be going anywhere. Virgin Galactic would not be an answer to that, I don't think, because I don't think Virgin Galactic went, because Virgin Galactic was like a pandemic monster. You know what I mean? Like, to me, if you're going to be on that list, you couldn't have gone, I know because I owned it during the pandemic. So I know that this stock was a rocket ship, but like everything else, it came back down to earth as fast as one of their, well, I shouldn't say that. They've all come back successfully. I just typed space instead of SPCE. Yeah, so like to me, like it doesn't count if it did this. I'm just thinking like what only went down? Like obviously there's gonna be a short list of names that were worse than this from the highs, but show me something like Figma that just went only straight to the downside. $2.50.
Figma's that much?
No, Virgin Galactic.
Oh, well, yeah, that's also a nightmare stock.
Yuck.
People want to know who that's on the ladder. That's Fabian. Keep both feet on there, man. What are you doing? Jumping.
Don't be a hero.
He's young Chilean.
Don't be jumping off ladders.
I've already.
A Bills fan or something?
I've already nicknamed this guy the Chilean Nightmare. So he just continues to be. I think so. I don't know. That was Sharif. Okay, I thought
Sharif was okay. Was it the Chilean Nightmare?
Yes, correct.
I thought Sharif gave Andre the nickname Assassino, and that's.
Yeah, I'm still going to take credit for Chilean.
That is all correct. He coined both of those nicknames.
I think I was Chilean.
I'm not going against it there.
I will go against it. All right, so 49. I just want to say we got a little bit more Roblox there, and it did come back in, but it looks like it wants. Oh, there. Okay, I was just gonna say it looks like it wants to break VWAP. So basically a flat trade. So actually, we're up on it. Just to be fun, it's not really a chicken dinner winner. We're up. I mean, we're up literally. Thanks for the Starbucks. Roblox. Yeah, so that just didn't. I mean, I was actually thinking that we were actually going to start to head down. I mean, it's a good thing we got some of those 09 fills right down there, or else that would have been a little bit of a problem to the downside. But anyways, there it goes. Downside for Roblox. We'll have to wait to see if that does come through now. But yeah, we're out of that trade for a small winner. And again, like, you know, we got the credit earlier on about, you know, Roblox and, or sorry, not Roblox. There was another trade. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But, you know, taking out discipline, and we got a super chat, and I just can't remember the stock it was. I know, I was just saying, like, thank you for all the discipline and all that. And I think that that's important, right? Because even if you don't like the stock or you think you like the setup, once it breaks through your setup, you don't have to, and especially if you play, you know, the stop out game and the risk game and everything like that and share size and things, like, once it breaks, you have to get out, because you can win, you know, 50-50 as long as your stop outs are half of what your winners are, and so on and so forth. And, you know, just get that little bit of an edge. But anyways, there goes Roblox upside. I mean, you know, long was better. We could have waited for the long, but, you know, in and out, it's a profitable trade, so we don't need to keep going on and on about that one. Yeah, okay, so that was that. That's Roblox right now. Just want to check back in on Intel. This was another name. So basically, the only times we shorted. I was going to say the only times we lost today was on the short. Pretty lucky to basically get the only short. Although this was a nice double touch right there, and it looks like we're doing it more up here at 201.50 on Amazon. But like that rallied, and we were short early, so we had that's what I was saying. Like we took an L on that short, and then bang, right back in. I actually really like the name Elle, E-L-L-E, girl on Gia's team. Yeah, Elle isn't, what's Frozen is, no, that's not Elle.
Elsa.
Elsa.
No, Elle's there's a model.
Elle Macpherson.
Elle Macpherson. Right.
Yeah, is that spelled the same way? Yeah, that's really.
E-L-L-E.
Yeah, I really like that.
Honestly,
name.
I would assume it's spelled the same. I have no idea.
If I had another, I would go with Elle. It's not that common. I like
there's probably
names.
more because it's the nickname from the Stranger Things character.
Oh yeah, that's literally the
for
L.
11.
Yeah.
I finally finished that. I don't see what all the hubbub is about it. Like it was.
We stopped watching a long time.
It was okay. Like I feel like any series that goes on that long is probably not going to have the best ending in the world. They had a very Lord of the Rings moment where, like, let's be real, the final episode was over, and then I'm like, oh, this is great. But then I hit when you hit like pause to see how much time is left. I turn to my wife, I'm like, there's 40 minutes left in this. You know when you know the story is finished, like you're watching it.
They should have just ended it right there.
Like, you could have ended this crap in 5 to 10 minutes. Easy, no problem. Like, why is this 40 minutes longer? Just let me be done, but you feel like you're obligated to do it. Anyways, that's just sort of.
Yeah, I think Legally Blonde, yeah, Elle. I think that's right as well.
Oh, she's.
Yeah. That's whatever her name is.
You know what I have to call? I've never watched Legally Blonde.
Sia, you can't say no spoilers on Legally Blonde. I mean, that is, because it's like 30 years old.
No spoilers.
You know, so yeah, for that one there. But anyways.
Okay, just so you know, I don't know if you've seen this, but.
I don't know any spoilers on Legally Blonde anyways.
No, I'm not talking about Legally Blonde, but there's this movie, it's a really good movie, made by a dude named M. Night. And it's just fantastic stuff, but they have like big twists. And so he does this one, it's called Sixth Sense. And
Sixth Sense.
It has the craziest twist in it because he actually.
Have you seen Sixth Sense?
Have I seen
Sixth.
I love that movie.
Okay.
So fun fact.
Spoiler alert, he sees that.
Neil, don't spoil it.
Don't spoil it.
I'm not going to spoil it either, but fun fact about it, my dad told me the entirely wrong ending, so it made the actual plot twist even better.
Smart.
Even better.
Yeah.
I am flat out going to spoil it. Don't spoil it. If the movie is
Neil, it's
older
only 30 years old, Neil.
No, it's what I'm saying. If the movie came out when I was in high school.
I don't know if my guy over here saw it before Joe.
I mean, come on, son.
Yeah. He saw it. He saw it.
Talking about. That's not spoiling.
That's madness. What am I doing? Where am I?
You're not spoiling anything.
Oh, man. There's a lot of movies. Well, what it was, The Godfather, I think Joe was trying to work his way through, which I don't.
You want to hear Fredo? Oh, yeah, by the way, Michael.
I mean, you need a lot of time for Godfather. That's for sure.
Well, and you've never seen The Godfather?
Oh, he's seen it. He started watching it. It takes some time. I need to rewatch Godfather.
No, the actor, obviously, rest in peace.
Yeah, Robert Duvall.
Robert Duvall.
That's what we were talking about that earlier there.
Rest in peace to Jesse Jackson. He passed away as well. Robert Duvall played the consigliere. There you go. He's a lawyer. Yeah. No, he was Tom.
That's the thing. Like now, I was saying that to Marissa. Now you look down on your phone and like at any time, unfortunately, now a lot of actors and actresses and musicians and everything from our era, a lot of them are getting up in age. So you never know. Unfortunately, when you look down. What was that? Catherine O'Hara last week, which we loved.
See, but that was more of a shock. I didn't.
Yeah.
Because Robert Duvall was in his 90s. I didn't realize.
Yeah. I think he's 95 or something.
Yeah, she was still. I thought.
Yeah, she was.
She's doing a show currently. Like that's what.
That's too bad. Yeah, that was.
Just very quickly, the flat bottom. Look, it's not really a flat bottom break. It's this support here. I'll just say the support
Joe dropping lines
on Ryan.
Okay.
265 broke. I got 62s. So I'm giving it to this little local top here. Right, so it's a consolidation at just above 280. So that's where my stop is going to be. Looking for it to fill in a bit of the gap into what was Friday's afternoon chop zone. So this chop was a breakout here at about 250 or so. So that into wherever it decides to fall. So we're into Ryan for the first time. I just saw a great super chat in your
Yeah, so did I. That was the best. We might need to use this.
Please. I see red people.
Red people.
I don't know how, to be honest, none of us.
I have this one, mark
all this time.
Here, I have mark it red.
Nobody's actually used that. That's a great pun. It's a great pun. I can't believe I've never. I think it's okay. Fabian just goes, it's okay. No, that's a great pun. Come on. That's a good
People are nervous about the ladder. I'm pretty good on a ladder as well, but I mean, I don't want Fabian. He's wiring and everything up there, so be careful, my guy.
I just don't want, because things have dropped before. Like there was one that I won't name.
At least there'll be proof if he falls. We'll have it on camera and everything. And
oh, you're fine. By the way,
and don't worry, he is wearing a hard hat for anybody that's wondering.
When they installed all of these lights, the guys that did it said you could literally do chin-ups holding them. Yeah, I've done it. You've done chin-ups on those.
Yeah, me too.
No, you didn't. That's cap.
I won't do it now.
I only did like 30 or 40, but I don't know if it.
That's cap.
Same.
No, you weren't doing chin-ups on these, bro. You weren't doing chin-ups on those. I'm not saying you can't do a chin-up. I'm just saying you weren't doing it on these. That just seems a little reckless. I know they said that you can do it on there, but
I mean, go ahead and do it, man.
I'm trying to bait him into doing it in case that wasn't obvious to everybody.
2,000 likes.
Ooh, 2,000 likes. My guy's doing chin-ups.
Hold on, how many likes are we at right now?
I mean, just everybody watching it hits likes.
There we go. 4,000 people watching.
Yo, shout out to Other Zinc.
This could happen.
Guy knows what's real over here.
This could happen. So 4,000, more than 4,000. Actually, the number just kind of crept up a little bit here. Watching. You have to refresh to see the like count. I don't know why that's the case, but like I logged in and it says only 2. So 319. So we need 1,700 people to hit the like.
Rookie numbers.
Yeah.
And then you got to you put up or shut up. Oh,
okay. Yeah. Wolf of Wall Street, one of the best. That's one of the great
Just
things.
make sure you stretch and everything.
Matthew McConaughey.
And I don't want to see any of that kipping nonsense. I want actual pull-ups. None of this. Now all of a sudden they're easy for him. He said he weighs nothing, so they're easy for him.
They are easy for him. All right, let's go. Yeah, thanks. Others Inc. has already seen me do these apparently, so thank you for that, Others Inc. All right, look, it's 3:04, so we enter the hour of power. So we have this money storm to hit at some point. All right, SLV, just real quick to have a quick little look here at SLV and silver, down 5% today. Maybe one of the biggest moves downside today with silver. It's not really moving down now, but it still is down 4.5%. And I think we're very, very, look, I mean, whatever, is it going to break or not? I don't think it's going to break today, but 64.60 is definitely coming into play right now.
Well, you know what, Sean?
What am I not going to believe?
In the world of gold and
silver,
volatility isn't a hurdle, especially when you look at that flat bottom break that you were just showing over there. And Beta Pro by Globex delivers the edge if you want to harness this using the right tools. As Canada's first and longest suite of leverage inverse and inverse leverage ETFs, Beta Pro provides a decisive way to engage with metal markets. Through 2x daily bull, and in this case, 2x daily bear exposure for that flat bottom break, these funds are built for the precision of momentum the modern markets demand. They're designed for sophisticated Canadian traders who understand the risks of leverage and the power of a tactical response. Beta Pro provides the agility to navigate market moves in either direction. Don't just follow the gold and silver markets. Position yourself for what's next. Discover the suite at betapro.ca. You can scan the QR code you see in front of you as we're going to go back up to the desk for Happening Now with Sia.
Hi guys, let's take a quick look at some important numbers today. At 8:15 a.m. this morning, we had the ADP Employment Change Weekly that came in. U.S. employers have added an average of 10,250 jobs per week in the 4 weeks that ended on the 31st of January, compared to the 7,750 in the previous week period. This is also the third consecutive week of job strengthening. Then we also had the New York Empire State Manufacturing Index that came in at 8:30 this morning as well. Actual number standing at 7.10 and previous was at 7.70 with a forecast of 3. So regardless of the dip in the numbers from January, the data is still showing that the manufacturing has continued to expand modestly in the state of New York. Also, the NAHB/Wells Fargo Housing Market Index came in today at 10 a.m. and the number has eased to 36 in February of 2026 from 37 in January. But although the market had been expecting the conditions to improve to 38, still not a bad number. And the 3-month and 6-month bill auction also came out this morning at 11:30 a.m. 3-month number standing the same at 3.6% previous and current, and 6-month number standing at the same 3.5 previous and current. Now, let's take a quick look at some headlines for today. Figma has partnered with Anthropic to turn AI-generated code into editable designs. You can see on my screen for the details right over here. Figma is partnering with Anthropic to turn AI-generated code into editable designs on Figma's app. And Anthropic is also on the side launching Claude Sonnet 4.6 in the coming 2 weeks. The update is going to be better at using computers, coding, design, and logic-related work. This is coming right after Anthropic's release of Cloud Opus 4.6 that happened just 2 weeks ago. And now Figma is set to report earnings tomorrow, but they have been down 85% after a 52-week high. Big number there, guys. PLTR, moving on. Palantir headquarters, they're migrating from Denver to Miami. Now, this could be good news when it comes to tax because tax laws are easier in Florida. And as we know it, California has began considering a 5% wealth tax on billionaires. That is, if someone's net worth is exceeding $1 billion. And this change is happening right after the company moved its headquarters from Palo Alto in California to Denver back in 2020. And that's all. Back to the guys.
Yeah. The tax system is so much different in the States.
So like the thing, I don't want to get political or anything, but like the whole point of, I know, but it's a money thing. If people can flee, then that makes certain types of taxes less effective if they can just move jurisdiction. That's just something that's embedded in the United States. So, what do you think is going to happen? You're probably going to see individuals leave from one state and go to another. But it is what it is. At the end of the day, you should always pay your taxes because that is the moral thing. And I would actually,
unless you're Wesley Snipes.
I always make a Wesley Snipes joke. Every single time I try to make a Wesley
Always Bet on Black
about that. But he had the famous Always Bet on Black. But hey, he wasn't the only one because you could say that too.
Oh, that's just playing.
Yeah. But no, what it comes down to, and I
Some
don't
people
know,
don't believe like there are moral things about the taxes.
No, again, but I've seen all the videos and read all the stuff. Taxation is theft or whatnot. But I understand, like the law is the law. And I'll say this as
and you are not above the law.
Is one note for a trader that we did know back in the day who got caught up in but I'm making a commission and I want to avoid taxes and this and that. So they like set up a company, all that kind of stuff. I can tell you, I know the guy, he did it, and it didn't work out well for him at the end of the day. So it's one of those, always understand what the rules are.
And get proper advice
and
when you're
exactly,
I would think this gentleman maybe did not have proper advice.
No, he 100% did not get proper advice.
Yeah.
And he thought he could do something that he couldn't do, and it cost him a lot of money. Again, I'm not going to say any name, but it was a trader that we knew back in the day. Just not back in the day, but about 5 minutes ago. It was a 3-minute chart, so call it like 9 minutes ago. I was about to tell you, my stop right in here at the 280, it was 282, where I put the stop. Actually, 82, 83. Doesn't really matter. I got filled at 82, so it must have been an 81 stop. Just came right back into that prior resistance level. So Rhyme broke down. I know it's not really Rhyme. This company is that logistics company from last week, Algorithmic Holdings. I have no idea why it's RIME for Algorithmic Holdings. I'm sure they have a logic to it. It popped down. It never broke 250. That was the best fill. The first fill was in front of 250, but it never went any further. But I'm not going to let this come back up. If it's going to be another failed break of this level and not filling in the gap, then I don't want to fight it. I'm not thinking long because it's 311 and the volume's not really picking up. This late in the day, a small capper needs to be doing better volume for me to like it. But I will not love the fact that BMNR doesn't come back to give us another shot at that high at 20 and a half. It's now busting down into $20. So probably should have just stuck with this one. Although admittedly, I wanted a reload instead of a continuation on BMNR. I just felt like the market was going to be range bound off the high, so just wait for it to get back to the top. So now I'm hunting for another short opportunity. IBIT doesn't look all that good. It's literally sitting at VWAP as we speak. What's AMD doing? Not much happening here in AMD. NVIDIA, bit of a trend break on NVIDIA. Like, oh, I don't have my tool drawn. Like if you say this broke, but that broke trend 15, 20 minutes ago on NVIDIA. And also not a full dollar, almost a full dollar ago it broke trend. So that would be a chase. I want to find something a little bit better than that. Someone just said BBAI in the chat.
No.
RO. It's not moving today. Yeah, not moving there, BBA. When this stock is moving, it's 100% tradable, but it doesn't look like it's moving all that much. So I'm going to keep hunting, looking for something that's setting up right now for maybe a little bit of a short for the next 20 or 30 minutes or so.
Oh, okay. Fed's Daily saying they don't use AI as of right now. So you're kidding. All right, so here goes Roblox, by the way. I mean, it's just getting to the low end right here. So, yeah, unfortunately, we did get stopped out, and I'm glad that we did because it did break a little bit higher, but just wanted to bring that trade back in for a little bit of a look there. We did get some news today about Alibaba, and I think Adair said something pretty, interesting at the beginning of the show because it was whenever we got news about Quen and the downloads and the data and that it was, really starting to be rolled out. Like we always had Alibaba popping like 4 or 5%, like at least on news like that. And then today, although it did pop, it was up, in the pre-market, but slightly. And then once the market opened up, it was like, nah, we're over all that, man. And then it just, basically tanked pretty much from 158 to 153. Like, that's a big move, man, for this name. So we got to be careful about what our expectations here on Alibaba on this new Quen release. So you have to just be patient, wait for it. If you're long, I mean, I'm still long Alibaba, but now you're underneath that 160 and not looking overly strong is Alibaba, especially on a day when we had good news for them and their Quen release. So yeah, not really seeing how they're participating that well. And you're about to break through VWAP right here and potentially go a little bit lower. And on the daily chart, we did have, again, its most recent moves to the high side into 180, and then it stopped and, complete turnaround. So although this name's not going sideways, we are right back to where we were in September, and then potentially looking at these levels again for a dip buy. If you haven't been into Alibaba, you potentially will get another opportunity in and around this 145, especially if tomorrow's not great. You could get this name by the end of the week at this level, and I think that's a decent look for Alibaba. I mean, it's bounced off nicely off the 200 period moving average here a couple times, including Liberation Day right there, where it went right into the 200, stopped, and then ripped higher. So yeah, we'll wait to see if Alibaba comes back in. Another name with a very, very low PE that has a capability of going higher on the AI trade. And maybe a name that you're not looking at would be also Tencent. Was that a call to go back there, by the way? Not yet, okay. Nope, okay, good. So there goes Tencent also down to $68. This is that all-in app that our good friend Elon Musk is trying to replicate a little bit with XAI. So we'll see if Tencent, this was Tencent, and again, I know it's Chinese, so there's going to be some problems with people don't want to invest in TCEHY right there because of the TCE, my guy, TCEHY. Don't want to invest into Tencent Holdings due to their ties, with the government over there, and with family ties as well. Great show, man. And again, whenever I think about that, I think about Michael J. Fox and just, unfortunately, I think Parkinson's. But right there, look at the forward PE, man, 14 right there, as well as PE of 21.
Which is insane.
Yeah, so you're getting these are big tech names, but again, it's in the wrong spot, right? We talked about their location is not North America, and we take risks, especially when you have a America First president, which is great, for sure, but not great for some of these names. And I mean, if China ever got resolved, potentially see some benefits there for a name like Tencent. Maybe that 10 cent could grow to 12 cents, and then you'd have a 20% return. All right, throw it up.
It's easy peasy.
Oh, it's easy.
We like to see these ones from easy.
The one thing about this man is he is definitely sticking to his promise and plan
yes,
of donating into the super chat there. Day not going good. Okay, I was about to hit bang and then I read it. Okay, so that's not good. But built 5 open claw. Okay, there we go. Trading agents, good. So that's the thing. When your day's not going that great, do something else, and take your mind off of it and see if you can get something going on there. It's breakout big size Sean and Stink Bid Neil. Stink Bid Neil, that's your new nickname, okay? More to
come up with that, by the way.
It's fine. Wet Your Beak Sharif, Joey Options, and Backside Obi. Okay.
He went on another one of his
First of all, the Wet Your Beak thing was supposed to be Neil's. Now Sharif always says it. We have to think of something. There might be a better one for Sharif in there. But Joey Options.
No, the thing that I always say is gift horse in the mouth, if anything.
Oh, okay. Because we had that even before Sharif was here. We had that Wet Your Beak.
Yeah, exactly.
Or whatever, GIF.
Because I would always sort of say, if you...
There it is.
What'll happen is if you're ever in the moment where you're like, oh, the trade is working, but you want to hold on to it, or you feel like, oh, I should be taking some profit.
And that's a Godfather name, a Godfather reference.
Yeah, it's like Don Fanucci.
Yep, we talked about
that. Don Fanucci was the one that you got to wet my beak.
Yeah.
It's just, if you just take a little bit off.
Wet the beak a little bit.
Just take a little bit off. Or jump into a position for a smaller amount because it's not this pop, but it's getting close enough and I don't want to miss it. Then just wet your beak, right? So that you're involved. And I feel that way in the long term when I'm DCAing. It's not the perfect level I want, but I'm like, if I don't get anything in here when it's drawn back that far, I'll feel like a fool. And so you might just stick. If I usually get in 20, 30, 20, 25% of the time, DCing into a stock in my long term, sometimes I'll just do 10% because I need to wet the beak. And that's where the whole thing came from. I don't know why. But David just gave a super chat as well. Can we throw that one up as well? David, formerly David Tretsiak, I believe. 200 MA bounce is critical health indicator of the market. If the 50 MA and the 200 MA crisscross, make you jump, should make, oh, then use, my bad. Crisscross should make you want to jump. I was already doing it as if you weren't going to say it.
50 and you mean crisscross should make you want to. Okay, give us some examples, David. I mean, even in the chat, you don't need to super chat us again, but some people may be wondering about that.
Daddy Mac was better than Mac Dad.
Well, they both make you jump. So, you know.
So really
some of them try to rhyme, but they can't rhyme like this.
Don't make me do it.
All right, so we are getting ready to go back over to to Sia. When she's ready, she'll have that update for us. I'm going to run to the kitchen and reheat the old coffee right here. But yeah, man, the only trade that I was looking at this afternoon was Roblox, and of course, all the way to the downside. So again, underneath VWAP, underneath the 200 period. So this is not the cross that you were talking about, but we do have VWAP the 200 and the 50 did not cross. It actually crossed right here. So my 50 period is pink and the 200 is green. So there's the first cross, and we haven't crossed since. So that would be a downward cross, and that would actually have given you a negative trade. You would not have made money on that one. No man can cross that trade, nor I, nor Neil. But we are now ready for Sia and her update. Not yet.
Okay, so I did throw this in the chat. We had another super chat from Nick Dubb. I threw this one in the chat that it's not an all-day trend line, but it's a 15-minute trend line is breaking in SMR. So there it is. 1, 2, 3. I love the Count. The Count was one of my favorite characters on Sesame Street because he had that stupid laugh that he would do after every single time. So I used to do it when I was a kid. So trend break here on SMR. Going to look for this to pull back into 1390 to 14 support here. So prior bar is going to be the out. But Nick Dubb says, would you please give your thoughts on Home Depot? Where would I swing long? An interesting question. Sometimes, let's see the answer here. All right, the daily chart, not that useful. Not gonna lie, the daily chart doesn't really give me anything that I'm a huge fan of. Let's see what the weekly chart looks like on Home Depot. Dang, hold on a second. Yes, every once in a while I'll pull up a stock and then on the higher time frame I actually have support and resistance lines on it. And then I'm like wondering, hey, why wasn't I swing long 330 on Home Depot if I actually had this support level on my chart from probably a really long time ago? So that, you know what, honestly, this is the only answer I can give you is, at some point I already charted this stupid thing and apparently really liked $330. I also liked 290 to 300 for some reason, this little channel in here. But no, it looks like I liked 330 into 390. I can't really get too far behind anything else. There's no big trend breaks or anything like that. You've got the 200 period on the weekly sitting down there in front. Yeah, it feels like that trade is already come and gone. I see what you're probably getting at, because you're probably looking at the 200 period on the daily and saying you can always swing the 200 to the 50 period, which I've done before, and they're both upward sloping. But I like that level on the weekly a heck of a lot more. And the other thing too is, like, you can tell it's the most honest answer possible. I pulled up a weekly chart and saw my own lines on that chart suggesting support down here. So it'd be pretty criminal of me to say, if I thought, at some point I thought 330 to about this 390, yeah, I wouldn't be a buyer right in front of that resistance level that I had up there. So hopefully that answers your question. It's just literally actually had these levels set for it, David, so hopefully that helps you. And again, all we're doing is looking at the charts and giving some analysis like we try to do here. And you know, that's all. If you trade based on like fundamentals, then no chart setup's gonna matter to you. If anything, you'll scoff at those types of things. But if you use it for entries on any kind of trade, whether it's swing trades or day trades, then you have to sort of stick to your rules. And mine wouldn't be buying in front of what I think is swing resistance. So SMR, since failing this trend line, retested the top, didn't break, which gives me sort of that obvious out with the prior wick, which is, I believe I told you guys was 1425. If I didn't, you can see the wick on a 3-minute chart up there. So we'll give it that, and we'll look for it to pull back into VWAP, which I said 1390 would be the play. It's almost 3:30 already. I'm gonna quickly check some of the early looks here. Ooh, NU is 6 million shares to the buy side. So WFC, that's probably insignificant. NEO, 1 million to buy, that's probably insignificant. But NU at 6 million, it can't do that much volume. Stock's not that interesting. 33 million in volume for NU on the day, 6 million buy imbalance, and it's just chilling at the highs. Instead of a breakout long, if there's no index action on this, my first thought is if it comes out, it's that 6 million shares, and then you get like a flip or a big pair at 355, then you could maybe fade it off of this 17 level because it's not reacting to that buy imbalance at all. So getting a breakout of the high seems a little bit less likely here on NU, but we'll keep an eye on that one. Big imbalance, no index actions today. I checked this morning. Sometimes you'll hear me say, oh, I forgot to check. No, I checked this morning.
Not really on a Tuesday.
Yeah, we're not. A Tuesday, you almost never see anything significant on the indexes. Or even just the start of the week. Usually it'll be the end of the week, sometimes in the mid. There's no IPOs this week. There's a couple of SPACs, but no IPOs this week. And the big one from last week never happened because we thought it was going to be the day you were off. But here's what it is. So SMR only new position, and we'll go back to the desk right now to Adara.
Yeah, I'll be brief here, guys. I just want to remind you, Palo Alto Networks is reporting earnings after the bell. 4:10 p.m. is the ETA for this one. Here is their CEO, Nikesh Arora. And here's a look at their prior report and their forward guidance for this report and for the fiscal year, because they're actually already in the middle of fiscal 2026. They're about to report Q2 2026 earnings. If you want this infographic or other Palo Alto infographics, I got a destination for you. X at TTV Research. And guess what? I'm going to drop the link to this visual in the chat right now so you can check it out ahead of the report. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Adara, for that one. Yeah, look, just trying to figure out the end of this day. It's 3:25 right now. Robinhood has been on one today for sure. I mean, it got hit real good early, all the way down into 73, which it's sort of its past lows. I mean, you do have some nice little areas there of 72 bucks and change down there to the downside. I wonder if a lot of these names have been really taken out and like beat up pretty good there. So just wondering right here about the upside take for Robinhood. I just feel like a lot of these names, we now know the story. We understand that it's Bitcoin related for sure. As Bitcoin stabilizes, hopefully this name will also stabilize. But I like Robinhood. I think anytime, when you're talking about who their number one customers are and you talk about the youth, I really like Robinhood moving forward, and probably the platform for many of the younger investors that are going to get involved. I mean, they don't have anywhere near Schwab or Fidelity or anything like that, assets under management, but I do like Robinhood. So nice to see them battle back today. I mean, they were down 4% at one point. And then the other name that I prefer out of all of this would be SoFi. And they're having a little bit of a better day, just getting back to flat. But again, was really rough early on SoFi. And both these names were down a couple percentage points, made their way back up, even to green, right? So SoFi bouncing off view up. So that's another take there. We talked about it earlier on Apple coming back into view up on a strong stock. So I would say SoFi is not that strong, so that pullback into view up isn't huge, but it just happens again right there. So it's kind of like that same trade that we had with Roblox, where we had a weak stock today. It was down while the market was up. I mean, it's not up anymore, but it was down pretty much all day today, and now even lower right now. I guess it might have been green when it was up there, but earlier on we had this move down, Roblox pushing lower. So again, there's the view up take and there's the drop down. We tried that trade, but got stopped out as it breaks above view up. So yeah, that's Roblox there. Nothing really happening. The other name that I was thinking about actually flipping into the long is Amazon. And I mean, here's another example where we made all our money short early, got out there. There it goes, breaking through view up. We get out right there, breaks the trend. Now the trend is now long, drawing the lines, falls back in. Yeah, and breaks, I mean, the streak right now today, it looks like it'll be broken. It was 9 straight down days, and it looks like that will stop today with it being up 1%, unless still 35 minutes left, man. Maybe we do turn this day around and get back into green, back to flat, but I don't think so. So right now, Amazon holding out pretty good. If we do get back into view up 199.50, we could take it, but that's $1 from here. And I don't think we get there. So Amazon just doing its best to kind of chill out on the upside. Good short for sure there, but we weren't looking short. We were trying to look long. So on Amazon, but yeah, that's a good look now. Only 0.94 upside.
Only because you said Hood. Amazon. Only because you said Robinhood. Gun to your head, best Robinhood movie. Like,
Sorry?
gun to your head.
Yes.
Best Robin Hood movie.
Best Robin Hood movie? I don't know anything about Robin Hood movies.
Really?
Really, I could name
You
one.
you never saw Men in Tights?
Probably, but is that, I don't know. Not really. Like, not enough to, what would be another one?
There's the crappy Kevin, what's his name? Kevin Costner did one, Prince of Thieves with Morgan Freeman in it. There's the animated one.
Then I'm going to go with Men in Tights then.
The animated one's hilarious.
Okay, I don't know enough about those.
No,
I got caught reading a chat
Men in
here.
Tights, Dave Chappelle.
Oh, okay.
In Robin Hood Men.
Okay.
Trust me, if you've never seen that, first of all, it's just, the fact there's even a brother in the Robin Hood movie, it's hilarious in and of itself because they also did it with Morgan Freeman.
Probably on purpose to put those guys black in there.
But then that's why they put Dave Chappelle in, because the
Right.
Kevin Costner one had him in there, and he kills it. He
Okay, good.
absolutely kills it. Like, you could tell when someone's just, because I'm pretty sure that's the first time I had ever seen him, because Half Baked was, I don't know if Half Baked was before or after. Either way.
Probably
Those
Half Baked was
movies.
probably before. I feel like Half Baked is.
But a lot of people hadn't seen
old.
Half Baked. So if you've never seen Half Baked, that's that and Robin Hood Men in Tights. That's Chappelle to a T.
There's a new Robin Hood movie?
I don't
Is
think-
that what?
There's another one. The problem with that, it's just, sometimes you've done a story enough that you can try to do it for another generation, but everyone, it's been overdone. Just go watch some of the classic ones. The cartoon's pretty hilarious. I got First Target on SMR, but it's already, like, it just bounced right off of this 14. Like, it's 14.05. It just bounced off. It's like that first, it's 1-to-1 at 10 cents, but it just bounced off that first 10-cent mark. Let's go back to the desk with Sia. Yes.
We're going to take a look at the sector, but before that, I want to go over a few individual tickers, small cap. We're going to take a look at the Russell. Russell is up 0.35% today. Lots of green, lots of red. We're going to take a look at the individual tickers right here. I'm sorry about that. MDGL, Madrigal Pharmaceuticals, has expanded as MASH pipeline with an exclusive global licensing agreement for 6 preclinical Cerner programs as of last week, and the stock is currently up 2%. Herc Holdings, HRI, is down 12.08%. It missed its Q4 revenue, and the shares were down 8.7% at 158.18 in Tuesday morning trading, and the stock is down 15% over the past 12 months. It also has reported adjusted earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization of $519 million, which is short of analyst expectations of $538 million. We're also going to take a look at NESR, National Energy Services Reunited. Q4 revenue has grown 15.9% year over year, and adjusted EBITDA for Q4 has risen by 32%. Now, let's take a quick look at the market, the S&P today. We talked about NVIDIA, we talked about Apple, we talked about Tesla in the rundown with Sharif and I. We talked about how Tesla will be waiting for the release of CarPlay in its cars due to delayed iOS updates. But I want to also mention here about PSKY and WBD. As we know, Netflix has granted Warner Bros. Discovery a 7-day waiver to reopen deal talks with Paramount Skydance, and basically it has the Paramount has said that its $30 per share all cash offer is not its best and final, and WBD has announced a special meeting of its shareholders that will be happening on the 20th of March. Stocks right over here. PSKY is up 5.23%, and WBD is up 3.34%. And right besides that, Walmart is down 3.79%, but it'll be reporting earnings on Thursday.
Thank you very much there, Sia. It's now after 3:30, so we're starting to get into that time. I already showed you guys new NU there on the imbalance locator, pretty much the only thing of significance, although GDX just popped up for 1.5 million. That's not going to move the needle. J&J, great stock, J&J, 1.1 million to the buy side. That won't move the needle on J&J, I don't think, but it's worth a look. Yeah, it's not really doing anything. So still only in SMR here. I just typed SNR. SMR, it's starting to head back down. It came in, put the lower high. It's trying to break back underneath that 1405, which is the first level of support. Just needed to get, even if it gets to half to VWAP, I feel like if it taps 14, I would tighten the stop up. But for now, I still have it at 14.25, but I'm looking for an excuse or reason to put it to 14.20 and start to tighten that one up. You're just not getting much of anything moving a lot here, if I'm being real. Like BM&R still hasn't really popped to give us a re-entry into the short at VWAP, and we're starting to run out of time for that bad boy. Oh, Freeland Prosper says, every time I see OBAI, the stock, I don't think of OB. There's a term in the West Indies called obia, and it's like a ghost. So like the obia man's coming means it's kind of like the boogeyman is coming if you're in the West Indies. So it's something my parents would say as a kid. So every time I see this thing, I'm like, this stock is haunted. And then I look at the chart, and the stock is haunted. Imagine being up 8% with a chart that looks like this. It doesn't even seem possible, but technically it is. This is what Luis means by something that, and we had Luis on this morning, a small capper or a gapper that makes its high in the pre-market, puts in the lower high and is already failing VWAP, and then you just short it off the volume-weighted average price. Because by the time it gets to the open, like this, the open's not here. The open is here. It down halt instantly. So like if you're sitting in this, I don't know if any of his traders would have been trading this, but if you're shorting this off VWAP, the first thing it does is down halt, and it never looked back. That would have been a gorgeous short. My guess is probably costs a little bit to be able to trade this, but not all small cappers are built the same. You got to keep that in mind. And the ones that show you their top, obviously in the pre-market, if you're not willing to short them, then you probably shouldn't be trading them.
Yeah, be careful. We talked about that. Tomorrow, actually, in the midday, Luis on Wednesdays will be there, so you'll be able to see his trading style to match it with Sharif and Joe's on the midday coming through right there. So I was looking at the TQQ here, and I just think that although I know there's not too much time left, but the futures, just the volume will come in at 4 p.m. We have Palo Alto tonight, and if you go over, you'll be able to see at Trader TV Research. Let's just do it right now together live, and I'll pull it down right here. You go into Trader TV Research, it's Adara's page, and you'll go down here and you'll find out the earnings for tonight. So if we just click on this right there, you're gonna see here pre-market we had Medtronic. We didn't even talk about Medtronic today. It was down. I thought it was down early. We'll have a look at that. But here is tonight, man, Palo Alto coming. And we've had some beat up names, obviously, in the cybersecurity space that just continue to be bad trades for now. And I really like the space. So I don't really understand what the problem is here. Palo Alto recently bought a company last earnings quarter, and they got hit due to that one. But the fact is that this was at 220, and right now, this is our old little ruler there. Don't mind that. That's just our charts being stupid. But from its highs into its lows, basically, that's 26%. So you're in a 20% plus drawdown, putting this in bear territory, which I don't really understand because I really like Palo Alto, like cybersecurity, and it's going to, here, I actually have to look at it a different chart here to get a good little look right there. But this is what it looks like. We're going to go to Adara in 1 second. It's just like right into here, we're dropping back in. And we said that not all stocks are at their pandemic lows. But if they have a miss here today and get into 150, I mean, I think that's going to be a tough one not to buy for Palo Alto. And then...
You probably already said this, but like...
And then CrowdStrike I like too.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, but which one do you like more?
I like CrowdStrike. I mean, everything I hear about CrowdStrike is supposed to be the bomb.
Because I own them both, but in my opinion, I made the mistake of going from 50-50 to essentially 2/3 Palo Alto and 1/3 CrowdStrike. So the one that I'm buying on the dip is more CrowdStrike because I want to be back at that 50-50, and then I don't own anything else in the cyber.
I only looked at CrowdStrike right here. This is the date, right? Adara, it's July of 24, where CrowdStrike said, oops, we did a wrong update, and crashed down many websites and apps. And I remember there was a problem with Delta or some of the airlines when they were just like getting hit to the downside was CrowdStrike, and then it was like, nah, we fixed it, and then it was like it didn't happen again. Went all the way to all-time highs. So from that low one, like how stupid am I? Like I'm in like right around here, $200. Goes all the way to 560. I just like, oh, that's a nice trade, and then it falls all the way back down in again. So probably took something out on the way up, but I know I'm still holding CrowdStrike shares. So I really like the cybersecurity space, and for me it would be a long. After a miss on earnings, right? And so we could put that in there into the chat if we want to put something into the chat. Where do we think CrowdStrike will be after earnings tomorrow? Down 2% today. All right, Adara, what you got over there?
Yeah, what I wanted to do here was mention a post from U.S. President Donald Trump on Truth Social. This was like about 20 minutes ago now. It wasn't really market moving, but I think worth noting. Pretty long post. He starts by announcing the launch of the, quote, massive trade deal with Japan. Now he's also mentioning, apparently, I guess related to this, some all caps, tremendous projects in the oil and gas space within Texas. So some oil and gas projects announced in Texas in conjunction with this Japan trade deal. I also want to mention here, just fun fact about the CrowdStrike outage. Remember when CrowdStrike was trying to thank its partners for helping them by giving them $10 Uber Eats gift cards, but then the gift cards codes didn't work because they thought it was fraud because there were so many cards. So shout out to CRWD and maybe one of the biggest questionable public relations events of recent history, July 19th, 2024. Back to you.
Chat.
Down.
The video went.
Oh, okay. I'm selecting down in this. And this has nothing to do with like my preference or anything like that. I mean, I'm long Pan W. But it's just like, this has been the easy way to win this poll.
Every day.
It's not about winning it. It's just about like most of these earnings. Yeah, most of these earnings, despite having great earnings, is down. And it's just like, are they going, where are they going to guide? I mean, that's all really that matters. And I mean, I'm looking at what the stock is doing, and it doesn't look like it's prepared to have a blowout quarter or anything here. So, yeah, like getting kicked when it's down, I know maybe that's what it feels like, but Palo Alto right now, watch out for that. I'm looking for 150 to buy. So if that comes into 150, I think that'll be something that I won't regret doing. So Palo Alto down there near 150, for me, it's a buy.
The other thing is they've been one of the names that's been caught up in this disruption, like AI disruption trade, right? Like that's what's happened. Some of the cybersecurity names, there's been the whole AI disruption angle as well. So it'll be incumbent on, I guess, leadership to quell some of those fears on the call tonight for CrowdStrike. So, I mean, I voted for the. I feel as if you just simply said on every major tech earnings this cycle, oh, I think it's a short, or short the pop would be the other way to frame it. You basically, you just can't be losing this quarter. And it's not that the companies aren't reporting good numbers. It's quite frankly the opposite of that. It's just the numbers are not good enough, seemingly not good enough to justify a move to the upside. And it's not every name. Some names have been beaten up so badly that they can only go up. I don't think that qualifies for cybersecurity names at the end of the day. And Pan W, that's a big one. So it's going to move. Like if you're a Zscaler, if you're in Zscaler, if you're in Fortinet, we already said CrowdStrike, just understand that they are going to potentially move. If there is an outside move in Pan W, there will be a sympathy play in some of those other names. 'Cause I think we had, forget who it was that said they were liking Zscaler the other day. Or was this morning people were talking about Zscaler?
Yeah, we were
cut in half.
We were mentioning Zscaler. It was with Joe and Obi or something.
Was that what it was?
But here's just a quick little look at all of the stocks in the S&P 500, give or take, on this heat map here today. And I mean, this is what obviously stands out to me, man. Apple being up over 3%, NVIDIA being up over 1%. Google at its lows was almost 3% down. I think that was a great buy down there at $300. And we actually mentioned Google at $3 there earlier, that was, now it's at 302. So we can, we haven't missed the trade by any stretch, but Google, good trade there. And then Berkshire and the banks, we're waiting for the 13F to see what they're invested in. I bet you it's going to be some more Apple. But right there, JP Morgan, MasterCard, American Express, the retail side seems to be pretty good, except for this guy over there, Robinhood, and IBKR as well to the downside. So there's Charles Schwab, Robinhood, IBKR. This is still part of that worry about some of the bots, right? The robo-investors and whatnot. And then we looked at energy. Energy was down earlier today. Crude was down about 1.5%. We can have a look at crude itself. But XOM bouncing, or heading downside, bouncing southbound off of that 150. So we'll wait to see if that can get going as well. But right now today, pretty good overall day. I mean, especially when we think about where we came from, right? I mean, you got to take the NASDAQ for what it's worth here. It is bouncing nicely back to the upside right now, but it was a pretty, it wasn't horrible open because we had that move up, but then once that stopped, it felt like it was pretty bad because the bleed just kept on happening and the NASDAQ was down about 1.25%. So really nice to see this move right there, the hold of VWAP. So that was really cool. We didn't get into VWAP again, so market strength seems to be back. We like the NASDAQ down there off of VWAP bounce. So yeah, what goes up must come down. VWAP today holding NASDAQ higher. It might not end higher, but holding it into the higher areas for today. I mean, we don't want to see that with only 17 minutes left, that's for sure. And if we do, then that's a problem. And then it looks like right now Amazon, based on the bounce in the futures there, Amazon will not
it's good. Yeah, it's
don't speak in certainties, of course, but we're not worried about Amazon going red today, which should buck that trend and give it another green day. And maybe it's a turnaround day. We mentioned that for like a name like a Roblox and maybe Amazon there today, potential turnaround. And we just wait to see if Microsoft is green today. That would also be really nice.
Palantir held
as well. Palantir, I don't have as much faith as a turnaround yet for them, but Microsoft, not same, man. Down 1%, no. The NASDAQ green, Microsoft red, nah. These software names just continue to get hit. Even the IGV, the software ETF, what's that doing today? Down another 2.5%. So for me, nah, hard pass on that one for me. But yeah, so far so good. 15 minutes left here in the day.
Yeah, 15 minutes left. I just heard in my ear, Dave & Buster's making fresh highs.
Boom.
Look at that. That's a stock that might not be in play for long for a lot of people. Yikes. Oh, that's been so bad. I didn't realize that was under $20. Oh, well. It might be at the high of the day, but it doesn't look remotely interesting for... Anytime you see a beaten up stock that has a decent short float, like breaking the highs, you think, is there a continuation trade for tomorrow? I mean, potentially, but it doesn't look all that good. So I'm going to throw that one out the window for now. Love Dave & Buster's, used to go there all the time, but not anymore. So we end up a flat trade on SMR. I did tighten the stop up. Could not break that first 10 cents, so I moved the stop into 5. And just not doing anything. Plus, it's 3:45, so we only have 5 minutes till the imbalances come in. Still just NU. And it is still 6 million shares to buy. Has not budged. And it's going to, look, it looks like that imbalance is going to hit right when this is at the high of the day at 17. So the way I want to look at it would be, imagine it comes out exactly as expected at 6 million. We usually expect imbalances to flip or pair at 355. So the idea would be to look for a short before 355, assuming it hasn't broken out this high, and then just sort of 354-ish, you get short, put a stop at like 17 even, which is the actual high of the day on NU, exactly 17 even. So that's the one I'll be watching because there's really nothing else on the locator of interest.
Yeah, I just zoomed it out as well. Let's check out silver. I mean, we could check out gold and silver and all that as well, 448. Yeah, we were down. I mean, I've been sitting here waiting for something to hit on one of these trades, but it's not, like I would like to break. I mean, I talked about that break lower on silver. I think this could be tomorrow's trade today, like right there. That 64 break. When it happens, if it happens, I don't know, but I don't think this is going to be very pretty when it does happen. I think it's going to be pretty if you're short. So I would just be very, very careful here. This could collapse back in. It seems like there's found some bids right there. If those bids disappear at $64 tomorrow, I'm confidently saying, like, see you later on this one. I do want to make note of this. So up in here, we're making note. Tomorrow, silver short, right into that level. And I think gold is something very, very similar. You could trade gold many different ways. If it's too expensive at 448, there are other ETFs out there that will help you do that and short that as well. But see, you're not really near that same break. Gold sort of doesn't have the same look to me as silver does. So I would look to go short there, but it's a tomorrow trade, not necessarily right now. And then a name that always is popping, because I'm always looking at it, is SMR. And SMR is also, I don't know if it's a break short. I would actually rather go long on this name, considering what we see right down there. But this is another name that you could go bottom sort of fishing on this for sure. In and around here for SMR, around $13, $14. Looks like we could break that low. That's $11.50. And I don't know, did SMR, I do not believe, has reported during this period yet. And this tells me...
My memory, it has not.
Correct. Thursday, February the 26th, so day after the big guy there, and NVIDIA That should be really exciting. Not that we're expecting any earnings. They do not have a PE for me to look at, I would say. No, it does not.
Who needs a PE?
So their EBITDA margin, minus 6,000%, so not great there, as they have no earnings before interest, taxes, and depreciation.
I just heard Adara with the, oh my God, when you look at that negative EBITDA, you got to keep in mind, like when a company is that far from profitability.
Oh, yeah.
So we're talking about like some of those crazy nuclear names. We're talking about like any of the quantum names. You can't. The metrics are completely irrelevant.
Yeah.
When you're at that stage.
That was just funny to see.
Yeah,
that.
you know, it's hilarious to see it. Now, if it's in a mature company, then you start to worry about it a little bit. But less than 1 minute to go. Oh, we had a super chat. That's what I was going to get to.
Oh, clear this one.
Oh.
No, I don't know if there was a super chat.
Shoot, which one?
Go ahead. No, this was, I didn't even see a super chat. No.
It just did it again.
No.
Which one are we doing? Bart?
This is not a super chat. So hold on, I can find
this. He's usually right. Called big long-term moves so many times. That's not the super chat.
Thank you,
but
Barton.
That's a
nice.
thank you for the comment.
Oh,
Bart,
this one here.
David, there's the one. Charts 5-year plus, i.e. NASDAQ 50 MA curls towards the 200 MA and volume profile. Ooh, volume profile. That's something indicator we haven't actually talked
about. Charts 5-year. What does IE mean? Implied something. NASDAQ.
Anticipating when the 50 crosses the 200 MA can be forward indicator of correction in.
Yeah, it could be. I don't
and
know.
Vice versa. Maybe. I mean, it could be. I think. Look, ultimately, I'm going to use the example. I'll use an example because someone literally asked me what I thought about NCLH when talking about indicators and short levels and what you think might happen. Because literally just in the chat, I was asked, is this a short level on the stock? And my simple response was, okay, like you've got a couple of things happening. Usually I'd be all over things like a downward sloping wedge, and you got like a wedge pattern, whatever. It keeps moving because it keeps going back out. But if I were to draw, you'd have like a wedge pattern on the low and a wedge pattern at the high, and then you short into that trend. But one of the rules that I have is, well, do I think a stock is a short if it's above the 50 and the 200 on the daily, and they're both upward sloping? And that's just, to me, like I just don't think so. So it is important sometimes that you find indicators that work for you to give you a directional bias at times. So I'm not saying I will punch long in NCLH, but I'm not thinking short when it's got the upward sloping 50 and 200, and it just proceeded to bounce off both those. And there was, by the way, a story on NCLH this morning as well. And for the record, NU came out huge, 11 million to buy. It's the only thing that was big. But what doesn't make any sense to me is the first thing it did when it came out twice the size we were expecting was go down, which completely throws the whole reverse at 355 trade out the window if it already went down on the buy imbalance. I was thinking go short in front of 355 and then watch it flip. Well, it's an even bigger buy imbalance and the stock went down. So that trade just got flipped on its head as for whatever reason, they are selling the big buy imbalance on new holdings. I always want to say new bank, because they are, but it's new holdings.
Yeah, I was double checking to make sure that Amazon still's got some love for itself, and it does. So still up that 1%. Was wondering if there was a little bit of a pullback there, but we did have a good buy imbalance there, as Adair mentioned, 1 billion or so to buy there. But yeah, so I was actually looking at the TQs here today. This was, oh, actually, I don't have a fill on it. Okay, I was gonna just find it in my blotter. I think this is okay, if the market, that's still Amazon. Come on, chart. There it is. If the market ever came down to VWAP, I would buy. It's not going to happen. I'm not going to buy it now with 8 minutes left. But this is where I think that if the market does come into VWAP, I think it would be a buy. We've already seen it be bought up right there. If it does come into that level, it's too bad we don't have too much more, literally no more time left. But if it does come in, this would be another example where I think it's a buy. We're kind of at VWAP right here. I know we're underneath it, but if you come into these levels, I think, actually I don't have VWAP on this 5-minute chart, but if you come into VWAP, I would still think that, you're above there on the 1 minute. I think it can hold this level. Obviously a little bit lower down would be key. 40. I mean, we wrote down 48.50, so you're gonna end up the day underneath that level. But if there was a little more time, I would like that trade, and I think the same thing probably true for Apple, just to show, just pullbacks back into VWAP. Like we had monster moves back into VWAP right there, into VWAP. Another strong name today, although actually didn't, Okay, yeah, is Palantir. So there's the other pullback into VWAP again. Obviously, if you're going to get into VWAP, you're going to have to break through all these other levels. So I'm not too concerned about that. But, you know, strong names making moves is kind of what we're looking for right there. So Palantir would also work out on that one. Marvell, and then PanW into the close, right? So this one's making a move lower. We were up to 80 bucks or so on Marvell, now right back in. So right here, you know, another strong name pulling back into VWAP. I think this is a buy against that low right there. So 78.70, you know, you can go long right now, 78.90 against 78.65. And you know, all you need is a little bit of a drift higher with the market being above VWAP themselves. I think that one can work. So there's another opportunity. I was just checking to see it. And another one that I'm getting as a signal here could be Robinhood. Yeah, so the same type of thing. Although Robinhood's down on the day, so don't love it as much. But again, strong upside move. Trend still looking okay for highs as we haven't made new lows yet. So I would say this falling back into 75 also potentially worth something there, but we're running out of time. So those are just some setups that I'm going to look for, you know, today, tomorrow, the next day, pretty much every day. Those are what we're looking for at the end of the day. VWAP bounce holds on strong names. They don't have to be up on the day, just stronger in the afternoon. Relatively strong.
Bloom is relatively strong.
That stock never stops.
HOD, as we speak, is it technically? Sometimes I say that because the chart, it's not there. It got within 10 cents of the high of the day, so don't at me. It basically got to the high of the day and Friday's high as well. But this is a potential continuation play tomorrow. I'm trying to fight a sneeze here. Hopefully I won't. To try to fill this gap in. Thursday was a bad day for a lot of things, so don't. It's not Bloom's fault. It's the market's fault on Thursday. But you could at least attempt to fill in this gap. If you can hold this 145 tomorrow, you know what this stock can do when it gets going, or anyone that's been paying attention knows what that stock can do when it gets going. So that's going to be on the radar for tomorrow for myself. NU, like I said, whatever. Like the play of reverting it off 17 ended up happening before 355. But for what it's worth, it's 355, and it is still an 11 million buy imbalance on NU. And it's still not going up. It's actually going in the other direction. So SOXS, you'll see for 3 million to buy. J&J, 1.5 million to buy as well. Nothing too crazy on the locator for sure. And I did not see NVIDIA. Paula just asked in the chat, NVIDIA imbalance. Yeah, if I scroll and I get to 600,000 and you don't see NVIDIA, that means there isn't a significant one. Right. If it's 500,000 on NVIDIA, NVIDIA's done 137 million shares today. So, you know, NVIDIA most days is going to be over 1 million or 2 on the locator, but it just goes to show, like, it's been a bit of a quiet afternoon, coming off a holiday shortened. Well, I mean, a long weekend, so this will be a holiday shortened week, not coming off of one. And maybe that could be it. Wasn't a lot of crazy action at the close. Nick Dubbs says RVMD gap fill. Hold on a second. RVMD, yeah, that was the buyout rumor, right? Who was it?
RVMD? No, there was V.
I thought RVMD.
No, the buyout rumor was.
Wasn't them? It was
somebody
else. They were up on Sympathy. Is that what?
Oh man! Well, go into our thing here. It was one of the top...
I mean like a couple weeks ago.
Oh, a couple weeks ago.
Not this morning.
V-Hub.
Not this morning.
Sharif talked. It is RVMD.
But that was like a couple weeks ago, right, Adara?
It was Rob Van Dam.
I just noticed there's now, like, you can't see Adara. I'm used to, like, looking at my program monitor and seeing Adara. Now there's a stupid, well, I shouldn't say stupid. Now there's obviously a ladder in front.
Oh, right.
So
the ladder.
What could be interesting about that is I look at our VMD, look at it hold the 50 period. And if you have the overhang of there was a rumor that they could get bought, you have that somebody might be interested in the name, or at least there's chatter about it, and you have a bit of a trend. It's not a trend break so much as it's like a consolidation break. Probably looks way more interesting on the 50. Yeah, you get a better sense of it on a 15-minute. Like, look at there's the gap down, I guess, when it was like, yeah, there's no buyout happening. And then you have this long consolidation, and then a breakout over this high would be like 101. This looks interesting. Potential gap fill. But I'd have to look up what the exact story was on this, because I do remember there was a buyout rumor. Oh, that's what it was. It was a rumor that Merck was buying them, and then that Merck was apparently not interested.
2 minutes.
That doesn't mean that somebody else couldn't be. We do know that's a space where there's a lot of we expect a little bit more consolidation this year. We've already had a few decent deal. So only 2 minutes to go. Remember, it's Palo Alto after the bell. Pretty quiet week when it comes to earnings, but they're down 2 points today in a bit of a rebound day for the markets. And according to our poll, at least, which is non-scientific, 60% of the viewers believe that they will be down tomorrow morning.
Yes.
So, you know, actually, I feel like this market during earnings season is getting to everybody, because I remember when we were picking down on a lot of these tech names, the overall consensus was that they wouldn't be so weak in a few names. So now everyone seems to be joining with the bearish, I guess, not preference, but the bearish trend this earnings season, where you might beat top and bottom, you might even guide well, but that doesn't mean you're going up. That's just how it's been.
All you need is eyes to see the reaction to many of these stocks. Thank you so much. T. Giovanna there, maybe in Italian. See everyone tomorrow. Great show at Trader TV Live. Peace sign and everything. So we want to say thank you for that one as well. Look, I really like this space. So if PanW gets hit, I think it's a buy. And we'll just wait on that one. But yeah, with only 1 minute left.
If they get hit on buying CrowdStrike.
Yeah, I'll buy exactly. Let's just see what oil's doing quickly here today. Down 1%. My wife phoned me and said, Sean, I'm filling up at Costco. So I was like, awesome. So she took some Costco gas prices, always the best.
The dog.
And I was gonna tell her, like, maybe wait because the oil's down 1% today, but it's not a big enough move. And then she's like, but I'm at Costco. I was like, okay, just do it there. And it's right near where my daughter gets her skate sharpened, so shout out to Costco. Oh yeah, by the way, she said today that Costco was busier today than she's ever seen it, including Christmas and everything. So I don't know what the hell's going on.
That's a little random.
Very random. That's why I was like, I guess it's just off of the day off.
After a long weekend?
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that, but the stock definitely agrees with that statement as they're almost at all-time highs again. Costco with only 2, 1. There it is. We're done.
The market be closed.
No more official bell ringing. We maybe have to bring that bell back and ring that out. I know Neil's promised many times that he would be over there to ring the bell.
I was told that there's an issue with the ringing, getting it to come down properly.
Okay.
So I was told that on Friday, I was told that we can't do it properly. So when we get it fixed, we will ring an actual bell. I just heard that we're getting dedicated machinery to bring it up and down automatically. Because apparently how we used to do it, which was very old school, is not good enough. Everything has to go AI. We'll just get it, everything has to be automated.
Yes.
Can't do anything old school.
We'll have like one of those automatic mallet ringers.
Just press a button.
There as well. Yeah. All right. Thanks, everybody. It's 4:01. Palo Alto's not out yet from what I can see. So, you know, hold your cards close to the chest here on earnings this week. There's a few big names, and we'll see right here. Here's one that just came out right now. Caesars Entertainment just reported, and this is why we are not going on this stock. Not much movement at all for Caesars just reporting here.
Better drink than for the stock.
Yeah, they just beat on the on earnings per share. So Caesar's up 7% right there. So all right, guys. Yeah, we're gonna be back doing the after show for you on next Wednesday, which is going to be earnings for NVIDIA. So that should be real good there. All right, good show. We're done. Thank you so much, Sia, today. Adara in the back, obviously Joe and Sharif. Thank you to Obi for filling in earlier. Thank you to Ramin, Andre, Fabian, Neil as well. Thank you to everybody for watching. Without you, we don't have anything. Did I say Brendan? If not, thank you to Brendan.
And thank you to Michael.
As well. And
not Michael.
Luis.
Luis this morning.
Yeah. And not thank you to Michael Noss.
Yeah, not Michael Noss.
Yeah, Michael. How dare you not
the day
come
off
on
because of the holiday.
Today, Michael Noss.
Nah, we love
He'll
him.
be on Friday, that is for sure. And thank you to Randy for the coffees. We'll see everybody tomorrow. Until then, may all your earnings plays be winners. See you tomorrow.